G. Chapter 1. Global Reincarnation. Only I know the plot. Author, Meng Bin Yuanzi. This is a virtual world composed of various films and televisions. Everyone in the world is working hard to conquer each copy, hoping to obtain copy rewards and become stronger. Chen Ye, who came through, was pleasantly surprised to find that the copies that were difficult for everyone to pass were all the various film and television works he had seen in his previous life. Therefore, Chen Ye, who was familiar with the plots of these films and TV dramas, began to be super god. The Tang reincarnations have turned to Li Qingqian, Li Ku, and Li Taiwan after another. Chen Ye chose to teach Li Zhi and eventually became an emperor. Martial arts. Everyone is thinking of ways to join the school to learn Kung Fu. Only Chen Ye knows where the secrets are. Marvel, when most of the samsaras were slain by the Avengers, Chen Ye had already collected 6 infinite gems. Chapter 1. Only I know the plot. Global Reincarnation. Only I know the plot, and look forward to your support. Chapter 2. The first copy of the world. 2 more. When 12 o'clock in the night came, Chen Ye immediately noticed that the full moon tattoo on his arm was emitting a faint red light. This means that the space of reincarnation is opened. Chen Ye held the tattoo tightly. 5 seconds later, a red light flashed, and he disappeared directly from the room. When Chen Ye regained his sight again, he found himself in a square. The square platform is so big that you can't see the end at a glance. At this moment, there are already many people in the square, and people are constantly being sent in by red light, causing the number of people on the square to increase rapidly. A holographic projection attribute panel appeared in front of Chen Ye. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90086. Physique, 12. Spirit, 14. Strength, 9. Agility, 11. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient. Driving, beginner. Shooting, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, none. Reincarnation points, 122. Comprehensive evaluation, not up to standard. After reading the self-property panel, Chen Ye was speechless. Sura is certainly not Chen Ye's name. It was taken by the former owner of this body. Including the current image in the reincarnation space, they are all assassin images, masked, designed by the former owner. Purpose. Chen Ye knew, in order to hide his true identity. In the reincarnation space, almost most people will choose to hide their true identity and appear here in a new look. Because between the reincarnations, there is a competitive relationship. Sometimes when you enter the same instance, you might choose a hostile camp. Offending people is common, and it is naturally more advantageous to hide your true identity. Chen Ye had nothing to complain about the fake identity that his predecessor had obtained. What he was dissatisfied with was that his predecessor had been in the reincarnation space for so long, and his attributes were still so trash. Ordinary adults, the normal attributes are around 10. Not to mention the abilities, not even the fighting skills. The few skills he mastered are not so good. The only thing that can be seen is the proficiency of shooting, reaching the proficient level. Proficiency level, beginner, proficient, proficient, master, superb. It's really waste material. Chen Ye sighed. But Chen Ye was not disappointed, because he knows that this is actually a true portrayal of most people in the mixed safety zone. The copies of the safe zone are all worlds that are not life-threatening, and the benefits are relatively low. And there is a time limit for swiping a copy of the safe zone, and it can only be swiped once a month. With various restrictions, it is really difficult to become stronger in the safe zone. The place that can really become stronger quickly is the Reincarnation Tower in the central area. Reincarnation Tower. There are a total of 99 floors. Every layer is a big and dangerous world. Not only is the crisis step by step, the reincarnation system will also release very difficult tasks, and the unfinished end will most likely be directly obliterated. Note that Samsara Space is not an online game, and dying in the dungeon world is equivalent to real death. So, even if the rewards of the Reincarnation Tower are extremely rich, and there are powerful abilities rewards, most people dare not venture into it. Chapter 2. Chen Ye raised his head and looked at the far central area. In the central area, there is a tall tower, almost straight into the sky, without seeing the top. He remembered a rumor. Legend. As long as you pass the 99-story reincarnation tower, you can become an omnipotent god. No one knows how this rumor came about. However, everyone believes it very much, because those who live out of the Samsara pagoda are truly strong. After a while, Chen Ye retracted his gaze. Although he knows the plot and is confident about breaking into the reincarnation tower, he still intends to complete a mission in the safe zone first and get acquainted with the dungeon world. This is not to be afraid of death. It's a prudent approach. When he came to the dungeon hall, Chen Ye found that there were many people here. The huge hall was almost full of people. At this time, a flying elf appeared out of thin air and came to him. "Hello, Shura. What help do you need?" This little elf is a product of reincarnation space, similar to artificial intelligence. "I'll make a copy." Chen Ye. According to memory, the former owner of this body, the last time he swiped the copy was a month and a half ago. The 1-month cooling time has passed. "Okay, please choose the copy world you want to go to." With a wave of the elf's hand, a holographic projection screen appeared in front of Chen Ye. On the screen, many names familiar to Chen Ye appeared. Crazy Stone, When Happiness Knocks on the Door, Struggle, The Richest Man in Shihong City, The Girl We Chased Together in Those Years, Infernal Affairs. When Chen Ye saw The Richest Man in Shihong City and Infernal Affairs, his eyes flashed. According to Chen Ye's speculation, not surprisingly, the mission of The Richest Man in Shihong City is definitely to help the protagonist, Wang Duoyu, spin the billion. Complete the test. The mission of Infernal Affairs is absolutely inseparable from the two undercover protagonists. The tasks of these two worlds are naturally not easy for others. But for Chen Ye, who knows the plot, it shouldn't be too simple. After thinking about it, Chen Ye chose Infernal Affairs, because according to the tips of the elf, the world of Infernal Affairs was evaluated as orange. This shows that the Infernal Affairs copy has a certain degree of danger, so the reward for completing the task will be higher. As for the other copies, most of them are the safest green and have been conquered, and the reward is very low. "Hello, Shura. Your chosen dungeon world is Infernal Affairs. Are you sure?" "Yes." As soon as the voice fell, the dungeon hall in front of Chen Ye suddenly dissipated like splashes of water, and in a blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely changed. This is a pure white room. There were 6 people in the room, including Chen Ye. Seeing the other 5 people, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. These people are the reincarnations who went to Infernal Affairs to brush the copy with him. "Dear Samsaras, you have 5 minutes to prepare. After 5 minutes, start to transmit the mission world." The system's broadcast sounded in the room. None of the 6 people spoke. They were looking at each other. Everyone is not an ignorant rookie and naturally understands that, next, between them, it is very likely that they will become competitors. After a full minute of silence, finally, a young man who looked very handsome, disguised, couldn't help but speak. "Hello everyone, my name is Crow, and the current comprehensive strength evaluation is E level." Hearing this, many people looked at the crow and showed surprised expressions. It is definitely not easy to be able to get E level in the safe zone. Everyone was silent, looking at this Mr. Crow. Since this gentleman Crow spoke, it was definitely not to show off his strength. The Crow continued to speak. "I want to ask, is there anyone willing to form an alliance?" No one spoke. The Crow was not embarrassed and smiled slightly. "In order to show my sincerity, I will share with you some information I got. I once brushed the world copy of Infernal Affairs. The reason why no one can brush this copy is because the task released by the reincarnation system is very difficult. This world is divided into 2 camps. One is the police, the other is the society. In both camps, there are undercover agents from both sides, and our task is only one: find the inner ghost." Many people are thoughtful when they hear this. Chen Ye's eyes flashed, and his heart throbbed slightly. If it is true as the Crow said, then the dungeon mission of the Infernal Affairs world, for Chen Ye, shouldn't be too simple. Because Chen Ye knows who is the ghost. Isn't this task very simple? However, the time given to us by the reincarnation system is only 72 hours. Chapter 3. Crow continued. It's not easy to catch a very cunning ghost within 3 days. Moreover, the system's scoring evaluation is as fast as possible. If you want to get to the A-level evaluation, at least within 24 hours, this is almost impossible. I have brushed this copy once. I have a few suspected targets for who the ghost is, but I need to investigate it manually. I wonder if anyone is willing to form an alliance with me. Hearing this, someone finally moved. Hello, Mr. Crow. A person with the image of the two-dimensional Zhang Tai asked. If you form an alliance with you, who will be the reward after the task is completed? The crow looked at this wife and smiled and said, Brother, are you a newcomer? If you form an alliance, of course you need to conclude an alliance. After the task is completed, the system will distribute the score rewards evenly to everyone in the contract. What else? Zhang Tai shook his head and said, No, I want to form an alliance. Please take care of Mr. Crow. The crow smiled and nodded and glanced at others. Is there anyone else who wants to form an alliance? Count me in. For a time, 3 people were willing to form an alliance with the crows. Adding the crow himself, there are 4 people. Among the 6, only Chen Ye and another masked girl remained and did not speak. 2. Don't you think about forming an alliance? Chen Ye just shook his head. The masked girl said indifferently, I'm not interested. The crow didn't force it, smiled faintly, and gathered the other 3 allies together. After entering the dungeon world, they will all choose the society camp. The other 3 nodded. At this time, 5 minutes passed. The system prompt sounded in the room. Start teleporting countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Wow. The white room in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chen Ye and the other 5 people were all wrapped in a bunch of red ons and sent away. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool. 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 3 Catch the Ghost? I'm good at it. 3 more. The transmission process is very short. In less than a breath, Chen Ye began to hear a whistle sound in his ears. That's the sound of car horns. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ye smelled the familiar air, and his sight began to slowly recover. A modern city appeared in Chen Ye's vision. On the road, there are heavy traffic and people coming and going, surrounded by high-rise buildings. Obviously, this is a bustling modern city. Hong Kong City at the beginning of the 21st century. Samsara Sura, please choose your faction within 30 seconds. Faction 1, Police. Faction 2, Society. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Chen Ye was taken aback. Choosing the camp at the beginning? This should be the reincarnation system, a means to quickly help reincarnations to integrate into this world. However, for those who don't know the plot, facing this choice, I am afraid they will be forced. Chen Ye didn't hesitate, so he chose Camp 1, the police. Choosing the police is naturally out of safety considerations. Compared with the chaotic environment of the club, being a policeman is much less dangerous. At least you don't have to worry about being killed by the boss in a bad mood. There is another reason. Chen Ye just heard that the crows had chosen the community camp. Chen Ye always felt that the crow was a little bit malicious, so he didn't want to get too close to him. Choose success. Start to establish identity. Name, Zhang Ming. Identity, Level 2 Detective of the Intelligence Section. Age, 22 years old. Reincarnation of Shura, please remember your new identity. It will enable you to quickly integrate into this world. Warning, do not disclose information about the space of reincarnation to people in the copy world in any form. Segments of reminders sounded in Chen Ye's mind. Through the reflection of the glass in the shop next to him, Chen Ye could see that his current appearance had changed a lot. Before he was just an adult high school student, now he is a slightly mature young man. Chen Ye touched his pocket and took out a cell phone and a police officer's ID from it. The phone is the old type of button phone with a black and white screen. Chapter 4. Chen Ye turned on his mobile phone and chose to look up the address book and found many police officers' telephone numbers. Suddenly, Chen Ye paused with his fingers and stared at the phone screen. On the screen, there is a person's phone number. Name remarks, Lu Jiaming, supervisor. Lu Jiaming? Isn't this the undercover of the club boss and the police? The plot of Infernal Affairs is not complicated. It is a typical police and bandit confrontation story. On one side are the police, on the other side are the gang-related associations. What's interesting is that the police have installed an undercover agent in the club, and the boss of the club has also installed an undercover agent in the police force. The main plot of Infernal Affairs is the story of these two undercover agents fighting against each other. Chen Ye recalled the plot. Only then did he remember that at the beginning of the plot, Lu Jiaming was the inspector of the intelligence section. In other words, this Mr. Inner Ghost, whose identity is on the bright side, is Chen Ye's boss. Interesting. Chen Ye smiled faintly. Please note that the task is released. Main task: find out the ghost hidden in the police force 0/1. Task time: 72 hours. Note: please complete the task as soon as possible. The faster you complete, the higher the evaluation. After 72 hours, all reincarnations will be forced out of this world. Hearing the system's task prompt, Chen Ye was not surprised. Just during the preparation period, the crow had already revealed the relevant content of the mission. It seems that the crow is not lying. For this task, Chen Ye was confident in his heart, because he knows the plot and knows who the ghost is. Jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly. The caller ID is colleague Achang. Chen Ye answered the phone. Hello, Achang. Amin, come back and gather. There is a big case. An excited voice came from the phone. Chen Ye hung up the phone and hurried to the police station. Relying on the police officer's certificate, he easily entered the police station and then followed the signs to the intelligence department on the second floor. Pushing open the door of the office of the intelligence section, the colleagues have all packed up, looking like they are ready to set off. Amin, why is it so slow? Come over and move things. A middle-aged woman saw Chen Ye and immediately shouted. Right away. Chen Ye quietly agreed, but his eyes swept toward the agents one by one. Inspector Lu Jiaming is not here. However, Chen Ye saw another ghost, Lin Guoping. Lin Guoping, nicknamed Big B. He is a first-level agent of the intelligence department, Lu Jiaming's confidant. However, what even Lu Jiaming didn't know was that Lin Guoping was actually an undercover agent sent by the group leader, Han Chen. Han Chen is a shrewd and far-sighted elder brother of the organization. He started to make arrangements more than 10 years ago. Several ghosts have been planted in the police force. This guy is suspicious by nature and doesn't believe anyone. Lin Guoping actually has another task, which is to help Han Chen monitor Lu Jiaming. At the end of the plot, it was Lin Guoping who shot and killed the police undercover agent Chen Yongren. Taking a deep look at Lin Guoping, Chen Ye came to the middle-aged man who had just called him and helped him organize his things. Are we going to move places? Chen Ye asked. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, No, I just heard that I am going to temporarily assist the crime squad. I don't know what the specific case is. I'll talk about it when Sir Lu arrives. As soon as the voice fell, the office door was pushed open again. A middle-aged man with handsome facial features walked in. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool. 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 4 Chief. I want to report Inspector Lu for more. The middle-aged man entering the door, who was in his early 30s, looked very clean and refreshed in a decent suit. With his handsome features, he was very masculine. Sir Lu. Everyone stopped what they were doing and greeted them one after another. With a gentle smile on his face, Lu Jiaming looked at his subordinates and asked, How are you preparing? Get ready. Head, you can start right away. Lin Guoping replied. Okay. The case of cooperation with the serious case team this time is very important. Don't take it lightly. Understood, Sir Lu. Chapter 5. Well, let's go and join the crime team. Everyone took their things and set off with Lu Jiaming. Chen Ye hugged a host and followed the team, keeping his eyes on Lu Jiaming's back. This inner ghost is his goal. In the original plot, although Lu Jiaming is an inner ghost, he has always wanted to be a real policeman. But he can't help himself and can't get rid of Han Chen's control. Later, after Han Chen's death, Lu Jiaming just regained his freedom, but as a result he encountered a fateful opponent and had to continue to make mistakes. Speaking of which, Chen Ye had a very good impression of Lu Jiaming. But now Lu Jiaming is his mission goal. He will not be merciful. This operation is of great importance and is a secret operation. In order not to divulge the news, the superintendent Huang Zhiqing in charge of the case temporarily set up his office in a residential building. When Lu Jiaming arrived with the people from the intelligence section, Superintendent Huang and the people from the crime squad were already waiting. Yellow, sir. Lu Jiaming greeted. Jiaming, you're here. Superintendent Huang smiled. Seeing that all the elites of the crime team were here, Lu Jiaming asked curiously, The show is so big? What kind of case is it? Superintendent Huang didn't say, but said, let the brethren prepare first, and then talk about it after half an hour in a meeting. Lu Jianming didn't ask much, and let the subordinates of the intelligence department prepare. The crowd dispersed and began to work on their own affairs. Looking at the busy figures of everyone, Chen Ye showed a slight smile. He remembered this story. In the action tonight, Superintendent Huang wanted to catch the leader of the society, Han Chen. This plot is not only a battle of wits and courage between Superintendent Huang and Han Chen, but also the first official confrontation between the undercover agents on both sides. In order to divulge the news, both sides showed their magical powers and even used the Morse code. The final result was a tie. Han Chen was not arrested, but the police were not a failure either. They destroyed a batch of Han Chen worth tens of millions of dollars. Amin, don't be in a daze, come over and help, shouted a colleague. Chen Ye kept his gaze on Superintendent Huang. At this moment, seeing Superintendent Huang go out, he moved in his heart and said, wait for me, I'll go to urinate. Leaving this sentence aside, Chen Ye chased it out. Outside, Superintendent Huang was smoking, relying on nicotine to suppress his anxiety. After the layout for so long, when the network is closed tonight, you can't fail. Hi, Superintendent Yellow. Hearing the voice behind him, Superintendent Huang turned his head, saw Chen Ye, froze for a moment, and asked, you belong to the intelligence division? Why don't you prepare? Sir, I have an important news. I want to report to you. Oh. Superintendent Huang asked in surprise, what news? It's such a sir. I went out to watch a movie last night and saw Sir Lu in the movie theater. Seeing him behave suspiciously, I followed him secretly, and then I saw him and Han Chen meeting in the movie theater. Upon hearing this, Superintendent Huang immediately sank with an old face. Do you know what you are talking about? Superintendent Huang reprimanded. It's a police force to slander the chief. Chen Ye was not intimidated at all. He was not from this world anyway. Superintendent Huang, what I said is true, and I also heard their conversation. Superintendent Huang looked at Chen Ye for a while, and then asked, what did they say? They should be changing their secret codes. I heard the words dad and can't come back to eat. Chen Ye said seriously, sir, please be aware that once Inspector Lu suddenly calls, he will say these keywords. It means that it is a whistleblower. Besides, Superintendent Huang calmly said, what else? Chen Ye thought about it carefully, and then said, Han Chen said that he had a big deal tonight. A tycoon will come to Hong Kong City to sell goods, and the place of the deal will be Long Bath Beach. The alleged connection between Lu Jianming and Han Chen was of course Chen Ye lying. However, those secret codes and trading locations are real. Chen Ye has watched the movie Infernal Affairs for several years. Originally, these details have been forgotten. But, after crossing, Chen Ye was surprised to find that his memory had become very good. As long as you think about the movie Infernal Affairs carefully, you can come up with the details. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool. 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 5 is cool to know the plot. 5 more, Hearing the place of the transaction, Superintendent Huang could no longer remain calm and looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Tonight's Han Chen is going to trade with the Taiku. Superintendent Huang still got the news from the undercover. At the police, only he and the undercover know about it. Chen Ye actually knew this, and also got information about the transaction location. This made Superintendent Huang had to carefully consider what Chen Ye said. Chapter 6. Dragon Bath Beach Deal, are you sure? Superintendent Huang asked in a deep voice. In tonight's action, the main target of Superintendent Huang is Han Chen. And the biggest difficulty of the action is just not knowing where the goods are traded. Because Han Chen is so powerful that he can't find the goods, even if he catches Han Chen, he cannot be convicted. At this moment, Chen Ye proposed the location of the transaction, which immediately made Superintendent Huang feel more certain. Chen Ye nodded. That's what I heard. Superintendent Huang thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Ye seriously and asked, Police officer, what is your name? Second-level detective of the intelligence division, Zhang Ming. I call you Amin, don't you mind? Don't mind, sir. Superintendent Huang said, if what you say is true, then you have done a great job in tonight's action. If you tell lies, slander your boss, no one can keep you, do you understand? Clear. Chen Ye's tone was firm, and he didn't panic at all. Anyway, he is not from this world. He will be teleported away within 3 days at most. Afraid of a wolf? Seeing Chen Ye's vows, Superintendent Huang couldn't help but believe that Chen Ye was right. And one more thing. Chen Ye suddenly said, after Inspector Liu left last night, I heard Han Shen calling, asking Lin Guoping to look after Inspector Liu. Sir, Lin Guoping is a first-level agent of the intelligence section, and he usually walks very close to Inspector Liu. I am afraid he is also a ghost. Hearing this, the pupils in Superintendent Huang's eyes shrank slightly, his expression dignified. Chen Ye meant that there were 2 ghosts in the intelligence division. Moreover, one of the inner ghost's tasks is to monitor the other inner ghost. Originally, Superintendent Huang only believed half of Chen Ye's report on Lu Jiaming. But when I heard what I said just now, I immediately believed it 80%. Because, as Han Chen's old opponent, Superintendent Huang knew Han Chen and knew that this old fox was such a cautious and suspicious person, and no one could believe it. Allowing the inner ghost to monitor the inner ghost is very much in line with Han Chen's style of work. When you go back later, don't say anything nonsense, as if you haven't seen me. Abandoning these words, Superintendent Huang patted Chen Ye on the shoulder and returned to the house. Chen Ye looked at Superintendent Huang's back and smiled. Actually, to report directly to Superintendent Huang was a dangerous move for Chen Ye, because the police pay attention to evidence. Without evidence, no matter how doubtful it is slander. The prudent approach should be to follow Lu Jiaming. Anyway, Lu Jiaming is an inner ghost, and he will contact Han Chen sooner or later, and he can record it as evidence at that time. The reason why Chen Ye chose a radical approach, slashing the mess, was naturally to complete the task faster and get a higher task score. Give it a try, a bike becomes a motorcycle. The sky soon dimmed. The temporary office space is already full of people. Superintendent Huang stood in front of the crowd and began to introduce this action to everyone. The goal tonight is a drug cartel. According to the information provided by the informant, at 7 p.m., they will trade with a seller in Thailand. The place to pay the money is on the 3rd floor of the opposite building. As for the delivery location, it's not clear yet. Having said this, Superintendent Huang subconsciously glanced at Chen Ye and the crowd, and then continued. Let me talk about your mission. Everyone looked serious when they heard this. Superintendent Huang continued. The intelligence division is responsible for tracking targets, hooking up lines, and communicating. The crime team must wait for the undercover agent to determine the delivery location before proceeding to arrest. Look at the protagonist tonight. When Superintendent Huang said this, a police officer came up and posted a few photos on the wall. The person in the photo is indeed the group of Han Chen. These are the protagonists tonight. Han Chen, Chen Yongren, Di Lu. We have been monitoring them for a long time, and we must catch someone tonight. All right? Superintendent Huang asked loudly. No, the policeman replied. Superintendent Huang clapped his hands. Go. Everyone immediately became busy. Chen Ye pretended to be connected to the computer, but secretly he was watching the movements of Superintendent Huang and Lu Jiaming. He remembered the plot and knew that Lu Jiaming, who was an inner ghost, should inform Han Chen at this time. As predicted, after Lu Jiaming took off his suit, he suddenly took out his cell phone, pretending to be someone calling, and walked to the balcony to answer the phone. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ye's mouth. Because he saw that, Superintendent Huang also noticed Lu Jiaming's movements and went to the balcony. Chapter 7. Balcony. Superintendent Huang calmly watched Lu Jiaming call. Hey, Dad, it's me. I have something tonight. I can't go home for dinner. Well, I will pay attention to safety. You rest early. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jiaming looked at Superintendent Huang and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Sir Huang. I have made an appointment with my dad to have dinner today. I have to call to talk about it, so I don't have to wait for the elderly. Worthy of being a ghost for more than 10 years. As far as this acting is concerned, he doesn't give too much to the celebrity. Superintendent Huang looked at Lu Jiaming's gentle smile, but he thought of Chen Ye's words in his heart. Lu Jiaming just said all those secret codes that Chen Ye said. It's okay, I was wrong. I suddenly asked you to work overtime. Superintendent Huang smiled lightly. The case matters. Lu Jiaming still smiled, looking very kind. Superintendent Huang suddenly said, Jiaming, can you call me? P.S. The old author's new book, Absolutely cool. 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 6. Boss, take me one. 6 more. Jamming, can you call me? Superintendent Huang suddenly stretched out his hand and asked for Lu Jianming's call. Lu Jianming was taken aback for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Jianming's concealment was very good and his expression remained the same, he was still caught by Superintendent Huang's panic. Originally, regarding what Chen Ye said, Superintendent Huang still had only 7 or 8 points of faith. Now, Superintendent Huang has been able to determine that there is indeed a problem with Lu Jianming. Don't get me wrong, my mobile phone suddenly ran out of power. Borrow your phone to talk to the elderly in the family. Superintendent Huang smiled. Hearing this, Lu Jianming had to borrow if he didn't. Okay, take it. Lu Jianming quickly calmed down, showing a calm smile. Superintendent Huang answered the call, but did not call back Lu Jianming's call just now. Although he was almost certain that Han Xin was on the other end of the phone, as long as he called back, he was almost certain that Lu Jianming was a ghost. But doing so would also startle the snake and arouse Han Chen's vigilance. If Han Xin is too frightened to trade, then his arrangements tonight will be in vain. For Superintendent Huang, Han Xin is the source of all crimes, and catching Han Xin is more important than anything else. So, after receiving the call, Superintendent Huang really started to press the number keys and redial the call. Hey, Mom, I can't come back to dine with you at night. Yes. Don't leave it to me. Go out to eat with my buddy at night. Okay, I see. After hanging up the phone, Superintendent Huang smiled and returned the phone to Lu Jianming. Thanks. I'm so familiar. I don't need to be so polite. The faces of both of them were smiling. In fact, they are secretly suspicious of each other. Superintendent Huang looked at the young inspector police officer before him, recalling Lu Jianming's resume in his mind. At the age of 30, he became an inspector of the intelligence department, and his level was only 1 level lower than his yellow superintendent. Such a speed of promotion is a miracle. The entire police force could not find the second Lu Jianming. Moreover, Lu Jianming's promotion did not go through the back door, and it relied on solid results. Since Lu Jianming became a policeman, numerous cases have been solved, and he has been hailed as the king of solving cases. Many cases that others couldn't handle came to Lu Jianming's hands, and the suspects were caught within a few days. At that time, many people said that Lu Jianming was talented, but now it seems that there are too many coincidences. Coincidence twice is a coincidence, and if there are more coincidences, it is not normal. Let's go? Let's start to work. Superintendent Huang said. Okay. The two went into the room together. The plot developed here. In fact, it has been greatly changed from the original plot. In the original plot, Superintendent Huang didn't know that Lu Jianming was an insider, and he did not have the slightest guard against Lu Jianming, so that Lu Jianming could inform Han Xin in time, which eventually led to the failure of the operation. And now, Superintendent Huang has been able to confirm that Lu Jianming is the ghost of the police force. Naturally, Lu Jianming will not be given any more opportunities. As soon as he arrived indoors, Superintendent Huang announced loudly, "Tonight's task is very important. You can't leak any news. Please cooperate and store your mobile phone on my side." After hearing this, everyone naturally had no objection. Chapter 8. Lu Jianming's heart jumped, and he subconsciously looked at Superintendent Huang, only to find that Superintendent Huang was staring at him with a smile. He immediately smiled back, and his heart sank quickly. Lu Jianming is a wise man. Of course he knows that Superintendent Huang must be suspicious of him. In the corner, Chen Ye smiled when he saw this scene. He knew his plan was successful. Superintendent Huang has confirmed that Lu Jianming is a ghost. As long as Superintendent Huang believes, it will be much easier. Suddenly, someone patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. Chen Ye turned his head. It was the middle-aged woman. "Amin, are you laughing so happy?" The middle-aged woman said something, then approached Chen Ye and asked with a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Lu Jianming is suspected?" Hearing this, Chen Ye's heart burst, and he stared at the middle-aged woman fiercely. The middle-aged woman didn't change her face and looked at Chen Ye with a smile. Immediately, Chen Ye determined that this middle-aged woman, like him, was also a reincarnation. He had always felt that he had missed important things. Now I finally understand what he is missing. He was not the only one who came to participate in the Catch the Inner Ghost mission this time. In addition to him, there are 5 reincarnations remaining. 4 of them are alliances, and they have made it clear to go to the club camp. But the whereabouts of the last masked girl is unknown. It turned out that the other party also chose the police camp, right in front of him at the moment. I do not know what you're talking about. Chen Ye smiled. Fake laugh. Having determined the identity of the other party, he certainly wouldn't talk nonsense. The middle-aged woman looked at Chen Ye and knew the comrade in front of her. She must know something. After thinking about it, she made a request. Can we form an alliance? After we go back, I can transfer 10 million to the account you specified. At this time, both of them had already determined that the other party was a reincarnation, so they spoke less scrupulously. 10 million. Chen Ye laughed and refused without thinking. No. 10 million really moved Chen Ye. With this 10 million, he can immediately change his current living environment. But holding this money is risky, and it is likely to expose your true identity. Moreover, I don't know what the specific rewards are. Chen Ye is not a fool. How could he casually agree to divide the rewards in half? Note: after the alliance, all rewards are divided equally. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool. 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 7 contains more than one ghost. 7 more, Chen Ye refused, but the middle-aged woman did not give up. Too little money? You can say the number. It sounds like the masked girl's family should be very rich. No, I don't want to form an alliance, Chen Ye said directly. You. The middle-aged woman still didn't give up, and was about to continue to say something. Suddenly a urge came from next to her. What are you two whispering? Get to work. Lin Guoping was the one who urged. Chen Ye smiled at the middle-aged woman, then returned to his post and began to work. The middle-aged woman glared at Chen Ye and stopped talking. Judging from Chen Ye's various performances, she knew that Chen Ye must have mastered the information of the inner ghost. But Chen Ye was unwilling to cooperate and didn't want to take her to play, which made her very depressed. The other side. Several reincarnations nicknamed Crow are all gathered in one car at the moment. Their current identity is Han Chen's younger brother. All are arranged by the system. Crow drove the car, followed the boss Han Chen's car, and said to his allies, regarding the inner ghost suspect, I have 3 suspected targets. One is Silly, one is Dilu, and the last is Chen Yongren. Yes, you are responsible for tracking Shaqiang and Dilu, and I will be responsible for tracking Chen Yongren. Remember, if they have anything unusual, don't act rashly and contact me in time, or they will really die in this world if they are beaten to death. Chapter 9. When the other 3 heard this, they nodded solemnly. Han Chen's car stopped in front of a building in the city. As soon as he showed up, the plainclothes policemen who were already in the cell immediately reported the news. The Sparrow appears. In the temporary office, everyone heard the news and immediately refreshed. Superintendent Huang immediately ordered, immediately call out the surveillance at the entrance of the building. Soon, the monitoring screen appeared. On the screen, a stocky middle-aged man swaggered into the building. Although this short, fat man is not good-looking, no one present dared to look down upon him. Because he is Han Chen, the boss of the largest drug trafficking organization in Hong Kong. Cruel, powerful. Behind Han Chen, there was also a group of younger brothers, including the police undercover Chen Yongren. When Han Chen walked into the building, a member of the crime team immediately notified his partner. Attention, the Sparrow is in the cage. Superintendent Huang looked at Lu Jiaming. Jiaming, have Han Chen made a phone call with his subordinates? Not detected. Maybe they changed the phone. Lu Jiaming replied. The responsibility of the intelligence section is to monitor various communications. Superintendent Huang nodded, did not speak, and did not know what he was thinking. After a while, Superintendent Huang suddenly called. Who is Lin Guoping? Lin Guoping, who looked exactly the same as the Dongguan boy, stood up somehow after hearing this. Sir, I am. Superintendent Huang looked at Lin Guoping up and down, and then said to Lu Jiaming, everyone hasn't eaten dinner yet. Jiaming, take your guy, go downstairs, and buy everyone a pork chop meal. Hearing this, everyone in the office was taken aback. Everyone is puzzled by Superintendent Huang's arrangement. Going out to buy food and running errands, no matter what happens, It is not the turn of an inspector to handle it. Besides, Han Shen was about to be arrested. At this time, it was an unknowing act to dismiss Lu Jianming and a first-level agent. Why did Superintendent Huang do this? Only Chen Ye knew the answer to this question. Hearing Superintendent Huang's arrangement, Chen Ye's mouth turned into a smile. The behavior of Superintendent Huang was to eliminate the inner ghost. This saves the ghost from getting in the way and delays his arrest of Han Shen. In addition to Chen Ye, some smart people also saw it more or less. I'm afraid something is wrong with Inspector Liu and the agent. And the other reincarnation, the middle-aged woman, showed a surprised look at this moment. There is more than one inner ghost? She took a deep look at Chen Ye and was very curious about how this guy knew who the ghost was. Lin Guoping, sir, for going out to buy food, just find a few people. Why do you want me to go with Sir Liu? Superintendent Huang waved his hand, interrupting Lin Guoping's question, and said lightly, "This operation is under my command. If you have any comments, you can appeal to the headquarters after the operation is over. Now, obey the order." "Sir, this." "Okay, B, go shopping with me." Lu Jianming interrupted Lin Guoping. Lin Guoping looked a little ugly, but he could only shut up honestly. Superintendent Huang looked at Lu Jianming. "Jianming, is there enough money to buy food?" "Of course it's enough." Lu Jianming smiled. "Okay, remember to ask me for reimbursement after you buy it." "No problem." Just as Lu Jianming and Lin Guoping were about to go out, Superintendent Huang suddenly pointed to Chen Ye and said, "You also go to help. With so many meals, 2 of them can't get them back." Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Superintendent Huang looking at him seriously, he quickly reacted. Superintendent Huang told him to go and monitor Lu Jianming and Lin Guoping to prevent them from using public telephones and whispering. "Okay, sir." Chen Ye immediately agreed. However, as soon as he left the post with his front foot, the middle-aged woman suddenly stood up and said, "I will also go down and help." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye frowned. Superintendent Huang glanced at the middle-aged woman strangely, but didn't say anything, nodded, and agreed. Then, originally 3 people went downstairs to buy food, but became 4 people. P.S. The 7th update is delivered. The old author's new book. Absolutely cool text. 10 updates on the first day of publication. Guo collection. Flowers. Evaluation votes. == Chapter 8 Your product. Your fine product. 8 more. == As soon as Lu Jianming left, Superintendent Huang immediately issued the latest instructions. Chapter 10. The serious crime team immediately sends someone to ambush at the Long Bath Beach, and when the Wuxia delivers the goods, they will be arrested immediately. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Just now, Superintendent Huang also said that if he didn't know the delivery location, he would send someone to squat on guard. The most important thing is that this order was issued after inspecting Lu Jianming, which means, "Your product. You fine product. What are you doing in a daze?" Seeing everyone startled, Superintendent Huang shouted. Many police officers moved immediately. Downstairs, the middle-aged woman quietly came to Chen Ye's side and asked unwillingly, "Hey, how much money will it cost before you are willing to let me form an alliance?" "It's not a question of money, but I never thought about forming an alliance." "You?" The middle-aged woman looked very angry and suddenly changed her conversation and asked, "How did you know that Lu Jianming is a ghost?" Chen Ye looked at the middle-aged woman with idiot eyes. "Do you think I will tell you?" "I know you won't tell me easily, but I can pay for all the information you know. As long as you agree, I promise not to mess with this mission. Anyway, if you clear it once, you won't be able to come in again. It's a waste to keep the information in your hands. It's better to sell it to me. A copy of the world can't come in again if you clear it once?" This is the first time Chen Ye knows that there are rules in the reincarnation space. If this is the case, it is really useless to keep the information in his hands, and it is not impossible to sell the strategy. After thinking about it, Chen Ye Dao, "Okay, when I go back, I will sell it to you again. The price is 10 million, no counteroffer, and I only need cash and don't accept transfers. Direct bank transfer will leave a record." No matter how clever Chen Ye's methods are, there is still a risk of being identified. Therefore, it is safer to have cash. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman bargained and said, 10 million? This is impossible. Don't you know that in each world copy, only the person who passes through the first pass will be rewarded with 100%? Those who come in the second time Even for completing the task, no matter how high the score is, the reward is only half. Of course Chen Ye knew this. But, so what? 10 million, no price. If you don't agree, then forget it. Don't go too far. Be careful that I make trouble so that you can't complete the task. Troubleshooting? Superintendent Huang only believes in me now. You can try. Death in the dungeon world is equal to real death. Don't you know that? Hearing Chen Ye's threat, the middle-aged woman was so angry. You. The two were arguing at the back, and Lin Guoping, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted, "Hey, what are you two rubbing in the back? Come and help." Coming. Chen Ye stopped paying attention to the middle-aged woman and strode over. "Boss, here are 30 pork chop meals. Pack them and take them away." At the entrance of the small restaurant, the boss immediately became happy when he heard Lu Jiaming's words. 30 copies at once is a big deal for his small shop. "Okay, sir, wait a minute. You'll be fine soon." The middle-aged woman chased from behind, came behind Chen Ye, and whispered quietly, 10 million. "I promised." The voice gritted his teeth, full of resentment. Chen Ye smiled upon hearing the words. At this time, Lu Jiaming at the entrance of the store suddenly said, "A.B., Amin, you are waiting here. I'll call home." "Okay, head, you go." Lin Guoping agreed very simply. Chen Ye was not so easy to talk. And many more. Chen Ye stopped Lu Jiaming and said indifferently, "Lu, sir, during the confidential mission, no one is allowed to talk privately. You don't know this, do you?" Lu Jiaming looked at Chen Ye, who stopped him, very surprised. "Aiming, what are you doing?" Lin Guoping was furious when he saw this. "Sir Lu is your chief." Even the chief dared to stop him. "Who taught you to be so unruly?" While talking, Lin Guoping wanted to rush over, pushing Chen Ye away. Lu Jiaming stretched out his hand to stop Lin Guoping, looked at Chen Ye deeply, and asked, "Aiming, Superintendent Huang wants you to monitor me?" Chen Ye did not admit it, and said seriously, "Sir Lu, haven't you always wanted to be a good person? Right now is a good opportunity to get rid of Han Chen. Even if this matter involves you, you will not be taken seriously by your past credits." Sentence. "I can guarantee that Superintendent Huang will intercede with the judge and treat you lightly." Hearing these words, Lu Jiaming was stunned and looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. How does this guy know what he thinks in his heart? Later, Lu Jiaming also seriously considered Chen Ye's suggestion. When Lin Guoping next to him saw this, he was a little anxious. He is also an inner ghost, and his task is to monitor Lu Jiaming. Chapter 11. Seeing that Lu Jiaming was shaking his position, he instinctively wanted to stop it. However, before he could do anything, Chen Ye questioned, "Lin Guoping, now Sir Lu has a suspicion. As a policeman, what should you do without me reminding you?" When Lin Guoping heard the words, the kick he had just stepped out immediately took it back. Yup. His current identity is also a policeman. If he took the initiative to help Lu Jiaming call, wouldn't it expose his identity as a ghost? Aiming, he has always taken good care of us. He just wants to call home. Doesn't it need to be so unkind? Lin Guoping said. This guy is not a fool either. He speaks personally. Lin Guoping, you better think clearly. Chen Ye sneered. This matter can be big or small. Don't make me embarrassed. If Superintendent Huang knew your behavior, what do you think of you? At this moment, if Lin Guoping had a gun, he really wanted to kill Chen Ye with a single shot. It is a pity that the detectives of the intelligence section can only apply for guns when they go out to perform special official duties. Now Lin Guoping didn't even have a bullet on him. Okay, Abi, Amin, stop arguing. I'm not going anywhere. Lu Jiaming sighed and looked lonely. P.S. The 8th update is delivered. The old author's new book, absolutely cool text. 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 9 Arresting Han Chen. 9 changes, Shuangwen for collection. The other side. In the room on the 3rd floor of the building, Han Chen suddenly felt a little uneasy about the transaction tonight. He always felt that something was missing. Correct. After Lu Jiaming made a phone call and gave the secret code, he never revealed any police actions. This is obviously abnormal. Thinking of this, Han Chen frowned deeply. At this time, Chen Yongren opened his mouth and said, Brother Chen, the Dai countryman is here. Oh, bring them in. After a while, several Dai countrymen walked into the room. Brother Chen, long time no see. Are you okay? Aha, brother, you are finally here. Han Shen suppressed the anxiety in his heart, put on a smile, and embraced the Dai elders headed by him warmly and greeted each other. The two of them were polite and began to look at the goods. The so-called goods are naturally fans. The elder Dai brought samples, and after Chen Yongren's inspection, they were determined to be the top products on the market. Brother Chen, AA+. Chen Yongren gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, Han Shen's eyes lighted up. Because the Dai country guy brought a lot of goods this time, with a total value of tens of millions. If he can eat these top-notch goods, he will not only get tens of millions of profits, but also occupy more markets. Interest moving. Thinking of this, the anxiety in Han Chen's heart was instantly suppressed. For this horse, it is worth his risk. Make a deal. Han Chen yelled, and tightly held the hand of the Dai countryman. When the undercover agent Chen Yongren saw this scene, he quietly moved his finger and used Morse code to inform Superintendent Huang. In the office, when Superintendent Huang received the news, he was shocked. All units pay attention. The target is ready to trade, and when the transaction starts, immediately arrest people. Time passed by every minute and every second. Long Bath Beach. A smuggled ship sailed to the remote shore. It is Silly Chong and Di Lu who are in charge of receiving the goods. The boat is coming. Shaqiang just took a large bag of goods from the ship and loaded it into the car. In the woods next to him, countless police officers rushed out. Don't move. Oh, it's a note. Hurry up. Di Lu shouted, got into the car quickly, and started the car directly. Unfortunately, the police had already prepared and strewn nails on the road. His car didn't run tens of meters, and it rolled over because of a flat tire out of control. Chapter 12. The Silly Chong and Di Lu in the car have also become turtles in the urn. Report to Huang, sir. The arrest of Long Bathing Beach went smoothly, and the stolen goods were obtained. Urban area. In the office. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Superintendent Huang could no longer control him and shouted, "Okay." Afterwards, Superintendent Huang took out the walkie-talkie and ordered. Group B closes the net. Don't let the sparrow run away. A pair of police officers who had been in ambush in the building a long time ago received the order and immediately rushed into the room where Han Shen was. Don't move. Don't move all. Everyone immediately hugged their heads with both hands and squat down. Suddenly, the whole room was in chaos. Among them, the reincarnation nicknamed Crow was shocked at the moment. Because it is not the first time he has come to this dungeon world. He remembered very clearly that in this confrontation between the police and the robber in the plot, the two sides were considered to be a tie, which was nothing but a surprise. Why does the police action look a bit different this time? Although shocked in his heart, the Crow reacted very quickly and lay down on the ground honestly. Anyway, the failure of the mission is only a deduction of reincarnation points, and he will fight the police when his brain is broken. In the room, only Han Shen could still maintain a calm look. But as long as you pay attention, you can see the panic in his eyes. Lu Jiaming did not pass any news, and there was no news from Shaqiang and Di Lu who went to Long Bathing Beach. Obviously, something big happened. The meal is here. It's ready. When Chen Ye and others came to the office upstairs carrying large bags of lunch, they suddenly found that the office was beaming. Everyone has a happy smile on their faces. Why are you so happy? People caught it. Lu Jiaming pretended to be relaxed and asked with a smile. Yes, a police officer exclaimed in excitement. The action was very smooth, and the people got the money. Han Shen is dead this time. Hearing this, Lu Jiaming's face was obviously pale. Lin Guoping was also faintly disturbed. Superintendent Huang came to Chen Ye's side, patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, and solemnly said, "This operation can be so smooth. Your message has done a great job. I will ask the headquarters for your credit." It can be seen that Superintendent Huang is very happy with a smile on his face. After speaking, Superintendent Huang came to Lu Jianming and Lin Guoping again. "Inspector Lu Jianming, Agent Lin Guoping, please hand over your police certificate." As soon as the voice fell, the temporary office was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. It is no small matter to confiscate the police officer's ID. Smart people, who already understood what was going on, cast a disdainful look at the two of them. Lu Jiaming sighed, and without any struggle or excuse, he took out his credentials. Lin Guoping was unwilling to just admit it. He looked at Superintendent Huang in disbelief and asked, "Sir, did you make a mistake? What's wrong with me?" Are there any questions? Go and talk to the judge. Seeing Lin Guoping's non-cooperation, Superintendent Huang waved his hand, and 2 police officers rushed up and suppressed Lin Guoping. What crime did I commit? What evidence do you have to arrest me? The sudden attack on his own people made many people feel unbelievable and at a loss. No one spoke in the office. Only Lin Guoping was yelling. Superintendent Huang didn't pay attention to Lin Guoping, but put his arms around Chen Ye's shoulders. Amin, come with me. The 2 walked to the balcony, and Superintendent Huang asked, aiming, although I believe you very much, it is best to have direct evidence to prove that they are colluding with Han Chen. Can you do anything? Chen Ye understood what Superintendent Huang meant, and thought for a while, and said, Han Chen is a man of suspicious nature. No one will easily believe that he can let Inspector Liu work for him. He must have Inspector Liu's handle in his hand. Huang Superintendent, you can send someone to search Han Chen's office. In the original plot, Han Chen hid all the handles of the inner ghost in the office. P.S. The 9th is sent, and the 10th is at 2:20. The old author's new book is absolutely cool, and it will be updated on the first day of publication. Guicho collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 10 mission completed. Super evaluation, 10 more. Superintendent Huang's eyes lit up when he heard the words. That's right. Amin, your mind is turning really fast. Superintendent Huang said with a smile, and then looked at Chen Ye admiringly. How is it? Are you interested in coming to work on my side? He has taken a fancy to Chen Ye's talent. Chapter 13. Actually, Chen Ye has no talent in this area at all. He can perform so outstandingly because he knows the plot. In the original plot, every time Han Chen met Lu Zhianming, he would secretly record and hide in his office. Chen Ye remembered this, so he could give his ideas quickly. Facing the invitation of Superintendent Huang, Chen Ye thought for a while and said, Sir Huang, can you let me think about it for 2 days? 2 days later, he had run away long ago. No problem. Superintendent Huang chuckled. Next, things become much simpler. With the stolen goods, Han Chen was also unable to quibble and was arrested into the police station along with his accomplices. Later, Superintendent Huang sent someone to find many tapes in Han Chen's office. These tapes were secretly recorded when Han Chen was in contact with the inner ghost. It is a strong evidence of collusion between the 2 parties. The evidence is conclusive and sufficient to prove the crimes of Lu Zhianming and Lin Guoping. Except for the 2 of them, even the inner ghost and the police teams of the other substations were all swept away. It can be said that this action is particularly perfect. Chen Ye also took the lead in completing this task. Ding. Samsara Sura complete mission. In the world of infernal affairs. Including Chen Ye, all 6 reincarnations heard this prompt. Everyone's expression changed. Chen Ye is joy. Others have ugly faces. Everyone is in a competitive relationship. Since Chen Ye took the lead in completing the task, it means that all of their tasks have failed. Next moment, another prompt appears. Congratulations. Samsara, Shura, performed extremely well in the dungeon world infernal affairs. It took 7 hours and 06 minutes to capture 7 inner ghosts, overcompleted the dungeon task, and received a perfect evaluation, SSS. Super God. The second prompt sounded in the entire reincarnation space. Suddenly, on the square of the reincarnation space, all the reincarnations stood blankly on the spot, shocked. Super God evaluation, SSS. This is the first time since the emergence of the reincarnation space someone has received this honor. Countless reincarnations who heard the prompt boiled. Fuck, who is this Sura? How awesome is it? Awesome. This Azura boss is definitely a god-level figure. Oh my god, SSS level evaluation? A-level evaluations are as difficult as the sky, and someone brushes out an SSS level evaluation. Nima, it's the first time I heard someone get a super evaluation. Shurabos is awesome. A copy of Infernal Affairs? Fuck, I also did it once. In 3 days, I didn't find any clues. How did the Shurabos complete the task in 7 hours? 7 hours? Caught 7 inner ghosts? Is this Nima man-made? Kneeling to Shurabos to come up with a strategy, I am willing to buy it at a high price. The space of reincarnation is extremely lively. Almost everyone is talking about the word Sura. Infernal Affairs world. Chen Ye didn't know that his nickname had already resounded throughout the space of reincarnation. Chen Ye was very surprised that he was able to get the SSS level super evaluation. But when I think about it, I take it for granted. First of all, the task time requirement is within 72 hours. However, Chen Ye only spent more than 7 hours, which was a full 10 times shorter in terms of time. Second, the requirement of the task is that only one inner ghost needs to be found. Superintendent Huang was reminded by Chen Ye. In Han Chen's office, he found a full number of tapes related to 7 inner ghosts. Except for Lu Jiaming and Lin Guoping, other police insiders were found. Thirdly, the operation was so smooth that Chen Ye revealed the news ahead of time, which is definitely a great contribution. Even if the police did not recognize it, the reincarnation system was extremely fair and tacitly acquiesced in the importance of Chen Ye. Under various factors. Only then did Chen Ye get the SSS super-level mission evaluation. Chapter 14. Dear Samsara Sura, for completing the task, you will receive the following rewards. Samsara points, 10,000 points. Spirit plus 10. Skill, Disguise Mastery. Dungeon cooldown time, Refresh card, has been placed in your personal warehouse. Please note, this world is no longer open to you. Please note, you can stay in this world for 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, all reincarnations will be forced to appear. After listening to the system prompts, Chen Ye was stunned. Is this all gone? Super God level evaluation. Just such a reward? Chen Ye was a little disappointed. He didn't know. 10,000 points of reincarnation. What a huge fortune. In addition, this is the SSS super evaluation of the copy of the safe zone. There is no life threatening, and the benefits are naturally not as good as the copy of the reincarnation tower. If you are in the Samsara Tower and get the SSS rating, then the rewards will be much richer. Hey, are there many rewards for the evaluation of the SSS Super God level mission? I don't know when the middle-aged woman came to Chen Ye's side. At this moment, the eyes of the middle-aged woman looking at Chen Ye are all red. Envy, jealousy, hate. Not much. The super evaluation of the safe zone. How many rewards do you think you can get? Chen Ye smiled. Humph. The middle-aged woman obviously didn't believe it. She snorted softly, and then said, the mission has been completed. Let's leave. Don't forget that you still have a deal with me. Originally, letting a middle-aged woman spend 10 million to buy the strategy, she still felt very disadvantaged. I don't think so now. SSS grade super evaluation strategy can be brushed out. Even if it is not the first brush, the reward is halved, and 10 million is very cost-effective. Deal? I suddenly felt that the price of 10 million is a bit inappropriate. Chen Ye said suddenly. P.S. The 10th update is delivered, and the 10th update is over. Do you want me to continue to explode? Save the manuscript of this book with 100,000 words, and ask for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 11 Shameless Chen Ye. Sit on the floor and start the price, 11th more, Hear what Chen Ye said. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened suddenly. What do you mean? Chen Ye smiled and said, I can get the copy information of the super-level evaluation. Believe me that I bid 20 million. Some people are rushing to ask for it. What do you think? You. The middle-aged woman wanted to scold Chen Ye for being shameless. She gritted her teeth and said, well, 20 million, I promise you. But you must also promise me that within a month, you can't sell it to another person. The rule of the reincarnation space is that you can only refresh the copy once a month, regardless of success or failure. The middle-aged woman and Chen Ye went through the task this time. Unfortunately, the task failed. She wants to make a copy again. She has to wait a month later. It is good. Chen Ye agreed very happily and was in a good mood. Suddenly, there was an increase of 20 million, and everyone was in a good mood. At the same time, Chen Ye had to sigh. This reincarnation incarnate as a middle-aged woman, the family is really rich. Well, I am waiting for you in the reincarnation space. You come out quickly. The middle-aged woman said, returned silently in her heart, and she disappeared out of thin air. Chen Ye didn't leave immediately because he still had one thing left to do. He promised Lu Jiaming that he would let Superintendent Huang intercede for him and asked the judge to take it lightly. Although this is only a dungeon world, in Chen Ye's eyes, they are all real people, so it is better to keep their promises. Coming to the door of Superintendent Huang's office, Chen Ye took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. In the office, the voice of Superintendent Huang came. Chen Ye pushed the door in and found that there was a middle-aged man in the office besides Superintendent Huang. This middle-aged man was in his early 30s, but he looked very vicissitudes of life. Unshaven, his eyes were very melancholy. Aiming, you just came here. Let me introduce you. This is Arin and Chen Ye. He is the undercover agent of the police. Now he has restored his identity as a police officer. You will be colleagues in the future. Chen Ye took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello, Amin. Chen Ye then shook hands with Chen Ye. Hello, Brother Ren. You are welcome to return to the police force. Hearing this, Chen Ye smiled very happily. After 10 years of undercover work, he had had enough of undercover days, and he was very eager to restore his status as a police officer. Chapter 15. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I am naturally very happy. Amin, Sir Huang still praised you, saying that you are very talented. Chen Ye smiled and said, Sir Huang has been awarded. Superintendent Huang also smiled and said, Amin, you are here just right, and there will be a celebration banquet later. You, a great hero, can't be absent. Chen Ye shook his head. Sir Huang, I won't attend the celebration banquet. I have something to ask you. Oh. Superintendent Huang asked curiously, What's the matter? It's about Inspector Liu Jiaming. Huang, sir. Actually, Inspector Liu Jiaming also wants to be a real policeman, but he has the handle in Han Chen's hands, and he can't help himself. I hope that Huang, sir, you can intercede with the judge and inspect Liu Jiaming able to be sentenced lightly. Superintendent Huang was silent for a moment, and then readily agreed. Aiming, since you spoke, I will definitely give you this face. I promise this. But you must go to the celebration party. Sir Huang, if I can, I would also like to join you in the celebration banquet, but I really have something to do and can't go. Chen Ye refused again. Something? Let's do it. Don't force you. Leaving Superintendent Huang's office, Chen Ye walked into the toilet and then silently said, Return. Suddenly, his figure disappeared into the toilet out of thin air. When Chen Ye regained his sight, he found himself back on the square of the reincarnation space. He looked at the time on the square and was surprised to find that he had obviously been in the infernal affairs, copy world for 7 or 8 hours, and only 1 hour had passed here. The speed of time loss in reincarnation space is consistent with the real world. In other words, the time between the copy world and the real world is very different in the rate of loss. According to the memory in his body, Chen Ye understood what was going on. No matter how long the samsara stayed in the dungeon world, after they came out, it would always be an hour. In other words, even if there is a reincarnation who has been in the dungeon world for 10 years, he found out that the real world is still only 1 hour past. Amazing time-elapsed ratio. No wonder. So many people believe that the space of reincarnation is the product of gods. Not a god. How could there be such a magical means? You have a new communication message. Ake invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Suddenly, an elf's reminder came in his ears, which made Chen Ye stunned. Open the video. Chen Ye gave instructions. Soon, in front of him, a holographic projection simulation video dialog box popped up. In the space of reincarnation, without the permission of the owner, all personal privacy cannot be seen by others. Therefore, whether Chen Ye is viewing his own attribute panel in the reincarnation space or video chatting with others, the reincarnations next to him are invisible, and he can only see him in a daze, talking to himself. Now, in the video dialogue, a masked girl appeared. The 11th update, the 12th update later, the old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 12 The Shura boss asks for help, 12 more, Sura, it's me. How do you plan to trade the strategy information for the copy of Infernal Affairs? Chen Ye looked at the masked girl who was nicknamed Aku. The dress of the other party was very similar to his own. All masked people. In the reincarnation space, in order to hide the true identity, the shape can be made casually. But gender is not good. I said, I want a cash transaction. Chen Ye thought for a while, and then said, however, the 20 million cash is too big and inconvenient to carry, so let's change it to a gold bar worth 20 million. 20 million cash banknotes, put together, are so big that they can't fit in a single sack. If you change to a gold bar, there is not much, probably the size of a small box. No problem. But how can I give you the gold bars? The masked girl asked. This is indeed a problem. Face-to-face transaction? That reveals the true identity. Seeing Chen Ye's lingering silence, the masked girl said, if you believe me, you can tell me your delivery address, and I will send it to you by express. After you receive the gold bars, you will come back to reincarnation space at night and tell me how about information about the copy world of infernal affairs. Not very good. Chen Ye refused without hesitation. Exposing the delivery address, even if a fake delivery address is used, is also risky. As long as you deliberately investigate and follow the vine, you can find him. Then you can only trade through the channel of reincarnation space, the masked girl said. However, the transaction fee in reincarnation space is very expensive, and it costs 30%. You have to pay this part of the money. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the reincarnation space can still trade items. This is the handling fee. It's really amazingly expensive. It's 30%. 30% of 20 million is 6 million. Chapter 16. However, for the sake of safety, no matter how expensive it is, you have to bear it. Let's trade in the space of reincarnation. The handling fee is half of one person. Chen Ye Dao. Masked girl. I have an MMP. I don't know if it should be said or not. Okay. Trade tomorrow night. Goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, the masked girl hung up the video directly. Obviously out of anger. Chen Ye didn't mind and closed the video interface. I just closed the communication with the masked girl, and immediately a new communication reminder came. You have a new communication message. The cat lover invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Chen Ye was taken aback and chose to accept it. Soon, a muscular man appeared in the video. Wow, you are the boss of Shura. When the muscular man saw Chen Ye, he exaggeratedly yelled. Are you? Chen Ye wondered. Boss, I'm a fan of yours. Just now you got the super evaluation of SSS. It's really awkward, sir. Can you tell me about the dungeon strategy of infernal affairs? Cannot. Chen Ye refused mercilessly and hung up directly. How to reveal a copy of Infernal Affairs for free. Treat him as a fool. As soon as I hung up, there was a new communication prompt. You have a new communication message. Sika dear invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Chen Ye connected. A girl with the image of a cute girl appeared in the video. Hello Shura, I want a copy of Infernal Affairs. Although I have no money, I am very beautiful. As long as you are willing to give it to me, I can stay with you for a month. During this period, I can do anything. Chen Ye. Chen Ye, who was full of black lines, hung up the girl's video call. Hang up again, and then another communication prompt comes. There seemed to be countless people lining up to talk to him on video. Chen Ye was annoyed and directly ordered the reincarnation system, except for the communication request of Ake. I don't want to receive any communication request from anyone for the time being. Okay, this will be intercepted for you. With the interception of the reincarnation system, Chen Ye finally stopped. Reincarnation system. Every reincarnation can be used in the reincarnation space, just like artificial intelligence. After quieting down, Chen Ye began to deal with the reward he received this time. For this mission, Chen Ye received a total of 4 rewards. Reincarnation points, 10,000 points. Spirit attribute, plus 10. Skills, camouflage, mastery. The cooldown time of a copy is refresh card. The receipt is actually very rich. If the task evaluation is below the S level, the rewards are only a single reincarnation point, and there are few. Chen Ye received 4 awards this time, and there are already many. Spirit attributes and camouflage skills are automatically added. At present, Chen Ye needs to deal with only the reincarnation points and the copy cooling refresh card. In fact, the award that satisfies Chen Ye the most is the copy cooling refresh card. After using this card, he doesn't need to wait another month. He can continue to brush the dungeon world mission immediately. Chen Ye first deals with reincarnation points. The effect of reincarnation points is very large, almost equivalent to the hard currency of reincarnation space. It can buy some props and medicines in the reincarnation mall, and if you're lucky, you can also buy some special skills. If you swipe a copy in the safe zone, if the mission fails, you also need to be fined for reincarnation points. In addition to purchasing items and reincarnation points, You can also upgrade your skill proficiency. Of course, the biggest effect of reincarnation points is the exchange potential. 300 reincarnation points can be exchanged for a little potential. Chen Ye thought for a while, spent 6,000 points, exchanged 20 points of potential, and added them to strength and agility. There are 4,000 reincarnation points left, which is reserved for future use. The 12th update arrives, and the 13th update later. The old author's new book is absolutely cool, and it is 15 updates on the first day of publication. Guichou Collection, Flowers, and Evaluation Votes. Chapter 17. Chapter 13 Comprehensive Strength E. 13 more. When Chen Yuan added 20 potential points, I immediately felt that my strength had more than doubled, and his body had become lighter. At the same time, a burning tingling sensation came from his arm, which seemed to be burned by the fire. Chen Ye looked towards his arm and found that an E symbol appeared in the middle of the full moon tattoo. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90086. Physique, 12. Spirit, 24. Strength, 25. Agility, 15. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient, driving, beginner, shooting, proficient, camouflage, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, none. Reincarnation points, 4122. Comprehensive evaluation, D. Seeing that his comprehensive evaluation on the attribute panel had become E, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. Now, if he goes out to look for a job, he can find a job with a very good income as long as he shows the E symbol in the middle of the full moon on his arm. In addition, although the evaluation level given by the reincarnation system looks the same as a tattoo, it is actually well distinguished from a tattoo. For example, the E level symbol on Chen Ye's arm now. As long as you look carefully, you can see that there is a faint red light flowing. If you want to use a tattoo to fake it, as long as you are not a fool, you will not be fooled. Chen Ye now has an intuitive understanding of the importance of reincarnation points. No wonder. That masked girl named Aku for the strategy in his hands, even willing to pay 20 million. Even if the reward is halved, as long as the SSS rating is brushed out, there will be 5,000 reincarnation points. Pity. Chen Ye cannot enter the copy world of Infernal Affairs again. Otherwise, he would definitely not sell Raiders. Afterwards, Chen Ye took out the copy cooling refresh card from the personal warehouse. Personal warehouse. It is a private space with an area of approximately 100 cubic meters. Every reincarnation has. Of course, it can only be used in the reincarnation space and can only store things produced in the reincarnation space. In the case of non-trading, no reincarnation can bring the things in reality into the space of reincarnation. Even if it is a transaction, the item will be excluded immediately after the transaction is over. Looking at the card in his hand, Chen Ye thought for a while, but still didn't use it. In fact, it's still early today, and there are still several hours before the reincarnation space closes, enough for him to brush another dungeon world. Chen Ye's consideration was that he had just experienced the copy world of Infernal Affairs and was mentally exhausted and in poor condition. With his current state, it is undoubtedly unwise to clean up the dungeon world. To be safe, Chen Ye chose to rest. After strolling in the reincarnation space for a while, Chen Ye left the reincarnation space in advance and returned to the real world. Real world. Still in Chen Ye's room. The time is 3:11 in the morning. There were still a few hours before dawn, and Chen Ye chose to sleep. Moon Bay Community. In the entire Jinan City, it is also the top community. Those who can live here are either rich or expensive. Not long after Chen Ye fell asleep, a young girl appeared out of thin air in a room in a villa in Moon Bay. The girl was about 18 years old, wearing a short one-piece dress, perfectly showing her straight and slender legs. A pretty face, with delicate features, fair skin, large black and bright eyes, covered with long eyelashes, a three-dimensional nose, a small mouth, and an extremely beautiful look. She is the masked girl Ake in the reincarnation space, who has just returned from the reincarnation space. Sura. The girl seemed to grit her teeth when she said the name. Then, the girl picked up the phone on the table and dialed a call. Hey, Dad. Chapter 18. On the other side of the phone, there was a voice that just woke up. My dear daughter, why haven't you gone to bed so late? Oh. I remembered. How about you want to do a copy tonight? What task evaluation did you get? Girl. Don't mention the copy. We are still good fathers and daughters. Dad, I need a sum of money, 20 million. Can you tell Dad? What are you going to do with this money? The girl calmly said, someone was in the reincarnation space tonight and got the evaluation of the SSS super mission. I contacted him and prepared to buy a strategy. Who is this person? Can he get such a high evaluation? It is unprecedented. The voice on the other end of the phone was shocked and then said, the strategy of buying him for 20 million is not expensive. My dear daughter, you did the right thing. I'll transfer it to you right away. By the way, Dad, do you know a friend who sells gold? The other party wants to trade in the space of reincarnation and wants gold worth 20 million. You know, just right. Dad's business has been discussed, and he will be back at dawn. My dear daughter, if you are not in such a hurry, wait until Dad comes back to help you handle it. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. The 13th cent. This update is considered awesome, right? And I have a lot of words in each chapter, unlike others who have a chapter with 1,000 words. For the sake of my desperation, is it okay to ask the big guys for a wave of support? Goetio for a reward, even $1. Chapter 14 The name of Shura, all over the internet, 14 more, Early morning. As soon as Chen Ye finished washing, the door was opened. A shaggy middle-aged man walked in. In the middle-aged man's hand, he was holding some early. Seeing Chen Ye, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Oh, how can I be conscious today? There is progress. I have breakfast on the table, and I will go to school after eating. Okay, I get it. Chen Ye agreed and kept looking at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is naturally his current father, Chen Whooping. Father Chen was actually in his early 40s, but because of the pressure of life, he often went to night shifts, turned upside down day and night, and affected his body, so he looked older than his actual age. This is a respectable man. As far as Chen Ye knows, the mother of this body was strangely missing after giving birth to Chen Ye and could never be found again. It was Father Chen alone, peeing and pulling Chen Ye up. Noting Chen Ye's gaze, Chen's father asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, it's getting late. I'm going to school. Abandoning these words, Chen Ye brought early, left the house directly, and hurried to school. As soon as Chen Ye entered the classroom, he was surprised to find that everyone was talking about the name Sura. Xiao Chao, someone in the reincarnation space, made a super god-level evaluation of the SSS last night. Is it true? Well, it's true. I was in the reincarnation space last night and heard the reminder of the reincarnation system. Fuck, this big guy is really awesome. I don't know where it is sacred. I heard that it is a great nickname, Sura. It's amazing. Of course I know the nickname. I want to know the true identity of this big boss. I really want to worship him as a face mask. I have seen the appearance of this Azura god. He is a masked assassin. He definitely doesn't want to reveal his true identity. Apart from his gender, he can change his appearance at will in the reincarnation space. So at present there is only one thing that can be certain. The opponent is a man. SSS, Grade Super Evaluation, unprecedented. And it's a very difficult copy of Infernal Affairs. Look at the phone. This matter is on the Yangma news, and the internet is also discussing this great god. Fuck, look at the reincarnation forum. Someone bids 30 million yuan and wants to buy the guide in the hands of the Shura. A local tyrant is rich and willful. But if I have money, I want to buy it too. Listening to the comments from the classmates in his ear, Chen Ye's face was calm, but his heart was actually a little flustered. If this is discovered by someone, he is Sura. So what? Fortunately, the former owner of this body did not have any brain damage and told him his identity in the reincarnation space. Otherwise, what happened last night would definitely bring him endless trouble. Then, Chen Ye also took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. Sure enough, as those students said, the internet is full of the name Sura. There is no hot search in this world. Otherwise, the name Sura must be number 1 in the hot search list at the moment. Subsequently, Chen Ye searched the Reincarnation Forum. Reincarnation Forum. It was a large-scale online forum established by the official organization after the emergence of the reincarnation space. It gathered a large number of netizens and discussed topics related to the reincarnation space. It was also one of the favorite websites for countless reincarnations in China. Opening the Reincarnation Forum, Chen Ye immediately saw a post with many replies. 30 million buying Azure Great God strategy for a copy of Infernal Affairs. I am willing to bid 30 million for the first-hand information on the copy of Shura God's clearance, Infernal Affairs. If Shura God intends to sell it, please contact me in reincarnation space. My ID is 9 Frontiers. The post was posted anonymously, and the following are replies from some netizens. Fuck, local tyrant. 30 million say you take it. Nima, it's great to have money. Chapter 19. Seriously, if I have 30 million, I would also be willing to buy the strategy of the Shura boss. The SSS evaluation is too rare, and the reward points must be high. Even if it's not the first brush, the reward is halved. That's pretty good. As far as I can see, among the 127 bidders, the original poster is the first. Borrowing building. Brother Shura, I am the top beauty. If you are not short of money, you can consider selling the guide to me. I am willing to sell myself. Upstairs, there is no picture and no truth. Seeing this post, Chen Ye frowned. 30 million? Looks like a loss? But Chen Ye didn't care too much. If you lose a point, you will lose a point. Compared with the poster of this post, the words of the masked girl ache are more worthy of trust. Besides, this bid of 30 million may be a trap? As a man, Chen Ye is not greedy. The last word is to accept it when you see it. P.S. The 14th change is coming, and the 15th change is coming soon. Please give me a reward. I think the 18th change, a $1 reward will do. Chapter 15 Charlotte Annoyance School Flowers 15 more Noon. The school bell rang, and the students rushed to the cafeteria in 2s and 3s. Old Chun, a little fat man sitting in the back row of Chen Ye, patted Chen Ye on the shoulder and said, "Go. I will treat you at noon." The fat man's name was Jiang Tao, and he was one of the few friends of this body. Chen Ye smiled and asked, "So lavish? Are you making a fortune?" Hey. Jiang Tao said with a smile, "I made a copy last night and got a C rating. There are 300 points as a reward. My dad was happy and gave me 1,000 yuan." Only then did Chen Ye understand that this guy's invitation to dinner was fake, and showing off was the main purpose. He was very cooperative, pretending to be surprised, and asked, "Newbie, you kid, what kind of copy is it?" "Haha, it's Charlotte Annoyance. Old Shin, do you want a strategy? Call brother to listen, and I will tell you the strategy." Jiang Tao said triumphantly. Chen Yehao was unmoved and stood up directly. "Didn't you say you want to invite me to dinner? Let's go." The copy of Charlotte Troubles, Chen Ye knows 1 or 2. The main mission is prestige, which has been ruined by others. Chen Ye is not interested in it at all. "Oh, Lao Chen, are you so hard-hearted? I think how long you can pretend. In short, if you want a strategy, I will never give it to you if you don't call me brother." The little fat man Jiang Tao said loudly while following Chen Ye. This guy deliberately said loudly, just to attract the attention of other students in the classroom. Typical teenagers love to show their hearts. Chen Ye didn't bother to pay attention to him, and asked, "What do you want me to eat?" Jiang Tao gritted his teeth and said, "A good meal today. Go to Delhi restaurant." Delhi restaurant. It is the best restaurant near the school. Not only does it taste good, but the environment inside is also very good. Of course, the price is not cheap. Generally, rich students like to eat here. Today, Jiang Tao is obviously bleeding in order to pretend to be forceful in front of Chen Ye. However, Chen Ye is not a person who likes to take advantage of others. He intends to wait for the 20 million gold bars to arrive, and then he will invite the little fat man back once. Into the restaurant. The two men found a small table and sat down, and then the little fat man ordered at least 300 or 400 dishes in one go. It is estimated that he is also greedy. Business in the restaurant is very good, with a lot of guests. Many of them are nearby students. "Fuck, when Xiaohua is here too." Suddenly, Jiang Tao exclaimed and quickly reminded Chen Ye, "Old Shin, look at the door." Looking in the direction indicated by the little fat man, Chen Ye saw a few girls and walked into the restaurant. These girls are wearing school uniforms of the same style as him. Obviously, everyone belongs to the same school. Among them, there is a young girl who looks very beautiful, white and beautiful, and has long legs, and her body is full of youthful breath. According to the memory in his body, Chen Ye knew that this young girl was the school flower of their school, when Chen Ye just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze. It's just a little girl. Even if she is very beautiful, she doesn't have much temptation to him. Fatty Jiang Tao just looked at it a second time and then stopped. Like the kind of people who can't walk when they see beautiful women, they rarely appear in reality. Lao Chen, how do you really want a copy of Charlotte's Annoyance? Chapter 20. That copy is almost destroyed by someone, so I'm not interested. That's a shame. The little fat man said, then suddenly said, Old Chen, in fact, there is a schoolgirl in this copy of Charlotte Annoyance. Although it looks not as good as our warm schoolgirl, the figure is definitely strong enough. Unfortunately, that girl likes it. Talented people are not easy to handle. Hearing this, Chen Ye moved in his heart. He remembers the plot of Charlotte's Annoyance, and of course he knows how the protagonist manages that schoolgirl. If he goes, he is extremely sure that he will be able to let that schoolgirl give him a hug. However, Chen Ye just thinks about it. He is not so boring, really, for a woman, wasting a chance to brush a copy. Yes, Chen Ye is a straight man of steel. Jiang Tao suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, I heard someone say before that our fellow Li Jing, in the copy world of Charlotte Annoyance, had obtained the school flower. I don't know if it is true. Fake. After speaking, this guy still showed a look of envy and jealousy. Chen Ye was speechless when he heard the words, and sighed that these young people were really energetic. Although he is still a teenager physically, he is already mature in his mental age. It didn't take long. The food came quickly. With delicious meals, Jiang Tao's mouth was immediately blocked. This guy ate his mouthfuls, and within a few moments, a few dishes reached the bottom. Old Chen, are you full? Not enough to order another one. Full. Chen Ye smiled and stood up and said, I'll go to the bathroom, you will wait for me to leave. Okay, you go. Jiang Tao took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. There are also many head-down races in this world. Chen Ye came out of the men's bathroom and was washing his hands. By coincidence, he heard a girl calling outside the bathroom door. Dad, when can you come back? I have to trade tonight. The gold bars must be prepared in advance. Yes, don't take them. I have eaten with my classmates, and 20 million gold bars it may not be enough. I have to bear half of the handling fee, about 23.5 million yuan. Okay, then I will wait for you at school. Chen Ye's heart jumped when she heard what the girl said on the phone. Subsequently, he pretended that nothing happened, came out of the bathroom with a natural attitude, and saw the girl who called. The 15th is delivered. Thank you for the big rewards, especially the big rewards from the sponge baby guys. Thank you very much. Let's not play vain. Let's go on 18th. This is the 15th change, and the 16th is later. Chapter 16 warning from the official, 16th more, When Xingyi, the girl who called, turned out to be the warm school girl. And, according to the content revealed by the other party, it is obvious that she is the masked girl in the reincarnation space. Chen Ye never expected that the masked girl, he traded with him turned out to be his schoolmate. This is a coincidence. With emotion in his heart, Chen Ye's face was still calm, and he passed Wen Xingyi. Back to the table. Chen Ye asked, Fatty, how much do you know about Wen Xingyi? Hearing this, Jiang Tao was taken aback, raised his head in surprise, then looked at Chen Ye maliciously, shook his head and smiled. What's the matter, old Chen? Do you still want to pay attention to Wen Xiaohua? I advise you to give up. Last time that guy Chaobin got a super sports car team to confess to Wen Xiaohua. They were ruthlessly rejected by Wen Xiaohua. Do you think you have a chance? Chen Ye was speechless and said, I didn't pay attention to her. I just wanted to ask you, is her family rich? No, Lao Chen, you didn't even know the details of Wen Xiaohua, so you wanted to pursue her? She is the daughter of a rich man. Does Hong Kong real estate in this city know? Chairman Wen Qinggong is her lousy. When the fat man said this, he persuaded with all his heart, Old Chen, it's a good thing to have a vision, but knowing that it's impossible, it's irrational to have moths to fight the fire. Listen to your brother's advice and change your goal. Okay, it's up to you. Chen Ye was too lazy to explain, stood up and said, If you are full, let's withdraw. Wait, I'll pay the bill, and I will invite you. Don't fight with me. No one is fighting with you. Damn, will you die if you are polite? After lunch, the two came to school and started a normal student's daily routine, class. However, Chen Ye didn't think twice about listening to the lecture. At this moment, he is already thinking about what copy to go to tonight. He has a dungeon cooling and refreshing card. he doesn't need to wait for a month. He can refresh the copy immediately after using it. After thinking about it all afternoon, Chen Ye decided to go to the Tower of Reincarnation tonight. Reincarnation Tower. It is the space of reincarnation, the most dangerous place. Chapter 21. There are 99 floors in the Reincarnation Tower, and each floor is a world of terror that is fraught with danger. Moreover, if the missions issued by the reincarnation system in the dungeon world in the Reincarnation Tower are not completed, they will be directly erased, that is, death. It can be said that to break into the Tower of Reincarnation, you must be prepared for death. For others, going to the Tower of Reincarnation is almost a life of 9 deaths. But for Chen Ye, it's not necessarily. Because he knows the plot. This is Chen Ye's greatest advantage. When the bell rang at the end of Get Out of Class, Chen Ye refused Jiang Tao's suggestion to invite him to the internet cafe and returned home directly. Father Chun is on the night shift again tonight, and there is no one at home. Chen Ye made some food for himself, then returned to the room, turned on the computer, and logged into the Samsara forum. Up to this moment, in the Samsara forum, there are still legends about Sura. Even people who want to buy a copy of Infernal Affairs have already sold the price to 40 million. Seeing such prices, Chen Ye was not tempted. It's safest to accept it when you see it. Afterwards, Chen Ye stopped paying attention to these and began to search for some information about the Samsara Tower. As the largest reincarnation space forum in China, there is of course a lot of information related to the Reincarnation Tower in the Reincarnation Forum. Even the official has released an authoritative guide. With a curious attitude, Chen Ye clicked on the official guide. Warning: regarding the Samsara Tower, this is an extremely dangerous place and it is easy to die. The first-level copy world of the Samsara Tower is called Zombie World War. All humans in this world have become terrifying zombies. They move quickly, are powerful, and very dangerous. As long as you scratch you will also be infected with the virus. You may become one of them in just 10 seconds. Whether you become a zombie or get killed directly, you will stay in that world forever. The task given to us by the system is to hunt at least 10 zombies and survive for 10 hours in such a dangerous world. Remind again, this mission is extremely dangerous, because those zombies are particularly sensitive to voices. It is very possible that you killed a zombie and attracted a large group of zombies. Official suggestion: those with lofty ideals who want to break into the first floor of the Reincarnation Tower should first collect enough points in the safe area and increase their agility to 25 points or more. Only in this way can you escape under the hunt of zombies. After entering the dungeon world, the system will give you half an hour of preparation time. It is recommended that you find a commanding height that is easy to defend and difficult to attack during this half hour. As long as you can persist for 10 hours under the siege of zombies and kill 10 zombies, then congratulations, you have passed the level. The system will send you back and give you a lot of rewards. Friendly reminder: please don't be afraid of injury. The dungeon of the Samsara Tower is different from the dungeon in the safe area. In the dungeon of the Samsara Tower, as long as you can survive the mission, no matter how serious the injury or negative state is, the system will immediately clear, let you return to the healthiest state. Important note: in 10 hours, the more zombies you kill, the higher the evaluation will be after the mission is over. Of course, killing zombies is very dangerous. Please do according to your ability. 16th cent. In addition, I recommend everyone to watch the movie Zombie World War, which was released in 2013, starring Brad Pitt. It is very exciting, fast-paced, and very interesting. Chapter 17 Shura. I am very honest in my life. 17 more. P.S. Sorry, this number is not enough. In the book review area cannot reply, but the review authors in the book review area have always read it. For everyone's questions, I will open a leaflet to answer collectively later. P.S. I solemnly remind you big readers that the world of copies I wrote is relatively easy to understand. Even if you haven't read the original, it will not affect the reading sense at all. After reading the official guide, Chen Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. It's not how good this strategy is, but the first instance of the world of Reincarnation Tower that it introduces. Zombie World War. Chen Ye shouldn't be too familiar with this world, because in the previous life Earth, this movie is one of his favorite doomsday movies. He remembered all the plots in it clearly. In addition, what the raiders said is correct. The zombies inside, indeed, seem to be very powerful. They move quickly and have fierce strength, and are much stronger than normal humans in all aspects. But these zombies actually have a fatal weakness. As long as you master this weakness, even if you are besieged by zombies, you can still be safe and sound. It can even kill zombies like slaughtering chickens. Obviously, everyone in the world is unaware of this weakness. Currently only Chen Ye knows. Since it is the world of Zombie World War, I am 80% sure that I can complete the task with good luck, and maybe I can get another super high evaluation. Chen Ye muttered to himself, then his eyes became firm. Tonight, he is going to the Samsara Tower. After making a decision, Chen Ye turned off the computer, lay on the bed and rested, closing his eyes and rested. Zombie World War is indeed full of dangers. Even if he knows the plot, he must go all out and face it in the best state. There is no need to read other strategies on the internet. It's not Chen Ye's arrogance, but because no one in the world knows this copy world better than him. 12 o'clock late at night. When the alarm clock rang, Chen Ye opened his eyes instantly. The full moon symbol on his arm began to emit red light. Chapter 22. Chen Ye immediately held on tightly. After a few seconds, he disappeared from the room. Reincarnation space. Sura, incarnation of Chen Ye, once again appeared on the reincarnation square. Not long after he appeared, he received a communication request from Aku. You have a new communication message. Ake invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Connect. The voice fell, and the video chat window of the holographic projection appeared in front of Chen Ye. The masked girl, Aku, appeared in the video. Good evening, Aku. Chen Ye greeted with a smile. Aku didn't think much about politeness, and said directly, Sura, come to the trading center. I'll be waiting for you in the trading center. Okay. After receiving Chen Ye's reply, Ake hung up the video directly. It seems that there is one more word, and I don't want to talk to Chen Ye. Looking at the darkened video window, Chen Ye smiled and shook his head. System, I'm going to the trading center. Following Chen Ye's order, it was issued. Next moment, Chen Ye disappeared from the place and reappeared, already at the door of the trading center. This is the transmission function of the reincarnation system. As long as it is in the reincarnation space, it can be teleported anywhere. The trading center is far away from the square, and it takes a lot of time to walk past it. If the reincarnation system is transmitted, it will arrive in no time, which can save a lot of time. Walking into the trading center lobby, I found that it was very lively. It seems that many people choose reincarnation space as a trading channel. Sura. As Chen Ye looked around, a voice came from behind him. Chen Ye turned around and saw the masked girl Aku. Come with me. Ake took Chen Ye and went to a room next to him. There are many similar rooms in the trading center. After closing the door, Ake went straight to the subject. I have prepared the gold bars plus the handling fee. I have prepared a total of 23.5 million gold bars here. Let's start trading. Wait, Chen Ye said suddenly. Hearing this, Aku suddenly had a bad feeling. What happened? Ake girl, I wonder if you watched the reincarnation forum today? Someone has already bid 40 million and wants to buy the first-hand information on infernal affairs. Ake heard this and couldn't help but anxiously said, What do you mean? You won't have to sit down and raise the price again, do you? That's not true. I'm still very honest. Chen Ye's words made Aku sneer. Then what are you talking about? There is a small request, and you need to agree to the transaction before the transaction can continue. Chen Ye smiled and said, Look, I sold you only 20 million, and I lost half of it. It's not too much to make a small request, right? The 17th was delivered, and the 18th was around 12 o'clock. Chapter 18 Aku. Is this a human thing? 18 more. What request do you want to make? Aku looked at Chen Ye alertly. Chen Ye smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not an excessive request. It just wants you to answer a question. What is the problem? Listen well, you can only answer this question if you know or don't know. Excuse me, does your family know that you are a fool? After listening to Chen Ye's question, Aku subconsciously said, I don't know. No. I'm not a fool. This girl is very clever. She just responded immediately after she answered. She was caught up in a routine. Ha ha. Chen Ye laughed. Since Chen Ye learned that the Ake he was trading with was the school flower, when Xing Yi, of the same school, Chen Ye has been holding back. Playing tricks on this girl is half bad fun. The other half of the reason is that Chen Ye wants to relax. When the transaction is over, Chen Ye will go to the Reincarnation Tower. The Reincarnation Tower was full of crises, and Chen Ye was like blocking his own life, and his heart was naturally tense. Chapter 23. Being in anxiety all the time. This is very bad. Therefore, Chen Ye wants to tease Wen Xingyi and relax himself. It feels good to base your own happiness on the suffering of others. Is this interesting? Seeing Chen Ye smiling happily, Ake coldly snorted, Sura, why are you so boring? Chen Ye shrugged indifferently. He doesn't care what Akko thinks of himself. The goal of relaxation was achieved, Chen Ye said. Let's start trading. Upon hearing the words, Akko opened his personal warehouse with a cold face and took out a box of gold bars from it. This is a gold bar. The transaction fee has been deducted from the reincarnation system. You can click it. Looking at the golden bars in front of him, Chen Ye looked calm and smiled and said, No, I believe you. Remind you, real-world items cannot be stored in the reincarnation space. You'd better take these gold bars out of the reincarnation space within 3 hours, otherwise it will be swallowed by the reincarnation space after more than 3 hours, wrote. Chen Ye didn't know this yet, and immediately nodded and said, Thank you for reminding. You received the gold bars. What about the strategy information for the copy world of Infernal Affairs? Akko reminds me again, you'd better not fool me with fake strategies. I have asked the reincarnation system to be fair. If the information you provide is of no value, you have to return all my gold bars, which is 30% of the formalities. You will pay for all the fees. Chen Ye smiled and nodded and asked, Then should I just read it to you or write it down? Just read it. Okay, then listen carefully. Chen Ye cleared his throat and then said, The copy world of Infernal Affairs is mainly a confrontation between the police and the drug dealer community. Both sides have sent undercover agents in the enemy camp. On the police side, the Intelligence Department Inspector Lu Jiaming and EE grade-level Detective Lin Guoping is an insider. In the Drug Dealers Association, that Chen Yongren is the undercover agent of the police. He said all the information he knew in one breath. Akko's eyes were bright when she heard it, and she looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Sura, how do you know this information? Faced with this problem, Chen Ye had long thought of an excuse and lied. I have been to the dungeon world of Infernal Affairs 7 times. I have found out this information so many times. Upon hearing this, Ake immediately showed admiration to Chen Ye. Being able to brush a dungeon world 7 times, this perseverance is definitely a big guy who can't afford to provoke. I want to know, what did you tell Superintendent Huang in the copy of Infernal Affairs last time? To make him believe what you said so much, he started to suspect Lu Jiaming and Lin Guoping when he came back. I told Superintendent Huang the secret code between Lu Jiaming and Han Chun. As long as Lu Jiaming called and said, Dad, I can't come back for dinner tonight, I was telling the news, of course. The most important thing is that I tell in advance. The place where the goods traded between Superintendent Huang, Han Chun, and the Dai countrymen. Long bathing beach. The original words at the time were like this. I went to Superintendent Huang and pretended to tell him that I ran into Inspector Lu Jianming and Han Chun joint last night. Chen Ye finished speaking in one breath and asked, Are there any questions? Akko's eyes flickered, and he asked, In other words, as long as I follow your old path, I can basically get the SSS perfect task evaluation? Chen Ye didn't comment. That's not necessarily. It depends on your performance. If your acting skills are not enough to convince Superintendent Huang, you may not be able to succeed. Akko nodded and finally reminded. Sura, remember the agreement between us. Within this month, you can't disclose the copy information about Infernal Affairs to others. No problem. Having said that, the transaction between the two is complete. The 18th update is over, and it has only been 26 hours since the book was published last night. 18 chapters have been directly updated, with more than 35,000 words. This speed is considered powerful in the whole Feilu, right? Thank you for your support. We will continue to update tomorrow. On the first day of publishing, 18 chapters have been updated, and the article is for collection. If you lose it, you can't see the books. It's cool. It's not poisonous. Please feel free to watch. Please save your manuscripts and books and save them. If you see less, Lu Fei is a good one. Total of 50,000 and 50,000. Chapter 81 is even more explosive, and the first book of the day is published. Chapter 91 will be updated later. It's even more continual. Good data is needed, fair evaluation, and Hua Xianbo ask for it. Chapter 19 Chu Renmei and Feng Yuxiu, first update, ===. After the transaction with Akko was completed, Chen Ye came out of the trading floor. System, send me to the Samsara Tower. When the voice fell, Chen Ye was teleported to the entrance of the Samsara Tower. Lifting his head slightly, Chen Ye saw a huge tower towering into the clouds. Samsara Tower. The Reincarnation Tower is very wide, and each floor is built like an ancient imperial palace. Therefore, the 99th floor looks as if it reaches the sky directly. Compared with the lively Instance Hall, there are a lot fewer people at the entrance of the Samsara Tower. This is relatively speaking. In fact, there are many people who come to the Samsara Tower. After all, the only channel that can become stronger is the Reincarnation Tower. Some superpowers, devil fruits, scion bloodlines, etc. can only be obtained from the Samsara Tower, and there is absolutely no possibility of these things in the safe zone. The Samsara Tower is indeed extremely dangerous, but it still can't hold many people and wants to become stronger. The pursuit of powerful power is also the nature of most humans. At this time, Chapter 24. At the gate of the Reincarnation Tower, a conversation came from several people, which attracted Chen Ye's attention. Damn. Wild Wolf, Fox, look at the rankings. Adam, the guy in his comprehensive strength evaluation, has reached this level and became the world's #1. Hi. It's really an S grade. The only one in the world. This guy is amazing. Last time there was news that Adam's true identity was a colonel in the Western Siam Empire and the military? Is it true? Basically, it's not far from 10. Damn, this dog currency has become the #1 in the world, and it will overwhelm our country in the future. It's really unhappy. Yes, the overall strength has reached A level and all of them are monsters. They can easily destroy a regiment of troops. The strength of S level, I am afraid that it has become a humanoid nuclear weapon. If you destroy it, no one can do it. Can stop it. Don't think about it so much. The sky is falling. There is a tall one against it. Let's just brush the copy honestly. Today I must brush the mountain village old corpse and kill the female ghost Chu Renmei in it. Brother, don't be impulsive. The female ghost is beautiful. She is transformed by resentment, and if she can't die, she should honestly find a place to stay for 3 days. It is important to complete the main task of survive. I'm going to play one man's martial arts today. Do you guys have any experience to point me to it? A man's willing? I remember the main mission is to challenge 3 masters, right? I advise you not to challenge Xiaohu Wu and Feng Yuxiu, otherwise you will die miserably. Hearing these people's discussions, Chen Ye was very surprised. Actually, someone's comprehensive strength has reached the S level? It seems that no one can underestimate it. But Chen Ye didn't think much. He is blessed, knowing the plot is his biggest support. Chen Ye believes that one day he will become the strongest reincarnation. He also wanted to try to break through the 99-story Reincarnation Tower to see if he would become like the rumors. Subsequently, Chen Ye came next to the chatters, followed their gazes, and saw an electronic screen. Global Master Ranking. One by one weird names are on the top of the list. The first place is exactly what those people just called Adam. Adam, in the Bible, is the world's first human. This person dared to take such a name, indicating that he is also an ambitious figure. Behind Adam's name is marked with a red S, indicating the opponent's current overall strength level. In second place is a person named Murong Chuksu. Look at the avatar. It should be a female. Moreover, this name is very Chinese. Not surprisingly, it should be a native of China. The comprehensive evaluation behind her name is A. The third place is named Svinovet. This name is the god of war in Slavic mythology. The Slavic mythology is a unique mythology system of polar bears. From this, it can be inferred that the third place is a person on the side of the polar bear. The comprehensive evaluation is also A. This master ranking is naturally made by the reincarnation system. A total of 100 people were recorded. Except for the first Adam, the following comprehensive evaluations are all grade A. It can be judged from this point. Even if they are both A-level masters, their strengths are quite different. After taking a few glances, Chen Ye no longer cared and walked towards the Samsara Tower. When he arrived at the entrance of the Samsara Tower, Chen Ye was about to walk in, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Then, the system came up with a prompt. Hello, Samsara Sura. You are currently unable to enter the dungeon world. Please come back in 29 days, 1 hour and 22 minutes. Chen Ye patted his forehead and almost forgot the cooling time of the copy. Subsequently, Chen Ye took out the copy cooling refresh card from his personal warehouse. System, use the copy to cool and refresh the card. When the voice fell, the copy cooling refresh card in Chen Ye's hand turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared. P.S. Explain that in the dungeon world of the safe zone, after the mission fails, you can continue to swipe it until it passes, and you can't enter it again. This is the first update today, and the second update later. Chapter 20. 21 Work with Big Knife, 2 more, P.S. Let's just talk about it. In the first few dungeon worlds, they will not write long. Only the big dungeon worlds like Marvel, Pirate, Ultra Theological Academy, and Hokage will write long. Oh, there are beautiful heroines. The copy world may also write longer. In short, the author wrote a cool article. Know what you like to read? Please rest assured. After using a copy to cool down and refresh the card, Chen Ye stepped into the Samsara Tower again, and there was no obstacle. He successfully arrived at the first floor of the Samsara Tower. Chapter 25. This is a very spacious hall. The interior decoration style of the Samsara Tower is very similar to the ancient dynasty of China and the modern style of the safe area, which is almost two extremes. Chen Ye looked around for a few times, and a little elf flew in front of Chen Ye. Hello, Samsara Sura. What help do you need? Chen Ye took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'll do the dungeon mission. This copy of the world is Zombie World War. May I ask, are you sure to enter? The first dungeon world of the Samsara Tower is Zombie World War. There is no other choice. Chen Ye had already checked the information on the internet and was very clear about this point. Determined. Red light flashed. Chen Ye was transported by the elf into a huge white room. This white room is similar to the white room in the safe area, but on all 4 walls, there is a huge electronic watch on which there is time going backwards, which is obviously a countdown. There are 17 minutes left in the countdown. If Chen Ye didn't guess wrong, the countdown is over and the dungeon world begins. In addition to the countdown, there were many people in the white room, and there were at least 30 people visually. And there is a steady stream of people being sent in. Obviously, these people are the first wave of reincarnations who are going to brush a copy of Zombie World War tonight. The copy of the Reincarnation Tower is different from the copy of the safe zone. The copy of the safe zone is relatively safe. It can be opened at any time when it is opened. If it fails, the same copy can be refreshed next month. The copy of the Samsara Tower is opened once an hour. And once the mission fails, the result is death. During this hour, all the reincarnations who came to participate in the dungeon will be gathered together. This is the reason why there are so many people in the white room. When the last 10 minutes were left in the countdown, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Attention everyone, reincarnations, after 10 minutes, start to teleport the mission world. As prompted by the system, the white room seemed to have closed the transmission channel, and no one was being transmitted in. Chen Ye counted. Now, 41 people gathered in the room. These people either gather in 2s and 3s to speak quietly, or rest alone. Those who gather together obviously know each other and form a group to brush the dungeon world. Alone like Chen Ye are lone rangers who are more alert or more confident about themselves. Sudden, a young man clapped his hands vigorously, which attracted the attention of many people. Chen Ye also looked at this young man. The young man has the face of the protagonist of the comics. The clothes on his body are very punk-like, and he looks nondescript, but he seems to be maverick. This is of course a disguise. However, a long knife hung around the young man's waist instantly attracted Chen Ye's attention. Real-world items cannot be brought into the space of reincarnation, let alone appear in the mission world. To be sure, this knife is definitely a product of reincarnation space. Moreover, Chen Ye felt that the knife was a bit familiar. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. He recognized the source of this knife. The copy world of One Piece, one of the 21st jobs of Big Knife. Black Knife, Autumn Water. In the world of One Piece, this sword was once the saber of the sword hero Ryoma of the country of Wano, and is known as the national treasure of the country of Wano. After the death of Ryoma, the body and Xiaoshui were stolen by Moria. As a member of the zombie army, he later confronted Sauron, recognized Sauron, and presented Xiaoshui to Sauron. Chen Ye was very surprised when he recognized the knife. This young man, like him, is obviously the first time he has come to the Samsara Pagoda, so he has such a powerful weapon. There is absolutely no such thing in the safe zone. The only possibility is that it was given to this young man by a powerful reincarnation. In other words, this young man has a lot of background. It is likely to be the second generation of a big family. The second is more, and the third is later. Chapter 21 Mission, Survive. 3 shifts, Seeking Collection, Hello everyone. Introduce myself first. My name is Yi Guqing, a D-class reincarnation. Hearing the youth's self-introduction, everyone in the room was shocked. Class D. Zombie World War is the first copy of the world for all reincarnations who want to break into the reincarnation tower. In other words, this young man, like everyone else, has been in a safe zone before. Chapter 26. It is too difficult to be able to raise the overall strength to D level in the safe zone. This shows that this young man is very difficult. Next moment, the young man showed the full moon tattoo on his wrist, which was a capital letter D. Strength evaluation from high to low are S, A, B, C, D, E. Seeing everyone's surprised look, the young man was very satisfied. Afterwards, the young man smiled and said, "Everyone is coming to the Samsara Tower. I must have enough understanding of the first instance of the Samsara Tower and the dangers of this world. So, I want to ask you, if you are willing to form an alliance with my team, you can conclude an alliance, and after completing the task, the reward will be divided equally. Everyone knows that there are more people and more power. We have more people to hold a certain commanding height, and it is easier to survive. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chen Ye had no interest at all. It's the alliance again. It sounds like an alliance seems to have many advantages, and it is indeed very tempting to have a stronger boss to lie down. But how can there be a free lunch in the world? This young man clearly possesses the strength of D rank. Isn't it good to do his own tasks? Why should I take you to lie down and win? Therefore, Chen Ye felt that this young man was definitely not at ease. With such a simple truth, most of the other reincarnations naturally understood it and turned a blind eye to what the youth said. However, there is always no shortage of fools in this world. As the voice of the youth fell, a few people actually moved, most of them girls, who expressed their willingness to form an alliance with the youth. Chen Ye stared at him and shook his head. "Welcome, everyone. Is anyone else willing to form an alliance?" the young man asked again. No one burred him anymore. The young people didn't care either. They got together with the allied people and seemed to be discussing plans for the task. In a blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The prompt sound of the system starts. Start teleporting countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Everyone in the white room was shrouded in red light and disappeared in the room. When Chen Ye regained his sight again, he was already on a lively street. This is a bustling metropolis. The streets are full of traffic, surrounded by countless high-rise buildings. High in the sky, the sunlight just shines on people, making people feel lazy and comfortable. A sign on the side of the road marked the name of the city, Boston. Boston. Located on the Atlantic coast of the northeastern part of the Sam Empire, it is the capital and largest city of Massachusetts. The famous Harvard University, MIT, and other universities are located in this city. Please note, the mission is released. Main task: please survive for 10 hours in this city and kill at least 10 zombies. Task time: 10 hours. Mission failed. Obliterate. Warning: do not escape from the urban area of this city. Violators will be obliterated. Hint: in 10 hours, the more zombies you kill, the higher the task evaluation you will get. Note: the virus will appear in 30 minutes. Please be prepared. Upon hearing the task, Chen Ye lifted up. Afterwards, Chen Ye immediately moved. Other reincarnations are looking for weapons at this moment, then occupy the highest points, and even build defensive forts. Chen Ye is different. He first chose a remote alley, then went straight through the window and into a house. The owner of the house is a white middle-aged couple. Seeing the intruder, the male host immediately rushed to drive him away, but Chen Ye knocked him to the ground with a punch and passed out. Chen Ye's current strength attribute has reached 25 points. It's more than twice that of normal people. Called a Hercules. Normally, ordinary people can't hold it with a punch. What? A white housewife was left, and when she saw her husband fall, she let out a harsh scream. Shut up, madam, call again. I don't mind breaking your beautiful teeth. Chapter 27. Chen Ye speaks fluent English. This body has mastered the English language before and is still proficient. Upon hearing Chen Ye's threat, the white woman stopped screaming. Please don't hurt me. I can give you all the money. The white woman stammered in fright. No. Chen Ye shook his head and said, I don't need money. Tell me, where are your guns? The third is sent, and the fourth is later. Chapter 22 The Best Plan. For more, That's right. Chen Ye chose to break into a private house just to grab a gun. Chen Ye has checked the store in the safe zone, and there is no such dangerous item as guns for sale. But the guns in the real world couldn't be brought in, so Chen Ye had to grab them by himself. Sam's empire is known as a free country. It is not forbidden for civilians to possess guns. As long as you are a citizen of the country and are over 22 years old, you can go to a regular store to buy guns. A country flooded with guns. There are guns in almost every family. The white woman hesitated and saw Chen Ye's fierce eyes, and immediately said, In the drawer of the bedroom. At this moment, Chen Ye's image was a burly man, made by the system, and it was quite scary to stare. Take me. Remember, don't play any tricks. I just want a gun. Don't force me to hurt you and your husband's lives. Okay. I'll take you there. With the cooperation of the white women, Chen Ye soon got the gun. A Beretta M92F pistol. There are still 6 bullets in the magazine. Seeing Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction, the white woman tentatively asked, Sir, you have got what you want. Please let us go. Chen Ye nodded, then slashed the white woman's head with a palm, knocking her unconscious. This is to prevent the other party from calling the police immediately and causing him trouble. As for the other party to wake up and then call the police, at that time, the whole city was reduced to a paradise for zombies. Whether there was a policeman was still a question. Afterwards, Chen Ye took some US dollar bills from the opponent's pocket and left directly from the front door. On the street, Chen Ye stopped a taxi. Hello, buddy, where are you going? The driver is a black guy. CDC. Oh, buddy, are you contagious? I am very healthy. Chen Ye directly took out all the beautiful knives and shook them in front of the driver. Send me to the CDC within 10 minutes, they're yours. No problem. Sir, please fasten your seatbelt. 8 minutes later, Chen Ye dropped the US knife, got out of the car, and walked quickly into the CDC. There are still more than 10 minutes before the zombie virus strikes. He has to find what he wants as soon as possible. So, what exactly does Chen Ye want to come to the CDC? The movie Zombie World War. Anyone who has watched it will surely remember the key points. That is, although the zombies in this world are extremely fierce and can be called the strongest zombies, they have a fatal flaw. They only attack healthy humans. Like those humans with illnesses, they are not in the attack range of the zombies. The more ill the zombies become. This setting is very weird. Such a ferocious zombie virus actually dislikes and even fears other viruses or diseased cells. I have to say that the brain circuit of the screenwriter is peculiar. In the original plot, the male protagonist Jerry Lane finally discovered this, and then organized the surviving humans, expelled all the zombies from the human city, and became the savior. Very old-fashioned plot. But this has nothing to do with Chen Ye. Chen Ye's mission is to survive and hunt zombies. He knows the plot, and of course he understands that the best way is to get himself sick and let the zombies avoid him. Then, he can safely hunt zombies boldly and no longer need to be afraid of being surrounded by zombies. Therefore, Chen Ye came to the CDC. Afraid that the doctor here would not cooperate with him, Chen Ye came with a gun. This is Chen Ye's plan. Chapter 28. As soon as he walked into the lobby of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, a blonde nurse approached him and asked, Hello, sir, is there anything I can help? Chen Ye ignored the nurse and fixed his eyes on a middle-aged doctor in a white coat with a nameplate hanging on his clothes. Next moment, in the horrified eyes of the nurse sister, Chen Ye directly drew out the gun and came to the middle-aged doctor, grabbed the middle-aged doctor, and at the same time turned the muzzle up and fired a shot. Bah! A huge gunshot sounded in the hall. What? Suddenly, the nurse sister let out a horrified scream. The entire disease control hall was also caught in an atmosphere of panic. All the patients and medical staff lay on the ground one after another. It looks like these people in the free country are very knowledgeable about shooting accidents. After knowing that there is a shooting, they should get down to avoid stray bullets at the first time, instead of running stupidly. The shot that Chen Ye fired just now was just for demonstration. He is short on time and has no time to chirp with these people, so he is reckless when he comes up. Afterwards, Chen Ye brought up the middle-aged doctor who was scared on the stomach and pointed a gun at his head. "Hello, sir. No matter what I say next, you have to do it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your head will blossom," Chen Ye threatened. Okay. The middle-aged doctor shivered with fright. "Thank you for your cooperation. Now, take me to the virus database." The fourth one, the fifth one later. Chapter 23. That is really unfortunate. 5 more for collection. Hearing that Chen Ye was going to the virus database, the middle-aged doctor immediately regarded Chen Ye as a terrorist. He didn't dare not listen, or even raised any objections. Chen Ye looked like an irritable old man. He was very difficult to provoke. For his own life, the middle-aged doctor was very obedient. Next, with the guidance of a middle-aged doctor, Chen Ye came to the virus database very smoothly. Although the people outside had already called the police, Chen Ye was not worried. Because, in 10 minutes, the zombie virus will spread throughout the city. The virus vault is a freezer, and the temperature inside is very low. This is to better store the virus. Various types of viruses are contained in large precision tin cans one by one. Seeing Chen Ye looking around curiously, the middle-aged doctor next to him couldn't help but remind. "Sir, please be careful. The virus here, no matter what leaks out, is a huge disaster for mankind." Chen Ye smiled and asked, "Then, can you tell me which of these viruses can quickly infect people and have a fatal risk?" Hearing this, the middle-aged doctor trembled in his heart. He was even more convinced that the yellow man in front of him was definitely a terrorist. Coming to fight against the virus is to create terrorist activities. Seeing the middle-aged doctor hesitate, Chen Ye did not hesitate to use a gun against the opponent's brain. Chen Ye said coldly, "You only have 3 seconds, 3. Before Chen Ye's countdown was over, the middle-aged physician immediately said, "Most of the viruses here have a fatal risk, but the virus that has symptoms of infection is the KBN virus. P.S. Anti-harmony. No real virus names can appear. I hope everyone understands." Chen Ye's eyes lit up, and he found the KBN virus described by the middle-aged doctor. While holding it in his hand, he played with it and asked, "If you get him, what symptoms will you have?" The initial symptoms are fever and hair loss. After 2 to 3 days, symptoms such as vomiting, headache, joint pain, fatigue, nausea, dizziness, etc. will appear. Even the strongest people will die within 7 days of infection. After hearing what the middle-aged doctor said, Chen Ye suddenly laughed. This is the virus he is looking for. Then, may I ask the doctor, how is this virus infected? Oral or injection? The middle-aged doctor said silently, "It is mainly spread by droplets, and injection infection is faster." Very good. Chen Ye snapped his fingers, handed the virus test tube in his hand to the middle-aged physician, and ordered, "Help me inject." What? The middle-aged doctor thought he had heard it wrong. "Sir? You mean, you want to inject this virus yourself?" "Yes." Chen Ye nodded affirmatively. After 10 hours, he will be able to leave this world, and the system will help him return to normal. Afraid of a wolf? The middle-aged doctor didn't know this, and was very surprised. "Oh, Mika. Sir, this joke is not funny. Do you know how dangerous this virus is?" Chen Ye's expression sank instantly, and he said coldly, "Shut up. Do you think I'm joking with you? Follow my request immediately." Okay. Please don't be angry. Chapter 29. The middle-aged doctor quickly found a syringe and injected the virus into Chen Ye's arm. Then, the middle-aged doctor himself put on a mask to prevent infection. At the beginning, Chen Ye did not feel any discomfort. After a few minutes, the symptoms began to slowly appear and the body temperature rose. The middle-aged doctor did not lie. The infection of this virus is indeed very rapid. "Sir, you have been surrounded, and the police will arrive immediately release Dr. David immediately and surrender. Outside the cold storage room, a threat from the hospital security came. Chen Ye didn't care at all, too lazy to take care of it. He is waiting. Wait for the outbreak of the zombie virus. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged doctor swallowed and cautiously pleaded, "Sir, I have done everything you want in accordance with your requirements. Please let me go. I still have my wife and children. They can't live without me." Chen Ye turned his head to look at the middle-aged doctor, split his mouth and smiled. "That's really unfortunate. They won't be your relatives right away." "What?" As soon as the voice fell, there was a horrified scream outside. "What?" The fifth one arrived. The flowers and the evaluation tickets suddenly stopped moving, and there were no book reviews. Are the big guys still reading it? Explain a few questions. This number is currently unable to reply in the book review area. Regarding the issue in the book review area, I will open a single chapter to explain it. First, the goddess Tang mentioned in the beginning of the article obtained the devil fruit of the copy world of One Piece. Maybe I didn't understand enough to write it. This is not her first copy world. People have long been mixed in the reincarnation tower. Is a genius. Second, the copy of the safe zone. If you fail to refresh, you can refresh again. Until you successfully refresh, you can't enter. Third, the biggest role of reincarnation points is to redeem attributes. In the setting of this book, the basic attributes are very important, and the strength is not strong enough. Even if you give you a shocking fruit, you will not be able to exert its due strength. Everyone is welcome to continue to find out the shortcomings of this book and publish it in the book review area, and the author will read it often. Finally, now that the single chapters are open, please ask for a wave of flowers, comments, and rewards. 6 more later. Thanks for your support. Chapter 24 Chaos is on. The end is coming. 6 more. Help. On the bustling streets of Boston, a scream suddenly came, breaking the atmosphere of peace. Immediately afterwards, there was a riot in the distance. Several people, rushed out of a nearby market, came to the street and bitten when they saw people. The sudden change caused many people to be bitten before they could react. More and more screams appeared. Some were bitten and some were killed on the spot. Those who were bitten, in just 10 seconds, became mad and hideous and turned to attack others madly. Roar! Roar! In their throats, there was a roar that resembled a wild beast. More and more people are being attacked. Screams, car accidents, children's crying. Suddenly, the whole street fell into a huge chaos. Far away, on the roof of a certain building, a dozen people stood on the roof, condescending and observing the chaotic streets below. All of these people have weapons in their hands, most of them are machetes, and a few have guns in their hands. The leader is a young man, holding a knife that emits black light in his hand, staring coldly at the zombies below. They are all samsara. Zombies appeared. The entrance to the rooftop is blocked, right? The headed youth asked. Don't worry, it's dead. If you don't use the excavator, you can't move it. Someone replied. The young man nodded and looked at a middle-aged man next to him. Make some movement and attract zombies. They occupy this building, which is a shopping mall building with only 3 floors. The young people's thinking is that they stand on the top of the building and attack the zombies condescendingly, but if the zombies cannot come up, they can't attack them. It's a pity that the zombies in this world he looked down upon. Center for Disease Control. Hearing the screams coming from outside, Dr. David paled with fright. God, what happened outside? You can go out and have a look. Chen Ye smiled. Chapter 30. Chen Ye at the moment seemed to be in a bad state of mind. Obviously staying in the freezer, his forehead is still covered with sweat. The hair also turned yellow, and it kept falling off one by one. Chen Ye is having a high fever. The virus injected by Dr. David reacted strongly after infection and began to destroy various cells in his body, allowing his body's immune system to fight the virus directly in the form of fever. But Chen Ye didn't care. This is the result he wants. Doctor, you are free. Abandoning these words, Chen Ye stood up and walked outside. Seeing that Chen Yezhen was gone, the middle-aged doctor was overjoyed and hurried out, wanting to rush back to find his wife and children. It's so messy outside. I don't know what happened to my wife and children. Only. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw the scary guy coming back. David was startled. Thinking that Chen Ye had come back to silence his mouth, his face suddenly turned pale. By the way, you should have banned drugs like stimulants? Give me some. Hearing this request, David was relieved. As long as it's not killing him. Okay, sir, please come with me. Dr. David took Chen Ye to the pharmacy and quickly found 2 bottles of medicine. This is a steroid. It can trigger protein synthesis, stimulate muscle growth, and make you stronger. This is erythropoietin. It can increase the number of red blood cells that carry oxygen and greatly increase your oxygen supply. Physical strength and endurance can also be greatly increased. Sir, these 2 medicines have very serious side effects. Please use them with caution. Chen Ye doesn't even care about lethal viruses, so why does he care about the side effects? After receiving 2 bottles of medicine, Chen Ye smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder. You are a qualified doctor. Good luck." Abandoning this sentence, Chen Ye turned and left. This time, he really left. Not long after Chen Ye left, Dr. David ran out of the CDC and was shocked by the situation outside. The streets have been stained red with blood. Stumps and minced meat can be seen everywhere. Not far away, there was a person lying on the ground, gnawing at a corpse. Roar! Just when David was in a daze, a hideous woman suddenly rushed out beside him, bit his shoulder, and threw him to the ground. It seems that Chen Ye is a poisoned milk, and God has not blessed David. The 6th one arrives, and I have to go out later, and the 7th one is more likely to be late, about 12 o'clock. Today is expected to update 8. == Chapter 25 Crazy. Rampant Wuji. 7 more. == Chen Ye did not leave the CDC. Although he knew the plot and made all preparations, he was still a little worried about whether the virus on his body was really effective. Once the plan fails, his end will never be good, and it would be good to be able to leave a whole body. To be safe, Chen Ye decided to find a lone zombie first to try it out. After looking around on the 2nd floor of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, he finally found movement in a file room. The sound of gnawing kept coming from inside. Chen Ye immediately suppressed the sound of his footsteps and approached gently. Then, he saw the scene in the archive room, a female nurse zombie eating the corpse of a fat middle-aged white man with a big belly. What left Chen Ye speechless the most was that these 2 guys only wore clothes on their upper body. Obviously, when the zombie virus broke out, they should be doing indescribable sports. Just a female zombie, with Chen Ye's current strength, she can still deal with it. Snapped. Chen Ye clapped his hands and made noises. Suddenly, the female nurse zombie was alarmed by the sound, immediately put down the food in her mouth and rushed towards Chen Ye. Zhang teeth and dancing claws, hideous looks. Chen Ye squeezed his fist fiercely, fixed his eyes on the female zombie, waiting for her. As soon as he found that the plan was unsuccessful, he immediately fought back. When the female zombie rushed to Chen Ye, a miracle happened. She suddenly stopped attacking and stood in front of Chen Ye, making a weird ho-ho in her mouth, as if she wanted to bite, but didn't dare to bite. Chen Ye looked at the hideous face of the female zombie and slowly loosened her clenched fist. Then, Chapter 31. He laughed. Ah. At first it was just a chuckle, and then the laughter grew louder and louder, and the laugh became crazy. Chen Ye is venting his emotions. Ever since I planned to break into the Samsara Tower and made this plan, this has been a gamble of life. It is impossible to say that Chen Ye is not nervous. Finally, he made a right bet, and the whole person relaxed and laughed presumptuously. Roar. The laughter alarmed the female zombies and let out a roar like a beast, but still did not dare to attack Chen Ye. Chen Ye took out his gun, aimed at the female zombie's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Boom. The female zombie's brain exploded like a watermelon and fell silently. The brains of zombies in this world are also weak points. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 1 out of 10. Chen Ye received the prompt from the system, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Chen Ye left the archives, swaggered, and walked outside. The first phase of the plan was very successful. Next, it is the second stage of the plan, slaughter the zombies. As soon as he walked out of the archives room and came to the corridor, a group of zombies in white coats rushed towards him. It was attracted by Chen Ye's gunshots just now. When the zombies rushed to Chen Ye, they voluntarily gave way, avoided Chen Ye, and passed by Chen Ye. Chen Ye also ignored them and continued to move forward. As for why Chen Ye didn't kill these ready-made zombies, the reason is that Chen Ye didn't want to waste his energy on these zombies. He wants to slaughter zombies. Massacre of zombies. Just relying on his own power, how much can he kill if he is soft? Even if all the zombies come over and line up to behead his head, how much can he kill with his physical strength? Killing 1,000 will kill Chen Ye. Therefore, the second stage of Chen Ye's plan is to find weapons of mass destruction. Get out of the CDC. Chen Ye came to the side of the road, found a bus that had been crashed, and got into the driving position. Driving a bus requires an A1 driver's license. Of course, Chen Ye does not. But what? Now Boston is about to become a ghost town. How can the traffic police punish him? Put up the reverse gear and reverse the car. Then, Chen Ye followed a direction on the map and slammed on the accelerator. Boom! The engine of the bus roared, smashing all the cars parked on the road and killing many zombies at the same time. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 2 out of 10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 3 out of 10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 11 out of 10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 12 out of 10. The prompts in my mind kept on, and there were zombies constantly, and their heads were crushed by the wheels. However, more zombies are attracted by engine noise. Chen Ye was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was so happy. Since knowing that zombies will not attack him, he has completely released himself and acted unscrupulously. When Chen Ye stopped the bus, hundreds of zombies had already died under the wheels of the bus. Subsequently, Chen Ye got off the car and walked towards a building swaggeringly regardless of the surrounding zombies. When the zombies saw Chen Ye coming over, they automatically gave way. This building is the goal of Chen Ye's second plan. It is the police station. The 7th one was delivered, and I came back. I'm sorry, everyone has been waiting for a long time. The 8th is later. Chapter 26 The Test of Life and Death? Chen Ye smiled. 8 more for collection. Chapter 32. In a modern and peaceful city, which place has the most thermal weapons? Of course, it is the police station. The police station that Chen Ye wants to enter at this moment is the Boston Police Headquarters, with a very spacious building area. At the CDC, Chen Ye found a map of Boston, so he knew the location of the police station. At this time, a mess in the police station. There are many dead bodies on the ground. There are the corpses of police officers, and more are the corpses of zombies. In addition to the corpses, there are a large number of bullet casings on the ground. After all, this is the headquarters of the Boston Police Department, with a large number of thermal weapons, and it is only natural to be able to kill so many zombies. But the result is still hard to escape bad luck. The zombies in the world of Zombie World War are very strong, and they are not afraid of death. Walking into the police station, Chen Ye's unscrupulous behavior suddenly stopped a lot. According to Chen Ye's speculation, there may still be some fish that slipped through the net that haven't died and are hidden somewhere. If someone put a cold gun to kill him here, then Chen Ye would really have died unjustly. He walked cautiously into the police station, and according to the internal map of the police station, he finally found the weapon storage in a basement. The journey went smoothly, and no one else was encountered. Chen Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door of the weapon arsenal. Then, he was stunned. The walls of the weapon arsenal were covered with guns. Pistols, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles. Everything. In addition to guns, there are grenade, C4 explosive bag, flamethrower, and other large-scale destruction weapons. Chen Ye suddenly smiled. At the same time, a bold plan also appeared in Chen Ye's mind. He plans to use the police station as a base to slaughter zombies right here. Because the guns and ammunition in the arsenal are very heavy, letting him move it will consume a lot of his physical strength. Do it when you think of it. After confirming that there was no one in the police station, Chen Ye started to act. He first took out all the C4 explosive packs and took them to the surrounding streets to hide them. Then, 2 Gatling Vulcans were placed at the gate of the police station. Bring those high explosive grenades on the rooftop. Chen Ye thought about the flamethrower, but decided to abandon it. Playing with fire on zombies is not a good idea. If you are not careful, you may set fire to yourself. Because the behavior of zombies is to rush forward without a brain, even if the body is on fire, as long as the brain is not injured, they will not feel pain. With a flamethrower, Maybe the zombies were not burned to death. Chen Ye was first burned to death by the fire brought by the zombies. As for those rifles, sniper rifles and the like. Sorry, Chen Ye looks down on it. It's not that it is not powerful enough, but the kill range is not good. For Chen Ye, it is a waste of time to hit zombies with a rifle, even with headshots every time. Just when Chen Ye was wondering, a large number of zombies. The other reincarnations are lingering at this time, experiencing the test of life and death. The zombies in this world are crazy. As long as you find a healthy living person, you will rush forward desperately, endlessly. Many reincarnations feel that the place they stay is safer. As a result, it didn't take long for him to be impacted by an army of zombies in a precarious manner. The roof of a shopping mall building. A dozen reincarnations looked at the endless army of zombies downstairs, all of them pale and panicked. Even the young man, whose overall strength is evaluated as D, has no blood on his face at the moment. The movement they made was too big and attracted too many zombies. At the beginning, they killed a lot of zombies. They were quite happy and felt that after this mission was completed, they would definitely get a good review. But as more and more zombies grew, they soon became chilled. Right now, there are at least hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounded them. How can they be killed? Once attacked by zombies, waiting for their fate is to be dismembered alive and become a snack for zombies. Crap. There are too many zombies, and the obstacles at the entrance are about to be unable to withstand. A female reincarnation said in horror. Hearing this, everyone on the rooftop changed their expressions. Quick, find something, block it, find a way to block it. Chapter 33. The headed youth yelled. He has no mind to think about task evaluation now, just want to survive. It's a pity that the roof is empty, so how can something block the door? Seeing that the barrier at the entrance became looser and looser, the young man's face was gloomy and he began to think about his way out. As for the other allies on the rooftop, in the youth plan, these people are supposed to be dead ghosts. People who can get a D rating in the safety zone must be cruel and cruel. How could they be willing to divide the task rewards equally among others? The 8th update arrives. Today's explosive update ends here, and tomorrow continues. Finally, ask for free flowers and evaluation tickets. If there are more tickets, you will still start tomorrow, and there is no upper limit. Chapter 27. The system is too late to prompt. Bang. The obstacle at the entrance of the roof collapsed suddenly. In the stairway, countless hideous zombies were squeezing frantically towards the entrance. During the crowding process, some zombies were even squeezed into their bodies, and their blood became blurred. Seeing people numbscalp. What? Among the dozens of reincarnations, seeing such a terrifying scene, several girls suddenly screamed in fright. The headed youth turned around and ran away without saying a word. He chose this rooftop as his stronghold, but he actually considered a retreat. Next to the rooftop, there is a residential building, separated by an alley 2 to 3 meters wide. Just jumping over is a way of retreat. But not everyone can jump over the distance of 2 or 3 meters. Young people with D-level strength evaluation have very high attributes, so it's not a problem. He ran quickly, took off, and was as light as a swallow. He crossed the alleys and streets and smashed into a window of the opposite residential building, smashing all the window glass. As soon as they saw the youth run away, the other reincarnations were very surprised. Save me! Save me! Brother Yiguching, save me! Yiguching, there is a ladder next to you. Bring the ladder over. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Help! The young man nicknamed Yiguching stood in the room on the opposite building, coldly watching the allies, being overwhelmed by the army of zombies, indifferent. Beside him, there is a long ladder. If Yiguching is willing to extend a helping hand, he can save a few allies at least by setting up the ladder. But he didn't do anything, and watched his allies being mutilated by zombies. Actually, in Yiguching's plan, the so-called alliances were the cannon fodder he used to use. Even if he does not die now, when the mission is about to end, he will plan to attract zombies to kill all his allies, cannot kill each other after forming an alliance. In this mission, Yiguching wanted to get a super high evaluation. Share the rewards of the system equally among others? This kind of thing could not appear in Yiguching's plan. All the allies are dead, and let him enjoy the reward alone is his plan. Looking at Yiguching's indifferent appearance. At this moment, The other reincarnations on the roof realized that they were just cannon fodder abandoned by Yi Guqing, and they didn't even want to take them to enjoy the rewards of the system. Pity. They understood it too late. City Police Headquarters. It took nearly an hour. Chen Ye prepared everything, then took out the police radio, turned it to maximum volume, and installed it on the roof of the bus outside. Then, Chen Ye connected the radio to the battery and played an infinitely blasting electronic sound in an endless loop. Boom, 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 boom. Ladies and gentlemen, move with me. When Chen Ye switched on the power, there was an explosive DJ sound on the radio. Suddenly, the zombies in almost half of the city were alarmed. Roar, roar. All the zombies fell into madness, attracted by the sound of the DJ, desperately running towards the source of the sound. On the street, zombies in all directions are gathering towards the police station. Dense, endless. Chapter 34. When normal people see this scene, they must be frightened to their legs. But Chen Ye laughed like crazy. Anyway, the zombies didn't dare to bite him. When the streets around the police station were surrounded by water, Chen Ye took out the C4 blasting device controller and pressed all the buttons on it. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion sounded endlessly. If you don't know the situation, you think that a modern weapon war has started. All the streets around the police station were instantly plunged into flames. Countless zombies were blown into the sky. More are being directly dismembered and shattered. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 117 out of 10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 118 out of 10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 119 out of 10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 1283/10. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 7982/10. The system is too late to prompt. In just a few breaths, Chen Ye killed nearly 10,000 zombies. His plan was successful. Unparalleled success. Far away, there are more zombies, desperately rushing over to give away their heads. The sound of the explosion just now resounded throughout the city. In addition to being attracted by a large number of zombies, some surviving humans and reincarnations also looked at the direction of the police station in surprise. The first one is delivered, and the protagonist is going to be super in this wave again. Chapter 28 Massacre of 30,000 Zombies. Two more. In the residential building. Holding a black knife, Qiu Shui, the young man chopped a single zombie in half, preparing to move the position. Suddenly, he heard a lot of explosions in the direction of the police station. The young man immediately came to the window and looked at the flames in the direction of the police station, his eyes uncertain. His first thought was that the army of the Sam Empire had entered the city and was fighting zombies. But when I think about it, I find it impossible. He had done a lot of homework before coming to the Samsara Tower. Of course, he knew that within these 10 hours, there would be no army entering the city. Even after the outbreak of the zombie virus, it is a problem whether the army of the Sam Empire still exists. This is a global disaster. But if it wasn't for the army, and such a big movement slaughtered zombies, would this person be looking for death? Suddenly, the youth's eyes flashed brightly. He can almost confirm that the sound of the explosion just now must have been caused by Samsara. In the face of so many zombies, the natives of this world can't escape their lives. How could they confront the zombies? Only the reincarnation, who has the task of killing zombies, would do this. Thinking of this, the youth hesitated. After a while, he gritted his teeth and rushed to the direction of the explosion. With his D-class strength, if he was on his way, the zombies would really not be able to catch him. Not for a moment. Around the police station, zombies gathered again. The C4 explosives package prepared by Chen Ye has been used up. Next, the second weapon, the Gatling Vulcan cannon, came in handy. When he came to the door downstairs, Chen Ye opened the door. Roar, roar. Countless zombies rushed into the police station lobby when they heard the door opening. Chen Ye stood behind Gatling, looking at the zombies rushing in, his eyes cold. Gatling in his hand had already been connected to the battery, and the bullet box was hung up. Just pull the trigger. Subsequently, Chapter 35. Chen Ye pulled the trigger. Buzzing. Suddenly, on Gatling's gun, the 6 rows of machine gun barrels began to rotate rapidly. Da-da-da. Countless bullets poured out like raindrops. Gatling's advantage is its high rate of fire and great power. The rate of fire can generally reach more than 1,000 rounds per tube per minute. Moment. In the lobby of the police station, a fire dragon made up of bullets appeared. Wherever the fire dragon went, it swept across. The zombies that were hit, no matter what part they were beaten to pieces. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 997610. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 997710. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 997810. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 28213/10. In 5 minutes, Chen Ye burned out 30,000 bullet boxes, magazines. Killed nearly 20,000 zombies. Because Gatlin's bullets fire too fast, it is inevitable that many bullets will be empty. Chen Ye's task progress is about to exceed 30,000. When Gatling extinguished, the entire barrel of the gun turned red, exuding scorching heat. At the entrance of the police station hall, corpses piled up, and the meat was like a mountain. The air was filled with a strong stench. Everywhere you see is sure hell. The corpses of the zombies have completely blocked the door. Chen Ye exhaled heavily and gave up Gatling. It's not that Chen Ye didn't want to continue to use Gatling to kill the quartet, but that the bullets reserved by the police station were so many that he was finished. Chen Ye took a few rifles and was about to go to the roof of the building. But when he came to the second floor, he suddenly felt a heart move. He came to a lounge and threw a Simmons in the lounge out of the window and landed on the road. After doing all this, Chen Ye came to the rooftop. On the ground of the rooftop, there are many high-explosive grenades, all prepared by Chen Ye. Next, after the next wave of zombies arrived, Chen Ye slowly began to throw grenade downstairs. Boom, boom, boom. The lethality of high-explosive grenade is completely inferior to C4 explosives, let alone Gatling. But there is no way, the only weapon that can be used at present is it. Moreover, Chen Ye is already very satisfied with the plan to reach this point smoothly. The mission requirement is to kill 10 zombies. Chen Ye has already killed 30,000, which is 3,000 times more than the mission. Not surprisingly, after this mission is over, his mission evaluation must be very high. While Chen Ye kept throwing grenades, far away, there are several pairs of eyes staring at him. Second, something happened during the day. It is estimated that most of today's updates will be concentrated at night. Chapter 29 D-Level Reincarnation comes to the door, 3 shifts, Time. 8 hours have passed. There are only 2 hours left until the end of the mission. Boom. A gunshot came from the roof of the police station. A zombie on the street was suddenly headshot. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 117692/10. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye expressionlessly took out a white pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and then continued to raise his gun to aim. The white pill is erythropoietin, a forbidden drug, can temporarily increase physical strength and endurance. Chapter 36. Chen Ye's stamina had already been consumed almost, and this was already the second pill he had taken. At this moment, only the sniper rifle was left beside Chen Ye. Just now, the more than 200 high-explosive grenades were all thrown into the group of zombies one by one and consumed cleanly. Even hundreds of thousands of bullets for automatic rifles were all shot out. The harvest is also very rich. The number of zombies that died in Chen Ye's hands exceeded 100,000. It's a real killing corpse. Until now, Chen Ye is completely numb. Continue to pull the trigger completely because of the obsession with the task in my heart. Sudden. Just as Chen Ye aimed at the zombie, a boom came from behind him. It seems that a heavy object fell on the roof of the police station building. Chen Ye immediately gave up killing the zombies and turned around immediately. Behind Chen Ye, a young man just stood firm. The young man held an explosion-proof shield in his left hand and a black knife in his right hand, staring at Chen Ye. Seeing this knife, Chen Ye immediately recognized the young man. That D-class strength reincarnation. I have been observing you for a long time. The young man held up his shield, guarding against the sniper rifle in Chen Ye's hand, and said, "In these few hours, you really have killed a lot of zombies." Chen Ye didn't speak, but looked at the young man so coldly. There was no panic on his face. Chen Ye was not surprised that those who had reincarnation came to the door. He made such a big movement in the police station that almost the whole city can hear it. It is normal for the reincarnation to come to the door. Seeing Chen Ye not speaking, the young man smiled faintly and continued, "Don't worry, I am not malicious. I came here to form an alliance with you. I know, you have killed so many zombies, and you definitely don't want to give me half of the reward. But don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer. You know the top 100 rankings in the world, the 97th One Leaf Knowing Autumn is my uncle, who loves me very much. This knife was also obtained by him in the world of One Piece by killing the swordsman Sauron, and then gave it to me. My uncle has a lot of good things. As long as you are willing to form an alliance with me, I will give you a powerful special item after it's done." After listening to what the young man said, a look of surprise appeared on Chen Ye's face. The powerhouse who can kill Sauron ranks only 97 in the top 100? It seems that the strong players on the global master list are all very powerful. As for what the young man said, Chen Ye couldn't believe a word. Finally, Chen Ye spoke. "I saw him ask faintly, 'Where are the people you were allied with before?'" The youth's face sank upon hearing this. When Chen Ye asked this, he was obviously questioning his character. However, the young man still said, "Cheeky, the zombies in this world are very powerful. We were surrounded by zombies before, and I was the only one who escaped. Then how do you guarantee that after the alliance, I will not die like your previous allies?" Chen Ye smiled and said, "Maybe after the alliance, I did not die in the mouth of the zombie, but died in your hands." When Chen Ye questioned him face to face, the young man's face twitched. However, his real idea was that after forming an alliance with Chen Ye, he would find a way to make Chen Ye die in an accident, and then he would be able to swallow the amount of zombies killed by Chen Ye and get a super mission evaluation. This operation is feasible in the reincarnation space. "You think too much." The youth pretended to be sincere and said, "Allies cannot hurt each other. In fact, I also killed a lot of zombies. If we form an alliance, we will definitely get a super high evaluation when we calculate it. It's good for me, and you can get the friendship of my uncle." Chen Ye shook his head first, then nodded suddenly. "It's okay to form an alliance. To show your sincerity, you can give me the knife in your hand first." Hearing this, the youth finally got rid of the pretense. The third one comes, and the fourth one comes later. Ask for a full score evaluation vote. Chapter 30 is weird. Using zombies as a protective umbrella for more Black Knife Autumn Water. Not only can it cut iron like mud, it can also absorb energy, strengthen itself, and is very strong. Sauron once said, "Even a dinosaur will not bend a millimeter when stepping on it." Such a superb knife is a rare treasure even in the world of One Piece. Chen Ye suddenly asked for this knife. How could the young man give it? "It seems that you didn't recognize the situation clearly." The young man said coldly, "Do you really think I was discussing with you? With your current physical state, I want to kill you, just like crushing a bug. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Isn't it over if I didn't say that earlier?" Chen Ye shook his head and said, "Why delay everyone's time? What do you mean?" The young man looked at Chen Ye vigilantly and blocked the explosion-proof shield tightly in front of him. Although his current comprehensive strength is D grade, he is strong and physically strong, but the bullets of the sniper rifle still pose a great threat to him. However, Chen Ye did not use a sniper rifle. Instead, he took out something similar to a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button without saying a word. Boom. The obstacle at the entrance of the rooftop was suddenly exploded, exposing a dense army of zombies behind. Chapter 37. This remote-controlled bomb was found by Chen Ye in the police station's weapons arsenal and installed at the entrance of the rooftop. Chen Ye knew how big the movement he made. How could he not guard against other reincarnations? Roar. Roar. The zombies in the corridor saw two big living people, and they roared and roared forward. The youth's expression changed, and he looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" He felt that Chen Ye did this in order to die with him. "Enjoy the zombie party I prepared for you." Chen Ye laughed and came to the edge of the rooftop. Then, he stepped forward and fell down. The young man was taken aback and hurriedly chased him, only to see that the madman did not fall to death. It turned out that there was Zhang Simmons on the ground. Chen Ye threw it in advance, which happened to catch Chen Ye. But, falling from the fourth floor, even with the cushion of Simmons, its impact is still very large, and it is easy to hurt people. Fortunately, Chen Ye's basic attributes were very high, and he was strong and physically strong. The streets are full of zombies. Hearing the movement, they gathered around. Just when the youth thought that Chen Ye was going to be divided and eaten by the army of zombies, something strange happened. The zombies that came around suddenly stopped when they approached Chen Ye. They seemed to dislike Chen Ye and moved away. Seeing this the young man's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. In the youth's incomprehensible eyes, Chen Ye swaggered through the group of zombies. All the zombies automatically gave way to Chen Ye. This. The young man felt as if he had discovered a great secret. As long as he can catch Chen Ye, he will know this secret. But, roar! The roar from behind reminded the young man to regain his senses. Right now, he can still save his life. Let's talk about it. The buildings around the police station were far away. He couldn't escape from the rooftop, let alone learn from Chen Ye, so he jumped straight down. Because there are more zombies on the streets on the ground. The only option left to the youth is to kill all the zombies on the rooftop and block the entrance again. When he just came, he did jump over a building behind the police station. But let him jump back now, it is impossible to do it. Because the balcony of that building is very high, it is easy to jump from a high ground, but it is difficult to jump up the other way. After clarifying his situation, the youth's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that the lunatic was so weird that he would have a way to avoid the zombies, and he had already set a trap here, waiting for others to be fooled. Subsequently, the young man clenched the black knife Chioshui in his hand, gritted his teeth, and launched a charge against the zombies that came over. He wants to live. Chen Ye did not go far, because he doesn't know if there are other reincarnations who are also staring at him. Therefore, it is safer for Chen Ye to surround the police station, because there are the most zombies here. When others see the army of zombies, they all hide far away. Chen Ye, on the contrary, took the initiative to drill into the group of corpses and use the zombie army as his own umbrella. There was no one. This is the importance of knowing the plot. Chen Ye guessed right. Now, in the distant building, there are several reincarnations, all watching him with binoculars. Seeing Chen Ye strolling among the zombies, like walking in the garden, everyone who saw this scene was very shocked. The fourth one, the fifth one later. Chapter 31 Anti-Kill. Black Knife Chioshui gets it. 5 more. With his own sniper rifle, Chen Ye hurried to a building opposite the police station. Then climbed to the 5th floor, found a window, set up a sniper rifle, and aimed at the rooftop of the police station building. Exactly. He was aiming at the young man nicknamed Yi Guqing. Chen Ye has never been a good man and believer. How could others be worthy of his Sura nickname if they didn't fight back, so they threatened his life? Chapter 38. One more thing. Chen Ye was very greedy for the black knife Chioshui in the hands of Yi Guqing. Now, on the roof of the police station, Yi Guqing was holding a black knife, slashing zombies, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Every time it goes down, the zombies blocked in front will be divided into 2 and chopped into 2 pieces. Soon, more than a dozen zombies fell at the feet of Yi Guqing. Seeing this scene, Chen Ye was even more greedy. Raise the gun. Aim. Then, Chen Ye pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bah! A bullet fired from the barrel and went straight to Yi Guqing on the rooftop of the police station. This body has a shooting skill in itself, and the proficiency is still at the proficiency level. Not to mention 100 shots. If you want to snipe an unsuspecting person at such a close distance, you can still hit easily. Through the sniper scope, Chen Ye could clearly see that the next moment, Yi Guqing on the rooftop of the police station, suddenly bleeding on his left leg, kneeled on the ground. This shot broke Yi Guqing's leg. Originally, Yi Guqing was already very reluctant to fight against so many zombies. The thigh was severely injured at this moment, which was completely fatal to Yi Guqing. Not for a moment. Yi Guqing on the roof of the police station was surrounded by an army of zombies. At the last moment of his life, Yi Guqing gave up resistance and despair, turned his head fiercely, and stared at the opposite building. Then, he saw Chen Ye and was waving at him with a smile. What? Yi Guqing let out an unwilling roar, with resentment, was overwhelmed by zombies. In the building, seeing Yi Guqing's body being dismembered, Chen Ye silently put away the sniper rifle, feeling deeply in his heart. This was the first person to die because of him. It can even be said that Yi Guqing died in his hands. The feeling of carrying a human life is not good. But, if it were to do it again, Chen Ye would still make such a choice. Since he dared to hit his head with his idea, he must be prepared to be killed by him. Compassionate, in the reincarnation tower, will not survive long. Call. Breathing heavily, Chen Ye took the sniper rifle and left the building. When they came to the street, the zombies along the way, seeing Chen Ye, gave way. Subsequently, Chen Ye returned to the rooftop of the police station building. He is here to pick up weapons. Black sword Xiao Shui, but a treasured sword. When Chen Ye came to the roof, Yi Guqing's body was gone. There are so many zombies, there is no meat left. It's miserable. Chen Ye sighed pretentiously and picked up the black knife Xiao Shui left on the ground. When Chen Ye's hand touched the black knife Xiao Shui, a reminder immediately sounded in his mind. Ding. Special items found. Please note, special items can be taken out of this world and used in other dungeon worlds. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye's eyes lit up, and he picked up the knife happily. Picking up the black knife Xiao Shui, Chen Ye found that the knife was heavy. At least 10 kilograms. Fortunately, Chen Ye's power is now strong enough to use it without any problems. After swiping twice in the air, Chen Ye slashed at the zombie next to him. Puff. Just like cutting a watermelon, it is easy to chop the zombies in half. Good knife, Chen Ye exclaimed. This wave is really strong. Sure enough, killing people and getting more goods is the real shortcut to get rich. Suddenly, all the surviving reincarnations were prompted by the system. Please note, everyone, there are still 30 minutes before the end of the mission. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Ye put away the black knife Xiao Shui and left the roof. He didn't go anywhere, but found a room in the police station building, locked the room, and lay on the sofa to rest. Chapter 39. Chen Ye is very weak now. The side effects of viruses and stimulants are afflicting his body. For the next half an hour, Chen Ye didn't plan to kill the zombies anymore, and lay down honestly until the end. He has killed hundreds of thousands of zombies, ranking first. The police station is also very safe. With so many zombies gathered here, no one dared to approach again. Half an hour will pass soon. When the countdown is over, all the surviving samurai are all teleported away. The 5th is sent, and the 6th is later. Big guys, guess how many mission rewards the protagonist can get. Chapter 32 is a sensation. The SSS level evaluation reappears. 6 more. Congratulations. Samsara, Shura, performed extremely well in the world of Reincarnation Tower, Zombie World War. Within 10 hours, he killed 117,843 zombies, overcompleted the dungeon mission, and received a perfect evaluation. SSS. Super God. Reincarnation Square, Dungeon Hall, and reincarnations who are performing tasks in the dungeon world. The entire reincarnation space, all reincarnations, all heard this broadcast. Super God Evaluation, SSS, appeared again. And the person who won this honor is still the Sura. Shocked. All the reincarnations who heard the broadcast were extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards, the entire reincarnation space was all boiling. Fuck Nima, another super evaluation? The Shura boss again. It's so awesome. What is the sacredness of the Sura boss? When is the SSS super evaluation so worthless? I have not even got a B-level evaluation. Isn't Shura the dungeon that you just brushed last night? Why doesn't it have a 1-month cooldown? You can continue to brush it right away? Cheated. Stupid rookie, don't you know that there is such a thing as a dungeon cooling refresh card? Although I have only heard of it, I have never seen such a card. My best result is a B-level evaluation. Compared with the big brothers of Shura, it's really more popular than others. Don't make a fuss. Look at your whole body. Where can you compare with Shura? Twice, Nima, 2 super evaluations, and this time the super evaluation is still from the dungeon world of the Reincarnation Tower. Shura is too awesome. Kill close to 120,000 zombies? Hastily. Crazed. How did the Shura boss do it? Kneel on my knees and beg Shura to accept me as a disciple. Zombie World War? I heard that this dungeon world is very dangerous. Every time people go to the task, at least half of them can't come. The Shura boss is really awesome. I used Zombie World War, but I can't figure it out. How did he massacre close to 120,000 zombies in 10 hours? Even if the zombies line up for him to chop him, he can't chop that many in 10 hours. It feels like tomorrow's internet will definitely be blown up. The Shura boss will definitely have to refresh the screen again. The screen has to be swiped. And I can be sure that after the government gets the news, it will never sit still. Even foreign governments can't sit still. Yes, there is no concept of the first brush in the dungeon world of the Samsara Tower. The Big Shura masters the strategy of super-evaluation. As long as it is revealed, a group of strong people will definitely be cultivated. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Why can't I be like the Shura boss? The space of reincarnation is very lively. Everyone is talking about it, discussing what kind of impact the Shura boss's move will have on the space of reincarnation. This is a copy of the Samsara Tower. There is no concept of first brushing. Those who go to the SSS level super evaluation for the second time can still get 100% points rewards in addition to not getting the item rewards. Unlike the copy of the safe zone, after the first swipe, the points reward will be halved. As long as Shura is willing to contribute a copy of the Raiders, it can be foreseen that there will definitely be a group of strong people in the space of reincarnation. Don't say how strong it is. An SSS level reward in the world of the Reincarnation Tower dungeon might be able to create a master with D-level strength. Going deep, the appearance of Shura might change the power balance between nations. As long as Shura is willing to disclose the strategy to the government of a certain country, a group of D-level masters will inevitably appear in this country. D-level masters are not a big deal in the top combat power. But facing ordinary people, even those special forces can't fight against D-class masters. If the number is large enough to form a core and start a war, it is absolutely terrifying. Realizing this, many people are shocked. Even ordinary people can think of it, and those of the big powers can naturally think of it. It can be seen that at this moment, many people in the reincarnation space suddenly went offline and returned to the real world. They reported the news as soon as possible. In the real world, countless big people who are sleeping are awakened by the phone. Chapter 40. Reincarnation Space. Akko has not gone offline yet. Although Chen Ye has spent 10 hours in the copy world of Zombie World War, only 1 hour has passed in the space of reincarnation. Akko, who was unable to use the dungeon, was about to go offline and go to bed, when she suddenly heard the system's broadcast sound. Her pretty face was full of shock. Sura. She never expected that Shura posted an SSS level evaluation in the safe area last night. And tonight, in the horror copy of the Reincarnation Tower, once again posted an SSS level super evaluation. Where are you, Holy? Akko muttered to himself. After hesitating for a moment, Ake began to try to contact Shura. The 6th and 5th updates have been updated at 10 o'clock, but they are not displayed on the app. You need to open the chapter list to see. Please pay attention to readers. The 7th is more later. Chapter 33 is rich in rewards. Golden treasure chest. 7 more. Now, Chen Ye's whole body was wrapped in a ball of red light, and his whole body was warm. The red light seems to have a healing effect, and Chen Ye's negative state is quickly leaving. During the treatment, several reminders sounded in Chen Ye's mind. Dear Samsara Asura, for completing the task, you will receive the following rewards. Samsara points, 30,000 points. Strength attribute plus 20. Personal copy card X1, already stored in your personal warehouse. Gold treasure box X1, already stored in your personal warehouse. Please note, you have become an official reincarnation. You cannot go to the dungeon world in the safe zone, and you cannot go to the first dungeon world of the Reincarnation Tower. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he heard the prompt from the system. It is indeed a copy world of the Samsara Tower. This reward is really different. 30,000 points of reincarnation is a big surprise. Not to mention, there is a mysterious golden treasure chest. Personal copy cards are also a good thing. According to the prompts of the system, using the personal copy card, you can swipe the personal copy. There is no competition from other reincarnations, and the rewards are relatively rich. This is equivalent to giving points. When the red light treatment was over, Chen Ye returned to the reincarnation square. You have a new communication message. Ake invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. A prompt came from the system suddenly. Actually, at this time, there are too many people who want to talk to Chen Ye. Countless people are looking for Sura. However, Chen Ye ordered the system last time to help him intercept the video communication request, but Akko was not intercepted. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and switched on the video. Little Ake, It seems that you can't make a copy today. Why haven't you been offline to sleep? Akko looked at Chen Ye with a complicated expression and said truthfully, I just discussed with a few friends for a while, and I'm going to call them the next time I try to refresh the copy. After speaking, Ake felt a little strange. Why should I answer Shura's words honestly? And what did this guy call himself? Little AK? Chen Ye nodded and said, Then you are looking for me. Is there anything wrong? Akko looked straight and said, I just heard the system broadcast. Congratulations, Shura, you have got another super evaluation. Now, I am afraid that many people are looking for you. Chen Ye had a headache when he heard this. This system didn't know what was going on, so it gave a super evaluation and immediately announced it in the entire reincarnation space for fear that others would not be jealous. In fact, Chen Ye only wanted to develop in a low-key manner and make a fortune in a muffled voice. The system has completely disrupted his plan and made him become a star in the reincarnation space. This is not what Chen Ye wanted. Sura. Akko looked hesitant to say something, hesitated again, and then said, regarding the copy world strategy of Zombie World War, can you sell me a copy? I'm afraid not. Chen Ye smiled and shook his head and said, this is not a copy of the safe zone. It is of a different nature. You can't afford the price I asked for, and it is really sold to you. It may not be a good thing for you. Can you guarantee it? Haven't you revealed your actual identity? The copy world strategy of Zombie World War, Chen Ye stayed in his hands. It was no longer useful, because he can't enter this world again. Chen Ye did have the idea of selling, but instead of selling money, he exchanged what he needed. Chapter 41. Such as special items. Obviously, Akko, who is still in the safe zone, definitely has no special items. You are right. Akko sighed, and then reminded, Azura, now many people from the big powers are looking for you, wanting your strategy, a copy of the Tower of Reincarnation, and there is no saying that it is first brushed. Even if it gets an SSS rating for the second time, people who have no item rewards can also get 100% points rewards. With so many points, it is easy to cultivate a master with D-level strength evaluation. If a certain force masters the strategy in your hand, it is likely to be fast cultivate a large number of D-level masters. Therefore, the strategy in your hands is very important. I hope you will not sell it to evil forces or our hostile governments. Little Lake, thank you for your reminder. Chen Ye smiled. He is not a fool. He had already thought of what Akko said. Can you not add a small in front of my name? Why? Are you big? Where are you big? Show me. Prompt. The other party chose to end the call. Looking at the video window that went dark, Chen Ye smiled and closed it, and then went to the personal warehouse. A golden treasure chest appeared in Chen Ye's sight. The seventh ascent. Ask for a full score evaluation vote. Chapter 34 Breakthrough, Comprehensive Strength, C. Personal warehouse. As long as it is in the reincarnation space, it can be used anytime and anywhere, and with a single thought, the items in the personal warehouse can be taken out. The reason why Chen Ye chose to enter the personal warehouse was naturally because he was afraid that when the treasure chest was opened, some abnormal phenomenon would arouse the attention of other people on the reincarnation square. A personal warehouse can also be used as a temporary room. When Chen Ye entered the personal warehouse, he found that it was a spacious room. The room is square, and shelves are placed on each wall to place items. At the moment, 3 items are placed on the shelf. Black knife, autumn water, personal copy cards, and a golden treasure chest. Chen Ye took out the treasure chest from the shelf and slowly opened the treasure chest with excitement and anticipation. A burst of golden light flashed. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations! You opened the golden treasure box and got the ability, Mind Power. Mind Power, the extended power of a powerful mind. You can manipulate everything at will. Attention, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the mind. When your mental power is strong enough, you can even move the planet under your feet. Next moment, Chen Ye felt that his thoughts had become a little different, as if it could be extended. After listening to the system's prompts, Chen Ye was taken aback first, and then he was overjoyed. Grass. This is cool. Chen Ye couldn't help yelling. It's really a systematic introduction, too fierce. Can even the planet under your feet move? This is too exaggerated. Chen Ye couldn't wait and wanted to use his new ability. His eyes fixed on the black knife Chiu Shui on the shelf, and then stared at it closely. Suddenly, Chen Ye felt that a mysterious power radiated from his brain and came into contact with the black knife Qiushui. This feeling is like having an invisible arm. When Chen Ye subconsciously raised his hand, the black knife Qiushui on the shelf also moved. Next moment, a weird phenomenon appeared. I saw the black knife Qiushui shaking slowly at first and then began to tremble in suspension, seeming to be controlled by an invisible force. Songdang, Hei Dao Qiushui suddenly fell to the ground and made a noise. This is the first time that Chen Ye has used the power of mind and made a mistake caused by improper control. Although he made a mistake, Chen Ye was full of surprises. Is this the power of mind? It really is a magical superpower. Next, Chen Ye seemed to have discovered his beloved toy, and he kept using his mind to control the black knife Qiushui. Gradually, he began to feel comfortable using the power of mind. He can even control the black knife Qiushui, making a slashing movement in the air. Fantastic! After a while, Chen Ye suddenly felt a tingling pain in his brain and blood running through his nose. This feeling of dizziness and weakness should be mentally overdrawn. Chen Ye took off the mask and wiped his nosebleeds. Chapter 42. Black knife Qiushui is not light at all. Ordinary people are struggling to slash with their hands. Chen Ye has been controlling it with mind power. Of course, the load is heavy. At least for Chen Ye's current mental power, the load is quite heavy. It seems that I have to strengthen my mental power. Physical, mental, strength, and agility. These four basic attributes are very important and represent Chen Ye's physical fitness. Increasing physique can make Chen Ye stronger and increase immunity, vitality, and damage resistance. Increasing the spirit can strengthen Chen Ye's brain, making Chen Ye stronger willpower, and the 5 senses and 6 senses can be strengthened. Increasing strength, the easiest to understand, is to strengthen Chen Ye's own strength. Increasing agility can affect Chen Ye's speed of action, neural response conditions, and physical coordination. No matter how you look at it, these four basic attributes are indispensable. But Chen Ye now has the supernatural power of mind power. And of course he wants to focus on spirit. Mind power can control everything and use it properly. It is definitely a super killer. Subsequently, Chen Ye began to exchange potential points. In Zombie World War, Chen Ye got 30,000 reincarnation points, plus his own 4,122 reincarnation points. Now Chen Ye has a total of 34,122 reincarnation points. If all is used to exchange potential, it is enough to exchange 113 potential points. After thinking about it, Chen Ye chose to redeem 100 points of potential and still left more than 4,000 reincarnation points as a spare. After a while, the potential is allocated. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90086. Physique, 25. Spirit, 100. Strength, 45. Agility, 26. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient. Driving, beginner. Shooting, proficient. Camouflage, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, thought power. Reincarnation points, 4122. Comprehensive evaluation, C. The first one was sent to me. I wanted to write, out of control, to get the power of mind through this copy. However, I found that this movie was not well known, and many readers hadn't seen it, so I finally decided to give up. The second is more later. Chapter 35. Countless people can't sleep anymore. 2 more. There was a burning, tingling pain in the arm. Next moment. In the middle of the full moon tattoo on Chen Ye's arm, the E-level symbol disappeared, and a C-level symbol took the original position. Even if you skipped the D-level evaluation and directly reached the C-level evaluation, Chen Ye was very surprised. Actually, according to his current basic attributes, the comprehensive evaluation can only reach D level. It's because the power of thought has increased too much, which directly caused his evaluation of strength to surpass the D level and reach the C level. No wonder, it is said on the internet that the reincarnation tower is the only way to become stronger, and it is true. Subsequently, Chen Ye used his mind power again to control the black knife Qiushui. Hei Dao Qiushui flew fiercely and froze in midair. Now Chen Ye's mental power is 10 times, 100 points, that of a normal person, and his willpower is strong, and his thought ability is 4 to 5 times stronger than before. He controls Black Blade Qiushui again, and it becomes extremely easy. Originally, Chen Ye wanted to add 100 points of potential to spiritual attributes. But after the spiritual attribute reaches 100, Chen Ye wants to add it again, and the system will prompt. After a single attribute breaks 100, it cannot exceed twice the minimum attribute. Simply put, if Chen Ye wants to increase his mental attributes again, he must increase the other 3 attributes to 50 or more. This is the requirement that the system makes for the balance of the body for all samsara. If there is no such mandatory requirement, then other samsaras will focus on one attribute, which will make their bodies unbalanced and become deformed monsters. Subsequently, Chen Ye waved his finger. Under his control, He Dao Qiushui made various slashing movements in the air. Chapter 43. There was a sound of breaking through the air, extremely sharp. No wonder. The system gives a C-level evaluation of Chen Ye's comprehensive strength. The power of mind is really hard to guard against. Aside from other things, now Chen Ye is using his mind to control the black knife Qiushui to kill people. How can ordinary D-level masters be able to stop it? What's more, in addition to being able to control weapons, mind can also restrict the actions of the enemy. If you change your mind again, Chen Ye used his mind to control a large number of small flying knives, strangling the enemy from all directions. Can the D-class master be able to stop it? Whoosh! Under the control of Nian Li, the black knife Qiushui flew into Chen Ye's hands. Chen Ye waved a few times, looked at the sharp black patterned blade, and couldn't help sighing, good knife. His current strength attribute has also reached 45 points. Task reward plus 20 points. Using the black knife Qiushui, there is no sense of difficulty. Put the black knife Qiushui back on the shelf. Chen Ye picked up the personal copy card again. As the name suggests, this card can open a single-player dungeon world for him, and there is no other reincarnation to compete. And, according to the system's prompts, there is no mandatory mission in the single-player dungeon world, and it will not be obliterated because the mission is not completed. It is safer. Good stuff. Chen Ye thought for a while and put down his personal copy card, planning to use it another day. Then, Chen Ye left the personal warehouse. He still has a batch of gold bars deposited in the reincarnation space. At the moment, 2 hours have passed since the real time and must be processed as soon as possible. After more than 3 hours, they will be embezzled by the reincarnation space. Real world. Chen Ye, who returned to the room again, brought back a box of gold bars. This box of gold bars is not heavy, only a few genes, less than 100 genes. It's not that Akko cut corners and fooled Chen Ye. But the current purchase price of gold on the market is 380 yuan a gram. If you spend 20 million to buy gold bars, you can buy about 100 caddies. Hide the gold bars under the bed. Chen Ye fell on the bed, ready to sleep. How to deal with this box of gold bars? I'll talk about it later when I have time. When Chen Ye was resting, the name of his surah had already appeared on the desks of the leaders of the major forces. Many big forces even held emergency meetings overnight for him. The super evaluation strategy of the dungeon world of the Samsara Tower is enough to make countless big people sleepless. What's more, this is the dungeon strategy for the first level of the Reincarnation Tower, and it is of even greater significance. The second thing is to thank Shizu Boss for his 1,000 VIP rewards. Thank you very much for your love. I will add another chapter today. The third is more later. Chapter 36 Shura is awesome. 3 more. Capital. There was a sudden movement in a large house with a luxurious courtyard. Many people living in the courtyard house got up one after another and rushed to a room. At this time, it was already 5:30 in the morning. The reincarnation space opens at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and closes at 5 o'clock in the morning. Seeing no one in the room, a woman suddenly wailed, "Jeaner." This woman's son had not yet returned to reality at that time. Obviously, an accident occurred while cleaning the dungeon and stayed in the dungeon world forever. Among these people is an old man in a wheelchair. The old man looks 70 or 80 years old. Although he is in a wheelchair and has limited mobility, he has an extraordinary manner. There is a kind of superior temperament all over the body, which makes people dare not ignore. It should be the leader's temperament cultivated by often occupying high positions. Now, The old man looks very complicated, with grief and anger. His most beloved grandson is going to the first floor of the Samsara Tower tonight, but he hasn't come back yet. The reincarnation space will close at 5 o'clock in the morning. When time comes, all living samsara will be forced to leave the scene and return to reality. And his grandson hasn't come back yet. It's obviously cold. After a long time, the old man yelled in a low voice. The third child. Behind the old man, a middle-aged man in his early 30s stood up after hearing this. Chapter 44. Dad, what's your order? This middle-aged man has an extremely fierce temperament. He has strong muscles and thick calluses on the fist and skull joints. A pair of eyes, as sharp as an eagle eye, is terrifying. Moreover, this middle-aged man is always releasing evil spirits. He is the 97th one-leaf-nose autumn in reincarnation space and the global master list. The old man said solemnly, although the reincarnation tower is full of crises and dead people are common, but the people of my Yi family can't die unclearly. You can activate your contacts in the reincarnation space to find out how Jeaner is. Dead. Okay, Dad, don't worry. There will be accurate news until tonight. Yeah. The old man nodded and warned, you should be careful when you are inside. Our Yi family is no better than before. Now we are relying on you to support us, and we must pay attention to our safety. Dad, I understand. After finishing talking with the old man, the middle-aged man looked at the crying woman and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will find out the truth and give you an explanation. Early morning. When Chen Ye woke up, he suddenly realized that the whole world, in his senses, was somewhat different. To be precise, his brain is clear and bright. His 5 senses and 6 senses have become much stronger. The most obvious is his vision and hearing. Chen Ye could see the water vapor in the air that had not yet dissipated. In addition, Chen Ye can also hear the sound of traffic on the road outside the community clearly. This is just before. It has never appeared before. Chen Ye knew that this was the change brought about by the triple-digit mental power. He should have discovered these feelings last night. It's just that he was so tired last night. In the copy world of Zombie World War, he killed nearly 10 hours of zombies and suffered from illnesses and side effects of forbidden drugs, leaving Chen Ye physically and mentally exhausted. Although the task was later completed, and the reincarnation space healed all the negative states on his body, his heart was still extremely exhausted. Therefore, after returning to reality, Chen Ye fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. Now that the spirit is restored, Chen Ye can feel his own change. Get up. After washing, Chen Ye checked the time, and it was 7:30. My father hasn't come back yet. It seems that I got off work late today. Chen Ye didn't take it to heart either, took some change, went outside to buy some breakfast for himself, and rushed to school while eating. As soon as he arrived at school, Chen Ye heard that countless students said behind his back that he was handsome. No, he was talking about the Sura in his vest. Fuck, the Shura is really amazing, and I have another SSS level super evaluation. Yeah, that's amazing. I heard that many people are looking for him now. Look at the internet. Someone bids 100 million yuan and wants to buy the raiders from the hands of the great god Shura. The night before yesterday, I wrote an SSS level super evaluation in the safe area. Last night, I actually wrote another super evaluation. It is still a copy of the Samsara Tower. It's too awkward. I've decided. From now on, Azura will be my idol. The real power of Shura is the SSS level evaluation he brushed out last night, which is of great significance. Zombie World War is the first copy of the Samsara Tower. Everyone who wants to go to the Samsara Tower must pass the copy. In the past, it was because this dungeon world was too dangerous that many people did not dare to use it, but now that the Azura God appears, it is different. If Azura God is willing to contribute to the strategy, I don't know how many powerhouses can be created. An intelligent student analyzed it. This student's analysis also aroused the approval of many students around. Yes, it would be great if the Azura God could contribute to the strategy. I think this is beneficial to all mankind, and the Azura God should contribute. I also think that the Azura God should contribute freely to make the entire young class of mankind stronger. It is not a good habit to hide selfishness. You can pull it there. You are the strategy of the big guys who are greedy for Shura. Why do you want to sit back and enjoy the things that people have made for their lives? I approve of the free contribution strategy, but it's best to be used by people in our country. Silly Dick, the strategy of the Azure boss is really going to be spread. Do you think foreign forces will not be able to get it? Chen Ye was listening to the discussion of these students. At first, I heard it with gusto. But when he heard the back, he frowned slowly. The third one, the fourth one later. Chapter 37 Second tier copy of Reincarnation Tower for more. The discussion among these students started out as a pure worship of Chen Ye. But when it comes to the latter, it turned out to be a discussion about whether Shura should disclose the zombie world war copy strategy. Several selfish stupid dicks eagerly hope that Shura can open the strategy. However, most of the students are still relatively positive in the three views and hold objections. Chen Ye frowned, then took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. Not surprisingly, Shura's name resounded throughout the network again. And this time, it was far more sensational than the last time. Not only the netizens discuss it, but also the major media are scrambling to report. The strongest genius in the reincarnation space appears. He is Shura. Shura, where is its sacred? According to several reincarnations who have been in contact with the Azure God, the Azure God who speaks Chinese is very likely to be a Chinese. Chapter 45. Because the copy of the Reincarnation Tower is far from comparable to the copy of the Safe Zone. What's more, what Chen Ye brushed out of the SSS level super evaluation was the copy of the first floor of the Samsara Tower. This is the only way for all who want to become stronger. Crucial. As the student just said, many people dare not go to the Samsara Tower because the Samsara Tower is too dangerous. But if there is a strategy that is evaluated by super gods, the result will be different. Therefore, this time it seemed so sensational. This big guy named Shura is really awesome. I have reviewed the copy of Zombie World War. The zombies in it are very powerful. It is hard to imagine how the Shura boss managed to kill hundreds of thousands of zombies in 10 hours. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. The boss of Shura is too mad. It feels like it's only a matter of time before the talent of the Shura boss is ranked first in the world. I heard that the boss of Shura is still our compatriots in China. Ha ha ha, you are proud of you. Come on, the boss of Shura rises up, wins the first place, and defeats that atom. There is a lot of heated discussion on the internet. Seeing these discussions, Chen Ye was quite refreshed, because Shura is him. Subsequently, Chen Ye opened the Reincarnation Forum. He is still being discussed throughout the forum. Only, Chen Ye's good mood did not last long, because he saw a post. I think that Shura boss should open the strategy of zombie world war to benefit all mankind. This is the title of the post. The post is very popular. It is still early in the morning, and the number of replies to the post has exceeded thousands. Chen Ye clicked on the post and found that there were many people who supported this view. Original +1. Anyway, Shura can no longer enter the copy of Zombie World War. Again, why not take out the strategy for the benefit of mankind? If I were Shura, I would publish all the strategies and gain a good reputation for myself. If you sell money, this strategy is a sky-high price. But I think that with the skills of the Shura boss, you shouldn't be short of money, right? That's right. If the boss of Shura is willing to open the strategy, I am willing to become a fan of Shura's brain. Those who can do more work, I hope Shura boss can see this post and benefit ordinary people like us. These are all replies that support the original poster's point of view. Very selfish. There are also people who have three views of righteousness and opposing views. A group of keyboard guys. Do you think Shura will need you stupid fans? Hee hee, what a moral kidnapping. I really convinced you people. They worked so hard and got their lives in exchange for the strategy, so why give you free? A weak chicken is a weak chicken. Even if the boss of Shura teaches you step by step, you won't get a super evaluation. Chen Ye closed the post and didn't bother to read it again. In the Reincarnation Forum, there are still many high-priced shopping guide posts, and Chen Ye also chose to ignore it. For those who asked him to make it public for free, Chen Ye just sneered coldly, not paying much attention. A group of beam-jumping clowns are not worthy of being remembered by him. Let them slowly be greedy. His strategy, he can handle whatever he wants, never caring about other people's opinions. Subsequently, Chen Ye began to look for a strategy for the second floor of the Samsara Tower. For the second floor of the Samsara Tower, the official also released a strategy. Chen Ye guessed that the official strategy should come from those powerful reincarnations. After opening the official guide, Chen Ye was surprised to find that there were actually 2 dungeon worlds on the second floor of the Samsara Tower, divided into two levels, simple and nightmare. The simple one is one man's martial arts, and the nightmare level is Mountain Village Old Corpse. The task rewards of the two are also completely different, and there is a big gap. Those who reincarnate can choose by themselves. But the higher the reincarnation tower, the more difficult the task. If you don't lay a solid foundation for your strength from the beginning, leading to your strength being behind and not being able to defeat the enemy, you will easily die in the dungeon world later. Fourth, the Mountain Village Old Corpse should have been seen by many people, right? The nightmare movie when I was young. The female ghost inside is terrifying. It doesn't matter if you haven't watched it, just treat it as a ghost movie. Chapter 46. The fifth is more later. Chapter 38. This strategy has something. 5 more. According to the official guide. The missions of the two dungeon worlds are different. The task of a copy of one man's martial arts is to challenge 3 martial arts masters. In the mission of the copy world of the Old Corpse and Mountain Village is to survive for 3 days. It sounds like the task of the copy world of the Mountain Village Old Corpse is easier. However, the opposite is true. In the copy world of the Old Corpse of the Mountain Village, there is a female ghost transformed by resentment. She is extremely terrifying and kills invisible. As long as she is stared at, no matter where she hides, she can't escape her death. But this female ghost has almost no weaknesses, and she can't even fight back. To complete the task of survival for 3 days, it all depends on whether your life is hard enough. Chen Ye didn't read the copy strategy of one man's willing, because he is not interested. The reward for this mission world is very low. According to the strategy, there was once a reincarnation person in this world who received an excellent rating of S, and the reward was only 4,000 reincarnation points. Chen Ye didn't want to waste a chance to brush the dungeon with such a low reward. Subsequently, Chen Ye opened a copy of the Raiders about the Old Corpse in Mountain Village. The first paragraph on the guide is, Warning. Before reading this guide, the editor recommends that you still choose the copy of one man's martial arts. The female ghost in the Mountain Village Corpse is really terrifying. According to several A reincarnation who succeeded in surviving told that this is a nightmare they will never forget. This world is far more dangerous than Zombie World War. Basically, I chose to challenge the reincarnation of this copy. 8 out of 10 have not returned, and 2 of the ones who can return have to be crazy. Please choose carefully. If you insist on choosing the copy world of Old Corpse and Mountain Village, the editor expresses admiration for your courage and hopes that you can complete the test and get a good evaluation. Next step into the topic. When all the reincarnations who participated in the test are teleported into the dungeon world, the first scene is that there is a glass of water in front of you. The system only gives you 30 seconds, and it must be within these 30 seconds. Drink the water. If you don't drink, it will end up being obliterated. The editor guessed that this glass of water should have a lot to do with that female ghost. After drinking water, it is recommended that you find a more airtight environment to hide as soon as possible, because female ghosts may come here at any time. In addition, don't put anything around the place to hide, not even a single stone, and it's best to tie yourself up with a rope, not eat or drink. Stay hungry for 3 days. If you are lucky, you can pass the level directly. This is a strategy provided by the top 100 global masters and the 86th Smile boss. According to the speculation of the Big Smile, the female ghost will create an illusion and let you kill yourself in the illusion. Tie yourself. You can avoid self-injury to the greatest extent. Also, don't be lucky. The female ghost will find you 100%, and don't try to use special items that can prevent hallucinations in the copy world of the Mountain Village Old Corpse. The editor can clearly tell you. It's useless to do this. The reincarnation system will not give you the opportunity to exploit loopholes. Finally, I advise everyone again, please choose carefully, especially those who are not brave enough. Don't try to face the female ghost. After reading the official guide, Chen Ye was slightly surprised. He remembers the plot of the Old Corpse of the Mountain Village, and of course he knows that the Chu Renmei method of killing the female ghost in it is indeed to create hallucinations and kill herself. People in this world can get this inference in just 3 days in the dungeon world, which is already very powerful. It seems that no one can be underestimated. According to this strategy, there is indeed a certain chance of being able to survive Chu Renmei's pursuit and complete the mission of survival. Then Chen Ye laughed. He knows the plot and knows the details of the female ghost even more. The terrifying female ghost, Chu Renmei, is not incapable of dealing with. If I kill Chu Renmei in the process of the mission, what level of evaluation will I get? Thinking of this, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. But this world is indeed extremely dangerous. After death, the beautiful ghosts of Chu people have extremely strong grievances, and the illusion created by them is completely indistinguishable from the truth, and it is simply impossible to guard against. Even if Chen Ye knew the plot, it would be extremely dangerous to enter. If Chen Ye wants to go to the copy world of the mountain village Old Corpse, he must make some preparations in advance. Chen Ye is not in a hurry for the time being. He had just brushed the copy of the Tower of Reincarnation last night, and there was no copy of the cooling card, and he wanted to brush the copy of Mountain Village Old Corpse at least a week later. The rules of the Samsara Tower and the safety zone are different. In the Tower of Reincarnation, you can brush the dungeon once and cool down for a week before you can continue to brush other dungeons. The fifth is sent, thanks to the 588 VIP points rewarded by the big guys from the beginning, and a more chapter will be added for the big guys who rewarded later. Chapter 39. Be careful to sail the Wanyan ship. Makeup and change. Next, Chen Ye also inquired about the golden treasure chest and personal duplicate cards in the reincarnation forum. Result: found nothing. Since the space of reincarnation has appeared, no one has ever received an SSS level super evaluation, so it is naturally impossible to get these two items. Chapter 47. Jingle Bell. At this time, the class bell rang. Out of respect for the teacher, Chen Ye put away his mobile phone. On the surface, he was listening carefully. In my mind, I was thinking, would you like to try using the personal copy card tonight? Open a personal copy? He does not have a copy of the cooling card now, and he wants to swipe the copy of the Reincarnation Tower again in a week. The days when you can't brush a copy are very boring. If other samsaras knew what Chen Ye thought, they probably wanted to hack him. The copy in the Reincarnation Tower is full of crises. If it weren't for getting stronger, no one would be willing to joke with their lives. It was a bug like Chen Ye who knew the plot, so he felt uncomfortable without a copy. A morning is spent in boredom. Chen Ye felt that this was a waste of time. So, he intends to take time off this afternoon. When he came to the class teacher's office, Chen Ye Damon came here. The class teacher, I have something to do this afternoon, and I want to ask for leave. I heard someone ask for leave. The teacher in charge of reading a book frowned instinctively. Ask for leave. The head teacher stared at Chen Ye. The college entrance examination is about half a month away. If you don't prepare for the exam, what kind of leave should you ask for in this juncture? Chen Ye shrugged and opened his lie. I often feel flustered, arrhythmia, and can't sleep well at night. I think it may be because I am about to face the college entrance examination and the pressure is too high, so I want to go out and get some breath. Drive yourself crazy. Other students may be afraid of the head teacher. But as a man with a mature heart, Chen Ye had nothing to fear for the head teacher. The head teacher wanted to say something reprimanding, but he remembered the news that high school students jumped off the building because they couldn't bear the pressure of the college entrance examination a few days ago, but they changed their words. How long, please? Just one afternoon. All right. You must come back to class on time tomorrow. The head teacher waved his hand generously. It was naturally because of Chen Ye's poor academic performance that he was so happy. If you are a top student who learns well, you will definitely not let others go easily. After leaving school, Chen Ye returned home immediately. To his surprise, there was no one at home, and his father was not at home. It stands to reason that the father of the night shift should come back to sleep at this time. But Chen Ye didn't think much. Maybe it's because the father has something to go out. Afterwards, Chen Ye brought some change, took out the box of gold bars, and left the house. He is going to exchange gold bars for money, and then improve his living environment. By the way, let his father stop working hard. But all the gold bars produced in regular gold shops have imprint marks on them. Some are a string of numbers. Some are a string of letters. Therefore, Chen Ye's task today is to resmelt the gold bars into gold and then sell it. Although doing so will shrink the value of gold bars, it is worthwhile to protect your Shura vest from exposure. That one Xiaohua. Chen Ye didn't worry about her, because Chen Ye knew the true identity of the other party. Dare to expose Chen Ye. What is great is to kill his sister to prove the truth. As a straight steel man, what can't you do? Even those people behind her knew the true identity of Sura, such as her parents. Unpredictable. No one can be sure of what others will do when driven by interests. Chen Ye always can't kill all of Wen Xiaohua's relatives and friends, right? Chen Ye now wants to avoid being exposed for repairing Roman armor because his strength is not strong enough. It happens that the Sura vest has been on fire recently, and many people are looking for him. In order to avoid all of this, Chen Ye felt that he had better trouble himself and dealt with the gold. After a while, Chen Ye came near the bus station and got on a bus that was going to other cities. It's not that Chen Ye doesn't want to build a faster and more comfortable high-speed rail. Chapter 48. It's just that the high-speed rail has security checks, which is very troublesome. His box of gold bars could not pass the security check at all. The country has strict management of the flow of gold, and privately carrying more than 100 grams of gold non-manufactured products is counted as smuggling. The advantage of stopping the bus halfway is that there is no security check. In order to avoid taxation, the driver is also happy to pull people halfway. Why should Chen Ye bother to go to other cities? This is because Chen Ye knows that every city has a small circle for those who play gold. If he melts the gold bars and sells them in this city, there is a high possibility that he will leak the news and be noticed by those who are interested. After all, the gold bars in his hand are not too much, and not too little is not too little. Caution is the boat. Pay more attention, there is always nothing wrong. As for his own safety, with his current strength, even if you encounter roadblocks and robberies, you don't have to be afraid. This chapter supplements the update last night. Chapter 40 Breaking the Leg? This is what you guys said. 2 hours later, Chen Ye appeared in another city. He first disguised himself and bought wigs and sticky beards in a wig shop to make himself look mature. Then, on a telephone pole on the roadside, I found a steel processing factory that used small advertisements to promote it and spent a little money to pour all the gold bars into the furnace and melt it into gold water. Then pour the inferior mold and regain the ugly gold bar. At this point, all the marks on the gold bars have been erased. His gold bars have also become gold bars of unknown origin. Such gold bars are recycled, and the price will be much lower. Just as Chen Ye packed the gold bars and was about to leave, suddenly, the boss of the processing factory, with a few workers, stopped him. "Brother, the money you just gave is not enough for processing fees." The boss of the processing plant and a few workers surrounded Chen Ye and stared at him. In the hands of several workers, there are also weapons such as wrenches and iron rods. It is clear. When the group saw Chen Ye smelting gold bars, they thought that the origin of the gold bars was unknown, so they wanted to kill Chen Ye. After all, in their eyes, Chen Ye is a foreigner, and alone, there is no need to worry about retaliation. Chen Ye laughed. "How much do you want?" For this kind of thing, he had already prepared in his heart, and he didn't panic. The boss thought for a while, stretched out his hand, and made a for gesture. "4,000. Chen Ye asked curiously. The boss shook his head and grinned. "It's 40% of the gold bars in your hand." Chen Ye sighed helplessly and persuaded. "It's not a good thing to be so greedy. Brother, your gold bullion, the path is not clean, right? I don't dare to call the police if I leave it alone. I advise you to make money and avoid disasters." The boss laughed. "What if I don't give it?" Chen Ye asked. The boss's face became cold, and he said viciously, "Then we can only interrupt your leg. We will take it ourselves." "Break the leg? A good punishment." As soon as Chen Ye's voice fell, he waved his hand suddenly. Suddenly, something strange happened. I saw that the iron tools in the hands of the workers were grabbed by a mysterious force, and all flew out of their hands. Then, floating next to Chen Ye, turning in the air. It was Chen Ye who initiated the power of thought. The visual effect of this scene is very shocking. It is almost like a fairy spell. The boss and the workers were stunned. Immediately afterwards, they panicked. "Abnormal, supernatural person." A worker stammered. "In this world, there is a space of reincarnation, so everyone is no stranger to supernatural beings. Even in the police station, there are special law enforcement squads composed of superpowers, who only take orders from the chief of the police station to deal with those superpowers and criminals. In addition, in the society, people with supernatural powers belong to special talents, and their status is very high. Regardless of which power the person with the ability wants to join, he will receive generous preferential treatment. If you are willing to work for the government, you will start with special staffing, and if you are strong enough, you can directly become a cadre. Even if a person with a supernatural power kills a person, he will not be sentenced to death. As long as you are willing to be loyal to the government, refrigerate it for a few years, and wait for it to get hot, then you can report to the military. Chapter 49. Before the law, everyone is equal. This sentence obviously doesn't work for the supernatural person. After all, there are very few people with supernatural powers in the entire human race, and powerful superhumans like Adam are even more strategic-level national treasures. The country especially needs powerful abilities, as long as it is not a frenzied pervert. A mistake will be given a chance to correct. Brother. We don't know. You are a supernatural person. Please forgive us once. The boss pleaded in tears, cold sweat all over. No longer the prestige before. Although he often goes to the reincarnation space, he has been spinning around in the safe zone, and now his overall strength has not reached the lowest level. Facing the supernatural person, he didn't even think of resisting at all. One person, one leg, do it yourself. Chen Ye said coldly. If I were to do it, it wouldn't be as simple as one leg. Hearing this, everyone turned pale. After a while, only the black-hearted boss who kept screaming and the accomplices were left in the same place. As for Chen Ye, he has already stayed away from here. There was no murder, not because Chen Ye's men were merciful. Now in a society under the rule of law, killing people is a trouble after all, and it will definitely lead to police investigations. Chen Ye currently does not want to contact the government, let alone turn to the government. So, only one person broke his leg. They did it by themselves, not Chen Ye's business. Later, Chen Ye came to the city, first went to the bank to open an account, then went to a gold shop, sold all the gold in his hands for money at a price less than 20% of the market, and put them into his account. After getting all this done, Chen Ye returned smoothly. When Chen Ye returned home, it was already dark. My father is still not at home. At this time, he should have gone to work. Chen Ye shook his head, planning to have a showdown with his father tomorrow, asking him to quit his job that often stayed up all night. Then, Chen Ye got something to eat alone, and then set the alarm clock to rest. 12 o'clock in the evening. Chen Ye once again appeared in the space of reincarnation as Sura. The first is more, the second is later. Chapter 41. 18 Palms of the Dragon, the price is 50,000. In response to a question from a reader in the book review area, public copies cannot be brought out. Personal copies are pending. In addition, personal copies can only be read by the protagonist, and others cannot enter at all. So you know, attributes can only be redeemed through points if you add to your own practice. It's easy to get confused, you're struggling, and I'm having a headache when I write. P.S. Dungeon worlds like the Great Wall, Legend of Sword and Fairy, Fairy Tale, etc. will become the protagonist's personal copy world in the future. Red light flashed. Chen Ye appeared in the square of the reincarnation space. System, take me to the Samsara Tower Mall. After receiving Chen Ye's order, Chen Ye appeared next to the Reincarnation Tower Mall in the next moment. The mall in the Reincarnation Tower and the mall in the safe area are very different in appearance. In addition to the appearance, the things sold inside are also very different. The mall in the safe zone sells some gadgets and one-off items, which are of no help to the improvement of strength. The shopping mall of the Samsara Tower is different. There are not only various props, but also various basic skills, such as language ability, shooting ability, basic boxing, basic swordsmanship, and so on. Other reincarnations can also sell special items that they don't need in the mall in exchange for points. In the mall of the Reincarnation Tower, only those who formally become a member of the Reincarnation Tower are eligible to view sales. The reincarnation in the safe zone does not even have permission to view. Chen Ye came to the Reincarnation Tower Mall to see if he had anything he needed. Walking into the center of the mall, various holographic projection screens immediately appeared in front of Chen Ye. The screen is full of dazzling arrays, all of which are on sale. Chen Ye found the basic skill classification, and then spent 650 reincarnation points to purchase the basic knife technique, Mastery. Black Sword Qiushui is a good weapon, and it should be of great help to Chen Ye in the early stage. Therefore, Chen Ye purchased the basic knife technique. It's not expensive anyway. Proficient level of basic swordsmanship, Only 650 points of reincarnation. Congratulations. You learned the basic knife technique, proficient. Subsequently, Chen Ye looked at the props in the mall again. There are many props, but most of them are restoration items, and the price is not low. For example, a potion for restoring stamina is asking for 1,500 points. Chapter 50. Too dark. Chen Ye shook his head and did not buy. Although the potion to restore physical strength at certain specific moments, it can indeed play a great role. But for the early reincarnations, this price is too expensive and not suitable for purchase. Early reincarnations are more difficult to obtain reincarnation points, and they don't even have enough redemption attributes. How can they be willing to spend points to buy this stuff? Moreover, the medicine to restore physical strength is not needed in the early stage. After thinking about it, Chen Ye spent 1,500 points in the end to buy a medicine to restore his injuries. Chen Ye felt that the effect of this medicine was quite large. Although it could only recover a certain amount of injury, it might be able to save lives at critical moments. The medicine in the mall can be used anytime, anywhere, without any restrictions, very convenient. This is why it is expensive. Close the system store. Chen Ye opened a private consignment center again. Here are all places where other reincarnations sell special items that they don't use. When the private consignment center opened, Chen Ye's eyes lit up. There are a lot of things for sale. And there are many kinds of things, and there are many practical things. Chen Ye even saw someone selling a martial arts secret book of Dragon and 18 Palms for 50,000 points. Seeing this price, Chen Ye shook his head. Even if he has enough points, he won't buy it. He knows the plot, and when he encounters a copy of the martial arts class in the future, he will be very relaxed if he wants to get a cheat. Chen Ye then looked down. He is looking for what he needs. The ancient martial arts of Kusanaro, from the copy world of the King of Fighters, sells for 12,000 points. Canine Fruit Wolf form, from the copy world of One Piece, priced at 40,000 points. The special skill Sprint comes from the copy world of King Pesticide, which costs 12,000 points. The Art of Shadow Clone, from the copy world of Naruto, sells for 35,000 points. The special item Exorcism Talisman, from the copy world of Mr. Zombie, a one-time item, priced at 2,000 points. Seeing these things for sale, Chen Ye's eyes flickered. He is familiar with these things. The space of reincarnation is really amazing. It can turn these fantasy works into a real copy world. No wonder, many people say that the reincarnation space is created by omnipotent gods. Apart from the gods, Chen Ye really couldn't imagine who else could create such a spatial world. Continue to scroll down. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes condensed, and the hand that was turning the page also stopped. He saw what he wanted. The second is more. Chapter 42. Hello everyone, I am Shura. 3 more. The special item, Heart of the Brave, comes from the copy world of Brave and sells for 80,000 points. Seeing this item, Chen Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. This is what he is looking for. According to the introduction of the system, the Heart of the Brave can make users brave and fearless after use. The effect seems to be quite simple. But in fact, such an effect is extremely rare. Fear has always been one of the greatest shortcomings of mankind. Many people do irrational things under the control of fear. For example, people versus zombies. As long as people can overcome the fear of zombies and want to kill zombies, the winning rate is actually very high, because people have wisdom and can use tools in the environment. But in fact, many people saw the zombies, and their legs were frightened. Under extreme fear, let alone resisting, he made many mistakes to escape, and eventually became a ration for zombies. This is the effect of fear on people. For reincarnations, fear is a fatal weakness. Samsaras often walk on the edge of life and death. Once they lose the courage to fight because of fear, they are easily killed by the enemy. To have a fearless heart is extremely important for samsara. The Heart of the Brave can completely restrain the beauty of the female ghost. Chen Ye needs Heart of the Brave not only to deal with the beauty of the female ghost, but also very important for him to enter the samsara tower in the future. Chapter 51. In comparison, the female ghost is beautiful, so it can only be solved incidentally. It's just that the price. One price. Means no counteroffer. Obviously, the samsara who sold Heart of the Brave also knew its value. With Chen Ye's current wealth, he certainly couldn't afford it. But Chen Ye believes that someone will pay for him. After a while, Chen Ye left the center of the mall and came to the Entertainment City. Entertainment City. It is a super large leisure center located in the east of Samsara Square. In each region, there is an entertainment city. Samsaras are often faced with the test of life and death. Their nerves are tense, and they need proper venting channels to relax themselves. This is the original intention of the reincarnation system to establish an entertainment city. In the entertainment city, as long as you are willing to spend reincarnation points, you can enjoy the Emperor's treatment. Drinks, food, female sex, poison. These are all low-level enjoyments. The real premium enjoyment is this sweet service. What is sweet service? It is to give you a presidential suite, and then you can customize the woman you want according to your own imagination and vent your desires to your heart's content. As long as your thinking is clear enough, the fairy can figure it out for you. Certainly. The price of the suite is also very expensive. I heard that spending tens of thousands of points in it for 2 hours. Basically, no reincarnation is willing to play like this. In addition to the suite, there are more perverted killing games and more. To be honest, the entertainment city is actually a large sales gold cave. Only you dare not think. There is nothing that the reincarnation system cannot do. Chen Ye came to a bar. Now, the bar is very lively. Many people drink and party here, and even publicly gather to take drug X. There is no police here. No one cares about you. Bars are also the preferred way of relaxation for most reincarnations, because the price is cheaper. After Chen Ye came to the bar, he didn't waste any time. He directly spent 100 reincarnation points to buy an opportunity to speak on stage. With 100 reincarnation points, you can be on stage for 5 minutes. In these 5 minutes, whether it is singing or speaking, it is your freedom. When the time is up, you must step down. This is the reality in the entertainment city, where there are reincarnation points everywhere. At this moment, no one happened to be on the stage. Chen Ye strode up. His initiative did not attract everyone's attention. Everyone is immersed in enjoyment. Chen Ye cleared his throat, then spoke into the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Shura. The microphone spread Chen Ye's words throughout the bar. Suddenly, in the bar, it's quiet. The reincarnations who were enjoying themselves were taken aback. All stopped their movements and looked at the stage in surprise. In fact, in the last 2 days, the name of Shura is like a thunder. Shura's super deeds have long been spread throughout the space of reincarnation. The third one, sorry, I went out in the afternoon, and the fourth one was later. Chapter 43 Shura's True Temperament. For more, P.S. The last chapter has been modified, and the function of making a copy of the World Woman in the Suite service has been deleted. In fact, the real hostess choice in the personal copy cannot be the girl of the public copy. The book is non-toxic. Please don't worry. It took at least 30 seconds before the voice of discussion gradually sounded in the bar. Fuck, he is Shura. Can't fake it, right? Chapter 52. Are you stupid? In the space of reincarnation, you are not allowed to pretend to be someone else. Finally saw the true face of Shura boss. Big Shura appeared at this time. Must there be any purpose, right? Will Shura God want to make the raiders public for free? Free public SSS level super evaluation strategy? You think too much. If it is you, will you contribute for free? Recently, many people are looking for the Azura God. It is estimated that the bar will be lively after the meeting. That's right. I just heard that the 97th one Leafnose Autumn boss on the top 100 masters list is looking for Shura bosses everywhere. Wait for a good show. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Many people are speculating about the purpose of Chen Ye's appearance. Subsequently, on the podium, Chen Ye spoke again. I heard that many people are looking for me recently. I know that everyone is interested in the copy strategy of World War Zombie in my hands. I am here today to find a suitable buyer, and I promise that I will only sell it to one person, not a copy of the strategy. Sell more, please ask the reincarnation space to be fair for specific matters. I will open a private room later. Only people with the strength of sea level or above can come in. Welcome all interested friends to come to discuss. The opportunity is not lost. The higher price will get. Chen Ye finished speaking and was about to leave. He came to the bar this time to sell the copy of Zombie World War. After all, this thing was left in his hands, and it had no effect at all. Because he can't continue to brush a copy of Zombie World War. Since the strategy is in his hands and has become a waste, why not use it as a waste? Strive to maximize benefits and grow yourself? At this time, a reincarnation suddenly stood up and said loudly, Sura, about the copy strategy of Zombie World War, you should contribute it for free to benefit mankind and make the whole mankind stronger. As soon as the voice of this reincarnation fell off, many people looked at him like an idiot. But more people still care about what Chen Ye will answer. Before long, Chen Ye on the stage spoke again. Are you kidnapping me morally? I don't. The reincarnation said cheeky. Chen Ye didn't pay attention to him anymore, but looked at everyone and said with a smile, I don't disclose the copy strategy of Zombie World War, because I think that it is better not to disclose the consequences than to make it public. Since the emergence of the space of reincarnation, many young people of the right age have gained powerful power. After gaining power, these young people did not think of benefiting society at all, but instead rely on power to do whatever they want. This has directly led to crimes everywhere. The rate has risen drastically. There have even been 116 incidents. 11.6 incident. It happened on November 6, 2009. On that day, many young people with powerful forces, after occupying a coastal city by force, declared their independence. In the end, the military sent a large number of troops to suppress it, and hundreds of thousands of people died. In the end, even the intercontinental missile was used to quell the turmoil. The 116 incident had a far-reaching impact. At that time, it directly caused ordinary people to reject and hate the supernaturalists. There were parades all over the country, hoping that the country would take action to eliminate all supernaturalists. Had it not been for the root of the supernatural beings in the reincarnation space, and the reincarnation space could not be eliminated, the supernatural beings would have long gone. Even today, more than 10 years later, there are still many ordinary people who don't have a good impression of supernatural beings. Chen Ye's mention of the 116 incident at this moment made many people's hearts shocked. I don't know. What are the idiots who want me to disclose the copy of Zombie World War Raiders? What is it? Chen Ye spoke again, with a rather rude tone. In my opinion, it is a good thing for the entire human society not to disclose the copy strategy of Zombie World War. It can be effectively avoided, and some selfish people gain powerful strength. After that, doing evil, making the whole society unstable. Speaking of the back, Chen Ye stared at the reincarnation who had just kidnapped him morally, and said lightly, Don't lower your head and hide. The idiots I'm talking about refer to people like you. Ha ha. The bar burst out laughing. Many people admired Chen Ye's answer. This answer can't be said to be so beautiful and wonderful, but it is enough for those who want to be kidnapped morally and slap them severely. The cleverness of Chen Ye's remarks is his starting point, which is for the harmony and stability of the entire human society. It is very clever to counter moral kidnapping with the highest point of morality. No selfish person can use this to attack Chen Ye in the future, because the 116 incident is a lesson from the past. Who can guarantee that when a large number of strong men appear, similar vicious incidents will occur again? Snapped. Snapped. There was even a round of applause in the bar. Chen Ye's face-to-face anger of the moral kidnappers attracted a lot of people's favor. Many people think that Shura boss is true temperament, domineering. In this world, there are still more people with 3 views. And the reincarnation who was scolded by Chen Ye face-to-face could not wait to get into the ground at this moment. Even his friends were quietly away from him. He stared at Chen Ye bitterly, then turned and left the bar. I have no face to stay any longer. As for Chen Ye, he also stepped off the stage. Chen Ye saw the resentful look in the eyes of the reincarnation before he left. Chapter 53. But Chen Ye didn't care. It's just a rubbish. Daring to appear in front of him in the dungeon world, Chen Ye didn't mind squeezing him to death. Subsequently, Chen Ye is going to open a private room and wait for someone to come to talk about the price of a copy of Zombie World War. Before Chen Ye left, suddenly a cold voice suddenly appeared. You are Shura? Fourth, thanks to the big guys at the beginning of 150 ****, 588 VIP points for rewards. Thank you for your love, and another chapter will be added in the evening. The 5th is more later. Chapter 44 Ye Zhi chose reward order. 5 more. P.S. The book is guaranteed 5 times a day, 2 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 2 in the evening, and the rewards are extra. After the shelves, 10 changes a day, there are manuscripts saved. It is worthwhile. You are Shura? A middle-aged man blocked Chen Ye's path. The man wore a set of ancient costumes, long hair, and a saber around his waist. He looked like an ancient swordsman. This is of course a disguise in the reincarnation space. It can be said that in the space of reincarnation, no one is so stupid who will show their true colors. Seeing the appearance of this man, there was a burst of exclamation in the bar. Fuck, it's the boss of One Leaf Knows Autumn. It's a leaf that knows autumn, the 97th of the world's top 100 masters. I just heard that Li Zhi was looking for Shura everywhere, but I didn't expect it to be true. Isn't Li Zhi looking for Shura to buy a copy of Zombie World War? He doesn't need it, right? Idiot, he can't use it. Can it be used by others? Hearing the surrounding discussion, Chen Ye knew the identity of the other party and also knew why this middle-aged swordsman came to him. One Leaf Knows Autumn. Yi Guqing's uncle. Although he knew the identity of the visitor, Chen Ye was not afraid at all. Because in the reincarnation space, the non-duplicate world is strictly forbidden to happen. Who dares to do it? Wipe it out instantly. Li Zhi is very direct, and he came up to question, my nephew Yi Guqing, is it dead in your hands? Heard the sentence. Suddenly, in the whole bar, the sound of inhaling cold breath sounded. Many people stared with surprise and excitement. It turns out that Li Zhi, the big brother, is here to ask for trouble. Everyone immediately held their breath, did not dare to make a sound, and watched the excitement seriously. It's me, Chen Ye generously admitted. He didn't even bother to defend himself. Directly put on a look of rigidity to the end. It's not that Chen Ye is arrogant, but Chen Ye knows that justification is useless. At that time, he took the black sword Xiushui from Yi Guqing, and there should be many reincarnations who saw it. Although Yi Guqing was bitten to death by a zombie, he could still be counted on Chen Ye's head. Without a shot, Yi Guqing might really escape. In addition, Chen Ye has nothing to fear. Li Zhi is not at the same level as him, and can't be gathered in a copy world at all. And in the space of reincarnation, violence is forbidden. It can be said that Li Zhi has no way to trouble him personally. The most is to ask others to take action. In the same level, Chen Ye is not afraid of whoever comes. I heard Chen Ye's confession, so happy. Li Zhi's face suddenly sank. Good. Happy enough. Li Zhi asked coldly, why kill him? What character is your nephew? Don't you know it yourself? Chen Ye said indifferently. He wanted to lay my finger on me and grab my task progress, so I killed him. What's the problem? Hearing this, the people around suddenly realized. This kind of thing, in fact, often happens in the space of reincarnation. Once you enter the dungeon world, the rules become the weak and the strong, and there is no way to avoid it. Many people looked at Shura, admiring Shura's temper, and felt sympathy for Shura. Chapter 54. It is common for reincarnates to fight in the dungeon world, but it's unfortunate to provoke someone with a background. Shura is in trouble from now on. Everyone present, no one dared to look down upon Li Zhi. The 97th place in the top 100 masters list does not sound high, but this is the ranking of all reincarnations in the world. At present, the total number of all reincarnations in all regions of the world exceeds at least 1 billion people. Being able to squeeze into the top 100 among so many people is definitely a top powerhouse. Kneel. Apologize. Li Zhi said coldly. Hand over the copy of the Zombie World War Raiders, and then cut a hand. Forget it. Violence is forbidden in the reincarnation space, but self-harm is not counted as violence. Hearing this, Chen Ye couldn't help laughing. Afterwards, Chen Ye laughed and said, I thought that the person who can be on the top 100 list should be a smart person, but I didn't expect to be a fool. Do you read too many novels? Everyone in the bar looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. No one thought that Shura would be so bold that he would curse Li Zhi face to face. Damn it, Shura boss is so fierce. Good, very good. Li Zhi's face was pale, and he stared at Chen Ye coldly. No one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time. You are fine. Having said that, Li Zhi suddenly took out a devil fruit from his personal warehouse. Afterwards, he lifted the devil fruit high and announced loudly, This is the Superman devil fruit. I know the autumn leaves, and hereby officially issue a reward order. As long as anyone can kill Shura in the dungeon world, he can take this devil fruit from me. The voice fell off. There was silence throughout the bar. Everyone stared at the devil fruit, breathing heavily. The value of devil fruit has long been known to the world. After eating it, you can gain superpowers, reach the sky in one step, and become a powerful superpower. After issuing the reward order, Li Zhi collected the devil fruit. The devil fruit in his hand was originally intended to be given to Yi Jin when he was 19th birthday. Did not expect. Sura, some people say that you are the best talented genius ever in the space of reincarnation. Li Zhi looked at Chen Ye and said lightly, I hope you don't die so early. I am waiting for you on the 26th floor of the Samsara Tower. Okay. Chen Ye also stared at Li Zhi with a calm tone. Don't you die so early, and wait for me to take your head. Hearing this, Li Zhi just smiled coldly and turned to leave the bar. The fifth one is delivered. The sixth chapter added, after 12 o'clock, supper has not been eaten, go to eat some dinner and come back to update. Chapter 45 Big guys come to Shura, 6 more, Looking at the back of Li Zhi's departure, Chen Ye still looked calm. Not only did Chen Ye not panic at all for the reward order issued by Li Zhi, he was a little bit looking forward to it. He has just broken through the first floor of the Samsara Tower and is about to go to the second floor. At this level, there is almost no strength surpassing him. And Chen Ye also has a bug like the sky. That is, he knows the plot. With such an advantage, is he still afraid of being hunted down in the copy? I killed Yi Guqing last time and got the black sword Xiushui. I don't know what will the person who comes to die next time bring him. Subsequently, Chen Ye used 300 points to open a box. It wasn't until Shura's back disappeared into the box that everyone in the bar hall began to talk. Lying in a big trough, Great God Shura and Big Brother Li Zhi, get to work. Hey, the Great God Shura is too stiff, a little bit softer, he won't get to this point. Are you afraid that you have drunk too much? Li Zhi is clearly here. Even if Shura is subdued, he can't easily let it go. I don't pay attention to anything else, I just want to know, is anyone going to get that devil fruit? Yes. Few people can withstand the temptation of a devil fruit. But I don't think the Shura God is easy. Is it an ordinary person who can get the evaluation of the SSS Super God twice? The Lord Shura will be in trouble in the future. Yeah, alas. With the talent of the God of Azura, as long as he doesn't fall in the middle, he can catch up with Zhiqiu sooner or later, and it's a pity that he can even fight the first Adam in the future. Hey, look at him. Someone has gone in to find the great God Shura. Chapter 55. That's Normanov, the A-level powerhouse. People from Sam's empire. Although Normanov is not on the top 100 list, he is still a big man. He came to Shura, and he must represent the government of the Sam Empire. Great God Shura, don't sell it to the Sam Empire. There was a lot of discussion outside, but the box was very quiet. Hello, Mr. Shura, this is Normanov. I am very interested in the copy strategy in your hand. I don't know what price you want to pay. Hearing the person coming in, speaking fluent English, Chen Ye rejected the other party in his heart. Although Chen Ye is also a selfish person, he will not be selfish without a bottom line. The copy strategy of Zombie World War, if sold to foreigners, it is like a rival. Of course, although I don't want to sell it to foreigners, I still have to do it. It creates a sense of urgency for the forces in the country, and also allows him to wait for the lions to speak. Chen Ye, Mr. Normanov, please tell me your quotation first, and let me see your sincerity. After hearing this, Normanov thought for a while and said, Mr. Shura, I actually came on behalf of the Sam government. As long as you are willing to sell us a copy of the Zombie World War strategy, you can immigrate to Sam's empire at any time. Our Sam empire is the most powerful country in the world. In addition, you can also get my friendship with Adam. You heard that right. It is the S rank strong on the list, Adam. The trouble you just encountered, Adam can easily help you solve it. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's attitude instantly faded. Normanov, if this is your sincerity, then you can leave. Normanov's face sank. It's just a newcomer, and he doesn't use honorifics to him, which makes him very upset. Had it not been for this time, he would have wanted to turn his face. Mr. Shura, please consider carefully. The friendship of Sam's empire is not something everyone can get. Seeing Chen Ye not speaking, but just looking at him coldly, Normanoff gritted his teeth and said, "I'll add another special item. So are you satisfied?" Chen Ye was amused by this arrogant guy and said lightly, "Please leave here, Normanoff." Normanoff stood up and looked at Chen Ye coldly. "Mr. Shura, you will regret the decision you made today." Seeing Normanoff coming out of the box angrily, most people in the bar were relieved. This is the Wuxia district, and all the people present are Wuxia people. Naturally, I don't want to see that Shura sells a copy of Zombie World War to a foreigner. Fuck it. Look, you guys are here. Suddenly someone exclaimed. After hearing this, everyone looked towards the door of the bar. I saw a woman at the door, walking in. This woman was wearing a set of close-fitting armor, her hair combed into a simple ponytail, clean and neat, like a female general on the battlefield. The woman's melon seeds have handsome features, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and the heroic spirit is compelling. The most important thing is that the aura that the woman exudes is amazing. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Sixth, the addition is complete. Ask for a wave of rewards and reminders. Chapter 46 Murong Chuksu's sincerity. After the woman entered the door, she glanced around, and then asked, "Where is Shura?" "Dang," even someone replied, "In box 7. "Thanks." The woman thanked her and walked towards box 7. When the woman disappeared, everyone in the bar dared to talk. Fuck it. It's Murong Chushiwe. It's really her. The world's second master, the strongest A-level reincarnation, Murong Chuksu. This gangster's aura is too strong. Just swept his eyes to me. It can make me feel that my breathing is not smooth. Yes, compared to Yejichio just now, in front of this big man, it's nothing at all. That's necessary, Murong Bishiwe, our god of war. I heard that the real identity of Murong Blowing Snow is Elder Tang's granddaughter. Really? It's true. At the last Global Supervisor Exchange Conference, she played on behalf of our country and won the championship. Hi. After the meritorious service. The current level of the family is already a major general. They all worked hard by themselves. They have never depended on the family, and I heard that Murong Chuk's real appearance is actually 7 points similar to the image in the reincarnation space. Fuck? Big beauty. Even if she is a beauty, do you dare to pursue her? Don't dare. The aura is too strong. In the box, Chen Ye was slightly taken aback when he saw the woman walking in. Chapter 56. To be honest, he had never seen a woman with such a strong aura, as if she had come from a real dragon. "Hello, you are Shura. I am Murong Chuksu." Hearing the woman's self-introduction, Chen Ye's pupil shrank instantly and looked at the woman in surprise. Murong Chuksu. The world's top 100 masters ranked second. The top powerhouse second only to S level. Unexpectedly, it shocked someone like you. Please sit down. Chen Ye Dao. Murong Chuksu seemed to be impatient. After she sat down, she went straight to the subject. "Sura, since you know me, you should also know what is behind me. I am here this time to buy a copy of Zombie World War in your hands. I don't know what conditions are needed to exchange it." Chen Ye frowned. Unexpectedly, I got to the point so quickly. He originally thought that Murong Chuksu would probably first talk about the great truth and know the truth with emotion. Maybe he wanted to persuade Chen Ye to contribute for free. This is also good. It is more suitable for Chen Ye's idea. "Murong, before you came, the Sam Empire had sent someone to talk to me, but I didn't sell it. My preferred trading partner is still our compatriots in China. After all, the fertility does not flow into the fields of outsiders." Murong Chuksu nodded and said, "I know. Thank you for your choice, and I will report truthfully. I didn't think about the specific price. I don't know what price you are willing to pay." Of course, Chen Ye would not bid first, exposing his needs. Murong Chuksu thought for a while, and suddenly took out 2 items from his personal warehouse and placed them in front of Chen Ye. These 2 items are a scroll and a test tube, which contain blue liquid. Murong Chuksu introduced, "This is a super soldier serum from the Marvel Dungeon World. After use, the 4 basic attributes can increase attributes by 20 to 30 points. How much can be added depends on personal physique. This scroll is an entry-level armed color domineering. It comes from the world of One Piece. After using it, it can greatly increase your attack power. If you have enough points to increase its proficiency to a high level, not only will the attack be very powerful, the defensive power will also be amazing, invulnerable. After listening to Murong Chux's introduction, Chen Ye's eyes lit up. Whether it is a super soldier serum or an armed color domineering, they are all good things. Chen Ye is very clear about their role. I don't know if these two special items can express my sincerity? Murong Chuxu asked. Chen Ye shook his head and said, these two items are very good, but their value is far inferior to the copy strategy of Zombie World War. Upon hearing this, Murong Chuxu frowned slightly and said, Sura, we are all compatriots, so let's be quick. You can directly state your requirements. If you can do it, I won't bargain. Chen Ye smiled and nodded, pointed to the two items on the table, and said, my heart price is that apart from these two, plus the same item from the private consignment center, it can be sold. Murong Chuxu's face collapsed when he heard the private consignment center. She was reluctant to buy the things there, because reincarnation points are too rare. However, she gritted her silver teeth and asked, what kind of items do you want from the private consignment center? That part of the brave. Chen Ye smiled and said his request. The first more sent. Chapter 47 The Secret Behind the Tower of Reincarnation. Two more. When Murong Chuxu heard Chen Ye's request, suddenly a look of surprise appeared on the heroic pretty face. Because that heart of the brave was sold by her. Sura, you really have a vision. Murong Chuxu sighed. She once took a piece of Heart of the Brave, which helped her a lot. Being able to get to this point has a great relationship with her fearlessly. Once a person has a fearful emotion, he can perform half of his strength. And Heart of the Brave is to allow you to face any enemy and any danger, calmly and not panic. Good. I agree to your request. Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment. This Murong Chuxu's character is really refreshing, much better than some men. Murong Chuxu smiled and said, if you want something else, I really can't afford it, because every reincarnation points are not enough. But this Heart of the Brave is different. Its seller is me. Sura, I have to admire your vision, because I have taken a piece of Heart of the Brave myself and know how effective it is. Although it can't directly increase your strength, it can make you bravely face it. Everything is dangerous. Sura, with your talent, you must have a place on the list of the top 100 in the future reincarnation space. Speaking of this, Murong Chuxu blinked suddenly and said, some people say that you are the most talented genius of the Samsara Tower. I am now stuck on the 28th floor of the Samsara Tower. Can't you take me? Chen Ye was stunned when he heard the words. He really didn't expect that Murong Chuxu, with such a strong aura, would actually say such things as begging to bring. Shouldn't such a strong person be extremely arrogant in his heart? Okay. Chen Ye agreed. He felt that Murong Chuxu should have concluded the deal and was in a better mood, so he was just joking with him. Then, let's start trading now. You go to the trading center and wait for me. I will go to the private consignment center and get back the Heart of the Brave. Chapter 57. No problem. The two happily reached a deal, came out of the box together, and left the bar. Come out. Shura and Murong Chuxu have reached a deal? It must be a deal. It's so fast? The face of Mr. Murong puffing snow is really big enough. Surely they two are seeing each other right. Don't be so nonsense. Although the Azura god is very talented, there is still a big gap with Murong Chuxu. How can Murong Chuxu look at him? Yes, Mr. Murong Chuxu is my goddess. I look down on any man. I don't look down on you either. In any case, things have finally fallen into the hands of outsiders. In the future, we will definitely have a group of strong people in our country. Yes, the government will definitely train a group of strong men in secret. I guess it should be from the military to select some clean, loyal soldiers and let them come to the Samsara Tower. I look forward to our domestic powerhouses who can sling Sam Empire. Outside the bar, seeing Murong Chuxu's figure being teleported away, Chen Ye was still in a daze. This transaction, is it too fast? According to Chen Ye's conservative estimate, he would have to contact several waves of people at least for 2 or 3 hours to make a deal. Unexpectedly, the transaction was implemented so quickly. The main reason is that Murong Chuxu's personality is too cool, and the shots can be considered generous and sincere. Whether it is the Super Soldier Serum or the Armed Color Domineering, it is a rare good thing. Super Soldier Serum, once sold, was bought by the government at a price of 1 billion yuan. At that time, this matter was still in the news. I heard that the seller not only got 1 billion in cash, but also got a high-level position. One can imagine the value of a super soldier serum. For Chen Ye, the value of armed and domineering is still above the serum of super soldiers. Plus a heart of the brave. With so much sincerity, Chen Ye has made a lot of money, so what is there to be dissatisfied with? This wave of gains is no worse than his reward for brushing an SSS-level super evaluation. Thinking of this, Chen Ye smiled and shook his head, let the system send him to the trading center. In the space of reincarnation, private special items cannot be directly donated to others. Robbery is even worse. Either through consignment or through the fairness of the trading center can it be given to others. This rule should be to protect the weak and survive in the space of reincarnation. Chen Ye didn't wait long before he saw Murong Chuksu's figure. And Murong Chuksu's appearance in the trading center also caused a sensation among other reincarnations. After all, he is the world's second highest player, the big guy among the big guys. Everyone is surprised to see it. The two went to the trading room and completed the transaction under the notarization of the reincarnation system. Actually, although the zombies in Zombie World War are fierce, they have a fatal flaw, that is, they dare not attack people who have a deadly virus. As long as you are carrying a deadly virus, you can walk on the street swayingly, and no zombie dares to attack you. Oh, by the way, to be on the safe side, it is recommended to use those viruses that infect quickly, and the ones that can show symptoms of infection as soon as possible are the best. After contracting the virus, you can go to the police station and use weapons to kill zombies. After listening to Chen Ye's words, Murong Chuksu's beautiful eyes flashed and asked in surprise, "Sura, how did you discover such a loophole?" Chen Ye laughed and said the excuse he had prepared long ago. After entering the dungeon world, I happened to be in a hospital at the time, waiting for the virus to break out. I saw with my own eyes that those zombies only attack healthy humans. The severely ill patients were ignored, so I had such a guess. In order to verify my guess, I injected myself with a virus, and it succeeded. All zombies dare not approach me. Murong Chuksu looked at Chen Ye with surprise. She didn't doubt Chen Ye's words. This should be the most reasonable explanation. Murong Chuksu admired Chen Ye's decisiveness and bravery. Even if she personally went to the copy world of Zombie World War, she might not be able to perform better than Chen Ye. Sura, no wonder many people say that you are the most talented genius in the space of reincarnation. Murong Chuksu sighed, and suddenly her pretty face became very serious again, looking at Chen Ye. Sura, you have to grow up as soon as possible. Chen Ye was taken aback. What's the matter? There is an unknown rule in the reincarnation space. The first person to pass the 33-story reincarnation tower will get part of the authority in the reincarnation space. That Adam is also an amazingly talented person. He has already passed the 29th floor and is temporarily stuck on the 30th floor. You have to pass the 33rd floor before him to get that permission. Based on the relationship between our two countries, if Adam was the first to get the authority, it would be a disaster for us. The second is sent, the third is later. Chapter 48 Big Harvest. Armed Color Domineering, 3 Shifts, Chapter 58. Chen Ye was very surprised when he heard Murong Chuksu's words. It was the first time he knew that the Samsara Tower had such rules. The first one to break through the 33rd floor can actually obtain part of the authority of the reincarnation space? Could you ask, what are the permissions that you got through the 33rd floor? Murong Chuksu shook his head and said, I don't know the specifics because no one has ever obtained this permission yet, but according to the analysis of the chief think tank, among the permissions obtained through the 33rd floor, it is very likely to be appear, the authority to inquire about the true identity of others. Sura, leave other permissions aside for the time being. This permission alone is terrible. If Adam gets this authority, he doesn't need to do anything. He only needs to disclose the true identity of the Wuxia reincarnation person, which will inevitably cause chaos in our country. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. His face also became serious. In fact, all the reincarnations in the reincarnation space are in a competitive relationship, especially the reincarnations in the reincarnation tower. They fight severely and have many enemies. If his true identity is exposed, he must be retaliated against. Unless the strength is strong to Murong Chuksu's level, and no one dares to retaliate when exposed, he is not afraid of being exposed. don't talk about others, just talk about Chen Ye himself. If his true identity is exposed, then the trouble will be really big. With the various dungeon strategies he has, there must be many people looking for him. And Ye Zhiqiu is the first one to trouble him. Chen Ye was not afraid, but his current strength was not strong enough after all. Actually, he's just a rookie. Of course, he can't compare to those masters who have been in the Samsara Tower for many years. Give him a while, the result will be different. Therefore, what Chen Ye lacks now is time. Morong Chuksu's words made Chen Ye feel a sense of urgency. Chen Ye said, I am too far away from you. If I want to catch up with, or even surpass Adam, I have to rely on you strong people. Morong Chuksu shook his head and said, I know Adam. I have seen Adam several times. I am indeed inferior to him. The other Chinese people on the ranking list are also far from Adam. Speaking of this, Morong Chuksu also knew that it would be difficult for Chen Ye to chase Adam. After all, Chen Ye's path to the Samsara Tower has just started, and Adam has been struggling to survive in the Samsara Tower for several years. Thinking of this, Morong Chuksu sighed. In short, Shura, this matter is of great importance, and all Chinese reincarnations should encourage each other. Chen Ye nodded and said nothing. In my heart, he was thinking that he really wanted to speed up his pace. Even if he can't catch up with Adam, he must at least have the strong ability to protect himself before Adam reaches the 33rd floor. Correct? Morong Chuksu suddenly asked. Before I came, I heard that you had a conflict with Ye Zhiqiu. Ye Zhiqiu also offered you a reward? Do you need me to help you solve it? Chen Ye heard this and shook his head. No, I'll solve it by myself. The transaction between the two has ended. Chen Ye didn't want to owe favors, because the debt of favor is hard to pay. Morong Chuksu nodded, not reluctantly, just opened the mouth and said, Add a friend. If you have any difficulties, you can ask me for help. She actually has another task, which is to bring Chen Ye into the partnership and become a member of the government. But the contact just now let Morong Chuksu know that Shura in front of him is not a person who likes to be restrained, so she didn't mention it. Chen Ye certainly does not object to adding friends. Therefore, the two were added as friends. Adding friends is a function of the reincarnation space communication system. After you become a friend, you can see whether the other party is online, and you can also directly contact the other party. Currently, Chen Ye has only 2 friends. One is AK. The other one is naturally Morong Chuksu, who has just been added as a friend. All girls. After a while, Morong Chuksu went directly off the assembly line and left. He should have returned to the real world. Chen Ye also came to his personal warehouse. Start studying your own gains. This transaction made him receive a lot of goods, and it was no worse than the reward for the SSS evaluation last time. Super Soldier Serum, Armed Color Domineering, Brave Heart. It's all good stuff. System, I want to use Super Soldier Serum. The voice fell, and a syringe appeared out of thin air. Chen Ye installed the serum on the syringe and then injected the needle into his body. When the serum was injected into the body, Chen Ye immediately felt a tearing pain in his body. Chapter 59. Chen Ye gritted his teeth tightly and endured the pain. Within a moment, he was sweating all over his body. The pain lasted for at least 10 minutes before it slowly ended. When the pain completely disappeared, Chen Ye immediately felt the difference in his body. Not only has the strength increased a lot, but all other aspects feel more coordinated. The most important thing is that his appearance has also changed a lot. Originally, his current height was less than 1.8 meters, but now he suddenly grew a few centimeters taller, breaking through 1.8 meters in one fell swoop. In addition, the body has become extremely uniform, with abdominal muscles and psoas muscles appearing one after another. A model-like figure. In the space of reincarnation, once the shape is determined, it is not allowed to change again. However, the changes caused by the use of special items are not within the rules. Chen Ye now looks at his body without looking at his blindfolded face. He is definitely a male god-level figure. Third more. Chapter 49. Opening a personal copy. For more. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number. See area, 90086. Physique, 51. Spirit, 122. Strength, 72. Agility, 49. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient. Driving, beginner. Shooting, proficient. Camouflage, proficient. Basic knife technique, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, thought power. Reincarnation points, 1672. Comprehensive evaluation, C. This is Chen Ye's current attributes. After being injected with super soldier serum, his various attributes increased by about 25 points on average. The strength has risen the most. From the original 45 points to 72 points, a full increase of 27 points. Chen Ye is very satisfied with the effect of super soldier serum. Subsequently, Chen Ye picked up the scroll that recorded armed and domineering. According to the system's prompt, the method of use is very simple. Just tear off the scroll by yourself. Chen Ye just tore it apart without saying a word. Suddenly, the scroll turned into a little bit of starlight, all blended into Chen Ye's hands. Chen Ye felt the change. It seems that there are more inexplicable powers in the body and an extra memory in his mind. That's the memory of how to use armed color domineering. The reincarnation system is amazing. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel. Then, he raised his right hand. Make a fist. Visible to the naked eye, his fist suddenly turned blue and black, like a fist of steel. Looking at his iron fist, Chen Ye muttered to himself, "Is this armed and domineering?" Have to say, armed domineering, really magical. With Chen Ye's current fist, one punch out, the iron plate can be blasted through. Moreover, his fist will not be injured yet. Because it has been hardened, it is very strong. Unfortunately, it's just an entry-level armed color domineering. Try to upgrade. Reincarnation points can also upgrade the proficiency of skills. It took 1,500 points to upgrade the armed color domineering to the proficient level. But Chen Ye was surprised to find that if he wanted to upgrade his armed color domineering to the proficient level, he would actually need 8,000 reincarnation points. Chapter 60. It has risen many times. If this goes up further, it will require more reincarnation points. No wonder, even Murong Chuksa said that reincarnation points are never enough. The upgraded armed color domineering can already spread the hardened range to Chen Ye's arm. In other words, Chen Ye's hands and arms could become steel-like substances at any time. Well known, armed domineering can not only increase attack power and defense power, it is also the nemesis of those with devil fruit ability. Like those with natural demon fruit abilities that can be elementalized, ordinary attacks can no longer harm them. Only armed and domineering can attack their bodies. Chen Ye is also extremely satisfied with the armed and domineering. In the end, the Heart of the Brave was left untreated. The special item Heart of the Brave, the size of a fist, looks like a heart shape. It's easy to use and simple. Ate it. Chen Ye took only a few bites before eating it. After eating, Chen Ye didn't seem to have changed. But only Chen Ye knew that he had changed a lot. He became fearless. It's not that I lost my fear. It is his heart that has become very powerful, and no danger or terror can affect his reason. After coming out of his personal warehouse, Chen Ye looked at the time. After he entered the space of reincarnation, 2.5 hours have passed. There will be 2.5 hours before the reincarnation space will be closed. Think for a moment. Chen Ye took out the personal copy card and decided to open the world of personal copy. Whether it is a personal copy or a public copy, no matter how long you stay in the copy world, after coming out, the real world is only an hour. There is more than enough time. System, I want to use the personal copy card to open the personal copy. Chen Ye's order was issued, and the system responded. Personal copy open. Start teleporting countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Chen Ye immediately disappeared on the Samsara Square. There is no white room and no preparation time. He was directly teleported into the dungeon world. When Chen Ye regained his sight again, he had come to a strange world. Looking up at the sky here is light blue, with white clouds hanging on it. The amber sunlight shone on Chen Ye, warm and soft. In the distance, there are undulating mountains, endless. The scenery is extremely beautiful. But where is this so special? Chen Ye was a little confused. Because of the transmission of this system, he was directly sent to a deserted place. What surprised Chen Ye even more was that this time he turned out to be a body traversing. The body in reality, instead of repairing Roman armor, the system did not change his appearance in the slightest. Even what I was wearing was the school uniform. It should be a personal copy. No other reincarnations participated, so the system will help him remove the disguise. Let him experience the world firsthand. Now, the school uniform, which was originally looser, looked much smaller when it was put on Chen Ye. Because Chen Ye, who had used super soldier serum, was much taller and stronger than before. But Chen Ye didn't care about these. He just wanted to find a populated place as soon as possible. Subsequently, Chen Ye quickly rushed to a hillside and stood to the highest point. Finally, he saw people. Chapter 61. The fourth thing is that the copy world I write usually chooses the more famous one. Even if I haven't read the original, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect reading. Who is coming from chapter 50. 5 changes, ask for collection. P.S. Free chapters. Too many words per chapter is not a good thing. Please forgive me. After the shelves, the number of words per chapter will increase, and the daily update volume will increase. After the shelves, the goal is 20,000 words a day. Exactly. What Chen Ye saw was a city wall that stretched for thousands of miles. As a Chinese, Chen Ye recognized at a glance that it was the Great Wall. In any case, since I saw the Great Wall, it's better to stay there than to stay in a deserted place. Chen Ye immediately set off toward the Great Wall. There is a saying called, Wangshan runs to death. When Chen Ye saw the Great Wall on the hillside just now, he felt that it was not far away. But the actual distance is dozens of miles. Fortunately, Chen Ye's current physical attributes can be called abnormal. His physical strength is amazing, and his speed is also very fast. If you change to an ordinary person, you will not be able to walk to the edge of the Great Wall when it gets dark. Finally, before the sun was going down, Chen Ye saw the city wall in front of him. He has excellent eyesight. From a distance, he saw the wall of the Great Wall, and there were many people. These people seemed to be ancient soldiers, wearing armor, holding spears, and patrolling. There were also archers nearby, looking around. Could it be that my personal copy is an ancient society? I don't know what world it is. Chen Ye was surprised. Subsequently, he slowly approached the city wall. There is a situation. Finally, the archer on the wall found him and immediately warned. Soldiers patrolling on the wall also stopped one after another and stood ready. Seeing that there was only one person coming, these soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chen Ye's strange clothes and short hair made them think of Chen Ye as an alien. The comber stops. There was a stern shout from the city wall, and then a feather arrow shot out. Who? Yu Jian made a sound of breaking through the air and shot towards Chen Ye. Chen Ye did not hide. With his current eyesight, he can naturally see that the person who shoots the arrow does not want to hurt him. This arrow is just a deterrent and makes him stop. Puff. The arrow plunged heavily into the ground in front of Chen Ye, only 2 or 3 centimeters away from Chen Ye's toes. This shows how accurate archery is. Who came from? A loud question came from above the city wall. I'm a Han Chinese. Chen Ye raised his hand. Unexpectedly, the people on the wall heard this, showing disdain and vomiting heavily. Bah, open your eyes and talk nonsense. Look at your body. What is like me waiting for the Han people? I think you are more like a spy from a foreign race. Chen Ye. Cheating's reincarnation system didn't tell him in advance what kind of world this is, so he didn't even have any preparations. If you can disguise it in advance, it will definitely not happen like this. At this time, above the city wall, a young general came over and asked, "What is the noise? Who is that person?" The soldier replied, "Master Captain, this person is dressed in weird clothes and has an unknown origin. It is weird to say that he is a Han Chinese." Oh. The school lieutenant heard the words, looked at Chen Ye, and asked loudly, "Wu, who on earth are you? What is the purpose of coming here? If you don't tell the truth anymore, be careful that your bows and arrows don't have eyes." Chen Ye was speechless. He was about to say something, suddenly his expression changed, and he looked behind him. Just now, there was a vibration on the ground behind him, and he was quickly approaching here. However, Chen Ye's sight was blocked by the hillside, and he couldn't see what was there. Chen Ye couldn't see, but the soldiers on the wall were condescending, but they could see clearly. When the soldiers saw the incoming object, their faces changed greatly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Above the city wall, a shrill scream sounded. All the soldiers moved one after another, raising their weapons, looking terrified. Although Chen Ye didn't know what was there, he secretly guarded himself when he saw the soldiers on the verge of an enemy. Lingding, go and inform the commander of the palace. The captain gave a loud command. Others, prepare to meet the enemy. My lord, what about the people in the city? A soldier asked. Chapter 62. I can't control that much. The school lieutenant looked solemn. It's too late to save him at this time. The fifth one. Chapter 51 Chen Ye Dao. First more. Chen Ye's current listening has reached a perverted level, including vision 2. On the city wall, although the voice of the school lieutenant was not loud, he still heard clearly in his ears. He did not ask for help either. With his current strength and strong heart, it is impossible to ask others for help without seeing the enemy. Chen Ye stood there. After thinking about it, he took out the black knife Qiu Shui from his personal space. For Chen Ye now, this knife is still quite easy to use. Finally, the vibration is approaching. Above the city wall, the captain's command also sounded. A total of 7 gluttonous archers, shoot them in the eyes, don't let them come close. The others defended the city wall and insisted on coming to the palace commander to help. Chen Ye was slightly taken aback when he heard Xiaowei's words. Gourmet? Isn't this a mysterious monster in myths and legends? Too late to think about it. Next moment, a monster took the lead over the hillside and appeared in Chen Ye's sight. This is a hideous, strange-looking monster. The monster has a huge head, and on the head, apart from a pair of nostrils, there is only a big mouth. The mouth is full of fangs and teeth, which is very cruel and terrifying. As for the monster's eyes, they didn't actually grow on the head, but on the armpits. The monster's limbs are well developed, the body is vigorous, and the size is very huge. In terms of body size, it is 3 times larger than that of a human. Once it initiates a charge, it is as terrifying as a rhino. Seeing this monster, Chen Ye suddenly realized what world he had come into. Shoot! Above the city wall came the command of the school lieutenant. In an instant, a rain of arrows fell all over the sky. However, the monster gluttonous seemed to be very alert. Seeing the arrow rain falling, they all protected their eyes under the armpits. On their bodies, the skin is rough and fleshy, and bows and arrows can only tickle them and cannot cause effective damage at all. This wave of arrows didn't even hurt a monster. The school lieutenant on the wall turned pale and gritted his teeth and said loudly, "The archer retreats, and the pikemen step forward, ready to meet the enemy." This is about to start a close fight. There is no way to give this order, because Tao Dai moves very fast, and in a blink of an eye, it has already rushed under the city wall. At such a close distance, the archer's effect is greatly reduced, and he can only assist from the side. A line of soldiers with long guns walk to the city wall. It can be seen that these soldiers are very scared, and some of them are even shaking their hands. Their eyes looked at the person under the city wall, and many people showed sympathy. Gourmet monsters only eat people, and they will not be merciful just because they are weak. All human beings, in Gourmet's eyes, are delicious food. From the eyes of the soldiers on the wall, the young man in weird clothes is dead and will die miserably. Seeing the gluttonous monsters rushing forward, Chen Ye didn't care. If these monsters are really the monsters in the movie he has seen, then the strength is still very good. Roar. A gluttonous food approached Chen Ye, let out a roar, and slaughtered him directly. On the city wall, many people have their eyes widened, and they can't bear it. Only Chen Ye still looked calm. He is fearless. What's more, with Chen Ye's current strength, just a few gluttons, they still couldn't threaten him. Roar. The gluttonous monster rushing in the forefront took off and landed in the direction of Chen Ye. Finally, Chen Ye moved too. Not only did he not retreat and flee, but instead launched a charge against the gluttonous food. After a few steps, he rushed to Tao Dai, avoiding Tao Ye's claws, and slashed with a knife. Puff. After gluttonous landed, he remained motionless. Chen Ye didn't even have any interest in looking at it. He fixed his gaze on the other 6 gluttons, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 63. Just now, he received a prompt from the system. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. A gluttonous soldier has 100 points? Now, those hideous gluttons are terrifying monsters in the eyes of others, but in Chen Ye's eyes, they are so cute. He strode towards the 6 gluttons. It wasn't until Chen Ye walked a few steps away that the glutton who had just confronted him began to move. Its body suddenly split into 2, sprayed with a large amount of dark green blood, and then fell to the ground. It turned out to be cut in half by Chen Ye. Above the city wall, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even the school lieutenant looked at Chen Ye with his mouth wide open. No one has ever been able to kill a glutton so easily in a single fight. Furthermore, the author has already written that only special items can be traded, and others may not be able to afford it. Points cannot be given away, and it is impossible for a group of people to offer one person to a god. Please don't be led to the rhythm. Chapter 52 is fierce. Second more, Chen Ye's current strength attribute is 72 points. The strength attribute of a normal adult male is generally around 10 o'clock. In other words, Chen Ye's current strength is 7 times that of a normal person. Coupled with the sharpness of the black sword Qiu Shui, let alone a gluttonous monster, even a tank, he can split it with one knife. Personal copy, it is really different from public copy. This time the personal copy, the system didn't even release the task. Is it all up to me to play freely? So this time, my main goal should be these gluttony, right? Chen Ye thought while walking. Soon, there were 6 gluttons left, and they came to Chen Ye and surrounded Chen Ye. Although these gluttons are not afraid of death, they are not as brainless as zombies. On the contrary, they possess a certain amount of wisdom. The human in front of him hacked to death one of their companions with a single knife, which aroused their vigilance. Therefore, they surrounded Chen Ye and prepared to besiege. Strong man, be careful behind you. Above the city wall, the lieutenant's shout came. A soldier next to him asked, "My lord, shall we go down and help?" "First, look at it first." Hearing the voice of the captain, Chen Ye smiled slightly and clenched the black knife Qiu Shui in his hand. "I called him a kid before. Now he is called a strong man." Chen Ye didn't care about the school lieutenant's reminder. What he cared about was that these gluttons delivered to the door should not be run away. If it ran away at a gluttonous speed, it would be really hard to chase it. Now, in Chen Ye's eyes, gluttony is just moving points. Roar! Behind him came Li Ho, a big mouth with a blood basin, and he rushed towards Chen Ye's back. Chen Yiming stomped his feet, and his whole body immediately rose into the sky, actually higher than the gluttonous jumper, easily evading the sneak attack by the gluttonous. With Chen Ye's current explosive power and agility attributes, high jumps and other things can easily kill those athletes in seconds. The sneak attack glutton obviously did not expect that this human being could jump so high in place. When it reacts and wants to bite into the sky, it is already too late. When it raised its head, there was a cold light coming to meet it. Puff! A huge head rolled to the ground. Chen Ye's entire giant head was chopped off by Chen Ye. Roar! Roar! Other gluttons also rushed forward. Chen Ye slashed out and forced 4 gluttons back. They seemed to know that the black knife in Chen Ye's hand was powerful, and they didn't dare to shake its edge head-on. There was a gluttonous food, but he seized the opportunity and bit on Chen Ye's arm. Above the city wall, everyone saw this scene with only one thought in their hearts: it's over. No one has ever been bitten by gluttony, and there is still the possibility of surviving. But what happened next surprised them. Chen Ye bit this guy on purpose. Arm color domineering. Launch. Suddenly. Chapter 64. The glutton who bit Chen Ye felt that what he bit was not flesh and blood, but an arm of steel. 2 of its fangs have collapsed. Tao Tai quickly let go and wanted to retire, but there was a great pain in his mouth. Its tongue was pulled out by the human being with pitch-black hands. Wow! The gluttony let out a stern roar. Next moment, the cry stopped abruptly. I saw Qiu Shui, the black knife in Chen Ye's hand, suddenly pierced into Go Tiao's mouth and stirred it twice. When Chen Ye took the knife back, the gluttonous glutton fell to the ground. Chen Ye, who knows the plot, also knows that Tao Ye's weakness is their eyes hidden under the armpits. However, this does not mean that damage to other parts will not kill these gluttons. In the face of Chen Ye's powerful strength and the invincible black sword Qiu Shui, these gluttons, all over his body, are weaknesses. Another glutton was killed. There are 4 gluttons left. These 4 gluttonous animals had learned well, and regardless of their consideration, they rushed towards Chen Ye together. Good job. Chen Ye shouted, his eyes boiled with warfare. The black knife Qiu Shui in his hand suddenly left his hand and was thrown out by Chen Ye as a javelin. Under the control of Nian Li, the black knife Qiu Shui shot a gluttonous eye with unparalleled precision and plunged deeply into the body. Wow! The gluttony let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground before rushing over. In such a moment of effort, there are 3 gluttons left, which are already in sight. Chen Ye clenched his fists and launched his arm domineering. His entire arm became pitch black as iron. In the next moment, he dodges the gluttonous pounce with a leap, and at the same time, hits one of the glutton's forehead with a punch, making that gluttonous doubt life. Then, he grabbed the gluttonous glutton who was knocked out by his punch, and actually lifted the gluttonous body like a cow. Soldiers on the wall, seeing this scene, missed a beat in their hearts. Too ferocious. At this moment, they all felt that the ferocious gluttonous meeting Chen Ye was like a grandson meeting a grandfather. No matter what these people thought, Chen Ye slammed this gluttonously against the other 2 gluttonous. Subsequently, with a stroke of his hand, the black knife Qiushui in the distance flew back into his hand under the influence of Nianli. The 3 gluttons were smashed into a panic, struggling to get up, and saw that terrifying human being rushed in front of them. Secondly, the Great Wall starring De Tian. The plot is really bad and vulgar, but the special effects and big scenes in it are still worth seeing. In addition, the shape of De Tian in it is also quite beautiful. Everyone understands what I mean. The next personal copy is The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Chapter 53 Crane Commander, General Lin Mei. 3 more. The weight of a gluttonous soldier is about 600 to 700 caddies. They are huge, powerful, and have sharp fangs. Ordinary people have no resistance in front of them. But Chen Ye is no ordinary person. With the comprehensive attributes of his current body, it is much stronger than gluttonous. Not to mention 600 or 700 caddies, he can lift 1,000 caddies. It's a pervert. What's more, Chen Ye still has mental power to assist. Although the power of mind cannot directly control the strong gluttons, it is still possible to interfere with their actions. The whole battle actually lasted only a few minutes. The 7 gluttonous gluttons all died in the hands of Chen Ye. The last gluttony wanted to run, but Chen Ye grabbed its tail and dragged it back abruptly. Guru. When the battle was over, many soldiers on the wall swallowed subconsciously. They are almost frightened. Ever since I was young, I have never seen such a powerful human being. This person. Could it be that the god of war descended? The school lieutenant muttered to himself, looking at Chen Ye's gaze, very shocked. At this time, there was a sound of dense footsteps in the distance. Afterwards, an army of women in blue armor walked over quickly. The leading female player has amazing facial features, big eyes, white skin, black hair, and a very good figure. The blue armor is worn on her body, which is even more heroic. Chapter 65. Seeing the female general, the school lieutenant hurriedly greeted him, clasped his fists, and saluted. Subordinates pay homage to General Lin. The female general's surname is Lin, and her single name is Mei. She is the leader of the Crane Army. The Crane Army is composed entirely of women. Don't underestimate these women. Working hard, the degree of bravery does not overwhelm the men. Where's the gluttony? Lin Mei asked. Gourmet. The school lieutenant swallowed and said, they were all killed. Oh. Lin Mei exclaimed in surprise. You did a good job. How many casualties? Casualties. General Lin, there were no casualties. 7 gluttons, all beheaded by 1 person. What? Lin Mei was shocked when he heard the school lieutenant's words. This is impossible. Who is so brave? That man is under the city. Following the direction of the captain's finger, Lin Mei saw Chen Ye under the city wall, and at the same time saw the gluttonous corpses all over the floor. Both were killed by him alone? Lin Mei asked in shock. Exactly. The captain took the initiative to tell his story. At that time, this person came here alone and called himself a Han. I waited to see that he was dressed in weird clothes, unlike a Han, so I didn't let him come up. As a result, 7 gluttons suddenly appeared and were all caught by this person. Kill here. Speaking of this, the school lieutenant concluded, this battle is earth-shaking, and the people under the city are like the gods descending to the earth, the infinitely powerful gluttonous. In front of him, they are not his enemy. Lin Mei felt like she was listening to the heavenly book. But the gluttonous body under the city was indeed there, and the facts did not tolerate her disbelief. Lin Mei used to fight with gluttonous food, knowing the horror of this kind of monster. Even with her superb martial arts, she was not sure to kill a gluttony in a single fight. Not to mention, 7 gluttons were captured and killed by a single player. And the people in the city, except for the weird clothes on their bodies, were torn a bit, and they didn't even have any injuries all over their bodies. At this time, Chen Ye came under the city wall again and said loudly, "Hey, I am really a Han, but I have been living overseas, so in appearance, it looks a little different from yours." Seeing the big sweetness on the city wall, Chen Ye has fully confirmed what world he has come into. Great Wall. I didn't expect that his personal copy turned out to be this world. The school lieutenant whispered, "This person's words are similar to our Han dialect, but they are so weird." Of course weird. Can the vernacular Chinese be the same as the ancient Chinese? General Lin Mei frowned when he heard the words, meditating for a moment, then looked at Chen Ye and asked loudly, "You said you are from overseas? So where did you come from?" Chen Ye first admired the beautiful city wall, and then said, "I have been living in England before. From my father, I learned that I am a Han Chinese, so I left alone and came here." "Oh, what's the proof?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Ye suddenly remembered that in the plot, General Lin Mei, who had studied English with a foreigner, said, "I can speak the English language." General Lin Mei said, "Let's listen." Chen Ye immediately blew out an English sentence, which was translated, "Beauty, you are so beautiful." Lin Mei's pretty face changed as soon as the words came out. Above the city wall, only she could understand Chen Ye's words. This girl has the attributes of a female man. When she heard someone praise her appearance, her first reaction was not to be as shy as other women, but to be angry. Third more. Chapter 54 Mr. Chen tells you how to respect people. 2,000 years ago, there was an emperor who was too greedy for wolves and made the people unhappy and finally angered God. Then, in order to punish the emperor, God dropped a meteorite and hit the Gowu mountain north of the Great Wall. Among the meteorites, there is a gluttonous beast king. Although the beast master will not take the initiative to attack, but she can produce a large number of gluttonous soldiers. From then on, gluttonous began to wreak havoc on the world repeatedly, harming one party. In this way, God warns the world of the consequences of greed. Gourmet eats when you see anyone, whether it's alive or dead. After they eat people, they feed the beast king. But the beast master has enough food, and after he is full, he can reproduce in large numbers. Right now, the north has been ravaged and cleaned by gluttony, and there is no one inhabited. Only the southern plains has a large population. Therefore, the gluttonous beast king set his sights on the southern city of Bianliang, which is the richest and most prosperous city in mankind. However, to rush into Bianliang, they have to cross the Great Wall. The current emperor has allowed the most elite sergeant among mankind to guard the Great Wall. This is the world background of the copy of the Great Wall. Chapter 66. Let him come up. Although General Lin Mei didn't like others to praise her appearance, he was very sensible. If the young man in front of him is really as powerful as the school lieutenant said, including him and using it to fight the gluttony would definitely be a major force. The school lieutenant next to him said, "General Lin, this man can pull the mountain and use a black long knife. It is sharp and difficult to handle. Even if it is gluttonous, it can also be cut off by a single knife. All the gluttonous corpses on the ground are this person was killed with a single blow." "Oh, what about his black knife? Why is it missing?" This is also where the subordinates are puzzled. They don't know where this person is and where they hid the knife. The captain added, "This person is very weird. Please be careful, General Lin." Lin Mei nodded, then waved her hand and ordered her to put down the gondola. Chen Ye finally got on the city wall. Use a basket, hung up. In ancient times, the upper city wall was generally like this. Actually, Chen Ye could jump on the wall directly by his own strength. It's just out of respect for the sergeants on the wall, he didn't do this, or he didn't seem to put others in his eyes. After getting on the city wall, General Lin Mei immediately came to Chen Ye. The female crane army behind her also surrounded Chen Ye. Although he didn't do anything to Chen Ye, it implicitly restricted Chen Ye's freedom. "Follow me to see the commander of the palace." General Lin Mei said, "How to deal with you? The commander of the palace will let you down. Dispose of me." Chen Ye was immediately upset when he heard this. "General Lin, right? Please figure out one thing. I am not your prisoner, and I will not accept your disposal. It is okay to see your palace commander, but it is best to maintain due respect to me." These words immediately angered the female Crane army. Bold. In the eyes of the female Crane army, their leader is a big man. Only the commander of the palace can compare. How can you tolerate Chen Ye talking like this? At the moment, a few female Crane soldiers pulled out their sabers at their waists. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye said coldly, "Before you do it, it's best to think clearly. As a straight steel man, he will never show mercy because his opponent is a woman." Hearing this, the female Crane army became even more angry, and they were about to surround themselves. "Stop." General Lin may stopped the impulsive subordinates, looked at Chen Ye, and asked, "Then what is your purpose for coming here?" "Since I learned from my father that I am a Han, I want to come to Han to see." Chen Ye made up a sentence, and then said, "However, I am more interested in the monsters just now. If you don't welcome me, I can leave." "Your Excellency is misunderstood. For friends, of course I am welcome." General Lin Mei invited again. "Please follow me to see the commander of the palace. Your Excellency is interested in those monsters. Perhaps the military commander can help you." "It is good." Chen Ye agreed. With his current strength, he is not afraid of what these people can do to him. So Chen Ye followed General Lin Mei and walked towards the base camp of the shadowless Forbidden Army. After a while, in a large hall, Chen Ye saw the commander and the military division. In addition to these two, there were also several other commanders of the shadowless Forbidden Army. When Chen Ye stood in the main hall and looked at each other on an equal footing with the palace commander, it immediately aroused the glares of several other generals. "Bold, why don't you kneel when you see the commander?" It was the leader of the Deer Army who spoke to reprimand, General Tang. "Why should I kneel?" As soon as Chen Ye's voice fell, it immediately aroused the reprimand from several other leaders. "Presumptuous. Ignorant kid, how dare you be disrespectful to the commander?" The commander of the palace, the final commander, asks to punish this person. Chen Ye was immediately annoyed. He found that these soldiers who were generals had some arrogant tempers. "It seems that I'm used to being aloof, and you have to surrender when you see anyone?" That being the case, Chen Ye doesn't mind letting these people change their personality and teach them how to respect people. "A bunch of trash. Want me to kneel? Show your skills." Fourth, I revisited the movie The Great Wall in the evening. Well, the plot is really bad, not surprisingly. This is a copy of the score. The fifth is more later. Chapter 55, let's go together. Makeup and change, As soon as Chen Ye's voice fell, the main hall seemed to explode. Countless soldiers glared at Chen Ye and asked to cut Chen Ye. Even the calm palace commander was a little angry at the moment, because the trash Chen Ye said were all his subordinates. Although Chen Ye didn't spray him, as the main general, his subordinates were regarded as rubbish, and that was also shameless. Chapter 67. It seems that your excellency is extremely confident in your own strength. Xiao Jianshui stared at Chen Ye with unkind eyes, and said in a deep voice to his subordinates, "Since people want to see your skills, then you should show your true skills and don't be underestimated." Actually, when replaced by someone else, Xiao Jianshui had already ordered Chen Ye to be arrested. Had he not heard that Chen Ye single-handedly killed 7 gluttonous animals, he would not have been so polite. As Xiao Jianshui's voice fell, almost all the generals present asked for a fight. The commander of the palace, the general will request to play. General Wu, the commander of the Tiger Army, was the first to speak. General Chen, the commander of the Eagle Army, hurriedly followed up. "The commander of the palace, please teach this servant to the end general, and the end general will definitely let him see the might of our army." The Deer Army commander General Tang also stood up. "The palace commander, how can I be spared from such things? The final general, please fight." Only Lin Mei, the leader of the Crane Army, and the military division did not speak. One is generally aware that Chen Ye is good, and the other is a military division and non-combatant. The shadowless Forbidden Army is divided into 5 arms: Deer, Eagle, Tiger, Crane, and Bear. These 5 arms include Marksmen, Eagle Army; Swordsmen, Tiger Army; Pikemen, Deer Army; Melee Infantry, Bear Army; and Zipline Army, Crane Army. It is the most elite force in the Song Dynasty today. Among them, Xiong is the main combat force, led by Xiao Jianshui himself. Hearing several generals calling for a battle, Xiao Jianshui looked at Chen Ye. "I heard that your excellency can capture and kill Gourmet. I don't know which general you want to point to." This is for Chen Ye to choose his opponent. Chen Ye said lightly, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, they can go together. As soon as the voice fell, the generals exploded in an instant. Presumptuous. Bold. Ignorant child, look for death. Noisy. Chen Ye shouted, raised his right foot, and stomped it suddenly. Boom. The ground on which the slabs were laid was instantly blasted out of a pit by this foot, and with the pit as a point, all the surrounding slabs were cracked. Hiss. Many people took a breath after seeing this scene, their expressions shocked. The power of a kick is so destructive? The generals who were clamoring to show Chen Ye a good look also closed their mouths and looked at Chen Ye suspiciously, including Xiao Jianshui, who was incapable of anger, was a little surprised at the moment. The Hejuan commander Lin Mei, with beautiful eyes, looked at Chen Ye in surprise. The former school lieutenant said that Chen Ye went down to earth like of war. She didn't believe it, but now she is a little shaken. How can manpower be so powerful? The man who admired the strongest in the army, Chen Yilu's hand, instantly made many people admire. Your Excellency, good skill. Xiao Dianshui calmly praised, and then looked at his subordinates. Are you still going to challenge you? Hearing this, the generals flushed, but they still called for a fight loudly. Being timid before fighting is not the habit of generals of the shadowless forbidden army. They were fighting with gluttonous food, and they had already put life and death out of the question, so naturally it was impossible to fear the challenge. Xiao Dianshui nodded, and then said, then you go together, let this strong man give pointers to what you have learned. The final order. X3. They all know that relying on the power of the young people in front of them, one by one, is asking for humiliation. So the commander of the palace let them go together. After seeing Chen Ye's power, although they still felt a bit of a no-war mentality for 3-1, they were not so resistant. Soon, the three of them each took their own weapons. The Deer Commander General Deng took a snake spear, the Tiger Commander General Wu held a machete, and the Eagle Commander General Chun took a bow and arrow. These are the weapons of their good ambassadors. Everyone stepped aside, leaving the center of the hall to these four people. Start. Following Xiao Dianshui's order, General Deng, who was holding a long snake spear, took the lead and slammed into Chen Ye's shoulder. Did not stab at the key point, obviously holding an attitude of learning from each other. This thorn is as fast as lightning, and it can be seen that being a leader is not a simple thing. But Chen Ye's current agility attributes are close to 5 times that of normal people, and his nerve response has reached a terrifying state. No matter how fast a normal person is, it cannot be faster than him. On the side of his body, Chen Ye easily avoided the thorn and grabbed the spear shaft. At this time, a strong body suddenly jumped out from behind General Deng, jumped in the air, and rushed towards Chen Ye. It is the commander of the Tiger Army, General Wu. Chapter 68. I saw General Wu condescending, holding the machete high, aiming at Chen Ye, and slashing towards Chen Ye. On the other side, the commander of the Eagle Army had already opened his bow and arrows and aimed at Chen Ye. Who? A sharp arrow broke through the air and shot Chen Ye, blocking Chen Ye's retreat. It turned out that in a short span of time, the three of them cooperated so tacitly and laid a net for Chen Ye. General Deng, who attacked first, was just an introduction. In order to create opportunities for teammates, the opportunity to besiege Chen Ye. At this moment, if Chen Ye chooses to avoid the big sword, he must be shot in the shoulder by a bow and arrow. In the face of General Wu's heavy sword, normal people's thinking is to avoid it, otherwise it is easy to be cut in half. But Chen Ye didn't. P.S. This is the 5th update last night. The author generally said that a few changes are just a few changes. He has never broken his words, and could not be updated last night, because the community suddenly went out of power while the code was being coded. I asked the property this morning and found out that it was because of the flood that a line was damaged and was being repaired. To publish this chapter, I still borrowed a friend's laptop. The author is now in Anhui, and his hometown is experiencing major floods, and many places are flooded. According to the property, if the heavy rain continues for 2 or 3 days, the government may organize the evacuation of personnel, including the place where I live. Evacuation is a headache. Chapter 56. First and Force, Fight Against the World. Even Chen Ye was a little surprised at this moment. The three people are in a tacit understanding and cooperate beautifully. Change to an ordinary master to come, at this moment must be planted. Chen Ye is different. He has long been beyond the scope of normal people. In the face of such an offensive, he stood still, standing still. Seeing that Chen Ye didn't mean to dodge, Xiao Dianshui and General Lin Mei were a little surprised. When Xiao Dianshui was about to remind him, Chen Ye moved. When Chen Ye pushed it casually, General Deng, who was holding a snake spear, felt a huge force coming from the spear. Rub, rub, rub. General Deng retreated 3 steps in a row before he stood firm. Almost missed the spear in his hand. But the big knife in General Wu's hand was completely unstoppable, and he aimed at Chen Ye's face door and slashed down. That arrow also struck at Chen Ye with great speed. Chen Ye's expression was calm. His right hand clenched a fist, his armed color was aggressively launched, and his fist was instantly pitch black. Afterwards, Chen Ye aimed at the broadsword and threw a punch. Even with a fist, a big knife is hard to come by. No. Xiao Dianshui was shocked. How can a human fist shake a big knife? It's just that he reminds me that it's too late. But the next moment, an extremely shocking scene appeared. Boom. In the confrontation between the fist and the blade, Chen Ye hit the big knife directly, and the blades fell to the ground. Fear. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ye changed his fist to his palm, patted him lightly, and slapped the frightened General Wu directly. Such a powerful scene made everyone in the hall temporarily forget to breathe. At this time, that arrow has reached Chen Ye's side. Chen Ye didn't rush, and only started. Under the force of thought, the arrow paused slightly, and then was quickly grasped by Chen Ye's left hand. Take the arrow empty-handed. It's another trick that makes the scalp numb. What's more terrifying is that after Chen Ye grabbed the arrow, he immediately moved towards the commander of the Eagle Army and threw the arrow back. Who? The arrow thrown by his hand was even more powerful than that of a beef tendon bow. Song Dang. Under the control of Chen Ye's thought power, the arrow accurately shot the helmet of the commander of the Eagle Army, causing its helmet to fall to the ground. The fool could see that Chen Ye's men were merciful. Otherwise, this arrow can completely hit the front door of the Eagle commander. When the fight is over, the whole hall was quiet. Chapter 69. Everyone was shocked by Chen Ye's incomparable methods. Everyone thought of 4 words. God of War descended. Can one punch to break General Wu's broadsword? What is it that is not the of war? General Lin Mei looked at Chen Ye with brilliant eyes. She had never seen such a powerful man. She grew up in the army since she was a child, and has always been trained as a man, so like other soldiers, she worships the strong. Chen Ye is the strongest man she has ever seen. What's even more rare is that Chen Ye is still very generous, and he hasn't been unreasonable. In the previous discussions, he kept his hands several times, but defeated the 3 generals without hurting their lives. Such a character is really rare. It is good. Xiao Dianshui yelled, breaking the silence in the hall. The warrior is superb, and no one can match it. On behalf of the 3 generals, this commander apologizes to the strong man. Hearing this, no one felt unconvinced anymore. Facing a murderer like Chen Ye. Not convinced? You are not convinced. The commander of the palace is serious. Chen Ye waved his hand. He is not defiant. This Xiao Dianshui has always been polite to him, and there is no need to look down on his face. Xiao Dianshui smiled and said, I heard that a strong man can capture and kill 7 gluttons with one enemy 7, alone, and I still don't believe it. Now it seems that what he said is true. The General Wu who used the big sword suddenly asked, This, strong man, how did you do it to break my blade with your fist? Just now, Chen Ye smashed his blade with a punch. If he didn't stop his hand, this punch would definitely kill him. General Wu knows the mercy of Chen Ye's men best and feels a little grateful. Together with Chen Ye's display of force, General Wu admired him. At this moment, General Wu had no intention of dissatisfied with Chen Ye. This is a fascinating subject that I have learned, and I can practice it to the point where I can't get into it. Chen Ye has a disguise proficient skill. He tells a lie without changing his face, making it impossible to see the true or false. Oh. General Wu was very interested and suddenly said, Strong man, I wonder if I can worship you as a teacher? Naughty. Xiao Dianshui reprimanded. It's really rude to want to learn other people's stunts as soon as he came up. Chen Ye smiled and declined to say, the rules passed down by the ancestors cannot be taught to outsiders. General Wu looked disappointed when he heard this. I don't know the name of the hero. The Eagle Army next to him commanded General Chen and asked. My surname is Chen, but I'm a single name. Chen Ye answered. Chen Zhuangshi, you and I will come to learn archery the next day. Obviously, this General Chen was still a little bit unconvinced when he defeated the arrow that Chen Ye threw with his hand just now. Good. Chen Ye smiled. With the power of mind, he can accurately control the head and compare archery with him, just asking for trouble. Today's first update, the big guy in the book review area doesn't need to bring the rhythm anymore. Those two gringos will be beaten to death by the protagonist later. Chapter 57 Killed 2 Barbarians. You don't always call me a strong man. It sounds weird. Just call me Chen Ye. Chen Ye Dao. Xiao Dinshui was stunned when he heard the words, and after thinking about it, he said, Why don't you call you Mr.? It was impolite in ancient times to call him by his first name. Mr. is a respectable name. Chen Ye nodded. Also, Mr. Chen, I don't know what you are doing here. Xiao Dinshui asked. Since I learned from my father that I am a Han, I want to come to Han to see. Chen Ye continued to use these words as an excuse, and then said, However, I am more interested in the monsters under the city wall now. I don't know where those monsters came from. Xiao Dinshui glanced at the soldier next to him and said, Military, come and introduce Mr. Chen. The handsome Wang Junshi heard the words, arched his hand slightly, and said, Those monsters, named gluttonous, are monsters used by God to punish mankind's greed. 2,000 years ago, their lair was in Gowu Mountain. Master Wang Jun explained the ins and outs of gluttony. Actually, Chen Ye knows the plot, so he also knows this information. He deliberately asked, because he wanted to use the power of these men and soldiers to help him kill Gourmet. Although Chen Ye is very strong now, but he will not be so arrogant. One person can pick up all the gluttony. According to the original plot, there are many gluttonous gluttons, and there are thousands of them. Chapter 70. It is impossible for him to kill by himself. After hearing what Army Master Wang said, Chen Ye pretended to be surprised. There are such evil things? If they are not stopped in time, the world will be in chaos. Mr. Chen said exactly. Xiao Dinshui answered, I waited to stay here to prevent the gluttons from doing harm to the world. However, the gluttonous food is getting stronger and stronger. I am afraid we can't stop them for too long. Speaking of this, Xiao Dinshui sincerely invited, Mr. Chen, your force is amazing. I don't know if you can do anything to save the people in the world. These words were in Chen Ye's arms. Chen Ye smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be upright and awe-inspiring. It is incumbent. Haha. Xiao Dinshui happily said loudly, Mr. Chen is really a hero. With Mr. Chen's help, there is a lot to do in this matter. General Lin Mei, who was standing next to Xiao Dinshui, looked at Chen Ye again with beautiful eyes. At this moment, Chen Ye, in her mind, is a hero with the world in mind. And young and promising, outstanding force. Just when General Lin Mei was thinking about it, suddenly, a messenger came in from outside. Report. Commander Dian, caught 2 barbarians, please dispose of Commander Dian. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. Not surprisingly, the barbarian in Chuan Lingbing's mouth should be the protagonist of this world, right? That guy with the nickname Stupid. At the beginning, the movie The Great Wall was most criticized because a Gentile saved the dignified Chinese dynasty, which is a miracle of the century. When Chen Ye saw this section, he couldn't help angering the screenwriter asshole. Now that he can truly participate in this world, he will naturally not let this kind of thing happen. Bring in, Xiao Dinshui said solemnly. Soon, 2 Westerners were brought up. Seeing these 2 Westerners, Chen Ye immediately confirmed his goal. What? He pretended to make a light, and immediately attracted the attention of Xiao Dinshui. What? Mr. Chen knows the origin of these 2 people. Xiao Dinshui asked. General Lin Mei, Wang Junshi, and others all looked at Chen Ye. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Ye nodded and said, Look at the clothes they are wearing. It should be a mercenary from Europe. Oh? What kind of power do you belong to? Xiao Dinshui asked. Chen Ye Dao. The mercenaries do not have a fixed power. Their purpose of action is all because of money. As long as they can afford the price, they can do anything. There is no bottom line. Even the elderly and children, they will not let it go. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Although the 2 Westerners didn't understand what Chen Ye was talking about, they would observe their words and expressions. Seeing that the faces of the people looked at them, They were not very attractive, and they suddenly became worried. Hey, brother, what are they talking about? Do you understand? Do you think I can understand? Looking at them, shouldn't they kill us? Listen, don't move. Don't cause their misunderstanding. So many people, we can't escape. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have come to this place. Among those present who knew English, in addition to Chen Ye, there were General Lin Mei and military divisions. Hearing the whispers of these two men, the military division stepped forward and spoke in English. Are you mercenaries? Oh, thank God, someone can finally speak English. A mercenary opened his mouth and said, Yes, we are mercenaries, we have no malice, please don't kill us. What is the purpose of your coming here? The military division asked. When the mercenary heard this, of course he couldn't tell the truth and said, We didn't deliberately broke into your territory, we were chased by the Khitan people. After hearing the words, the military division frowned and conveyed the mercenaries' words to Xiao Jianshui. They are indeed mercenaries, but they said they were chased here by the Khitan people. Xiao Jianshui pondered for a moment and looked at Chen Ye. Mr. Chen, in your opinion, what is the purpose of these two people? The mercenaries are chasing benefits. Without money, they can't drive them. Chen Ye, let me ask them what they are. Xiao Jianshui nodded. It's Mr. Chen. Chen Ye came to the two of them and asked, Who are you doing for? William, the protagonist, quickly said, Sir, we really have no malice. Chen Ye shook his head and said, Don't tell me this. I understand you mercenaries. You don't smell the smell of money, so you will definitely not come all the way to the east. Upon hearing this, William looked at each other with another mercenary partner. They did not expect that they would meet someone who knew mercenaries in the Far East. Chen Ye said again, The European side is looking for a formula for black powder. You came here for the black powder, right? Hearing this, the two Westerners were shocked. Can the Oriental people in front of me tell their purpose in one go? They couldn't think of it in their dreams. Chen Ye knew all the plot. Of course he knew what they were doing. Although, in the days to come, William will get better, but now it's useless. When Chen Ye said they came for black powder, they were destined to die. Chapter 71. Because General Lin Mei also understands English, he has been interpreting for Xiao Jianshui. At this moment, Xiao Jianshui and General Lin Mei stared at the two barbarians with murderous intent. Black powder is one of China's most important inventions and has always been regarded as a core secret by the court. The mere barbarians dare to peep, and there is no mercy to kill naturally. The second thing is that this is a copy of the brush points. Of course it will not be long. Chapter 58 Gourmet Beast King. 3 more. According to the original plot, Westerner William not only became the protagonist, but finally returned to Europe with black powder. But now, under the influence of Chen Ye, this will never happen again. Come on, pull it out and kill it. Following Xiao Jianshui's order, these two Westerners suddenly ended their lives. To death, they are all fools. Chen Ye also successfully got into the shadowless Forbidden Army. He put on a set of equipment to replace the broken school uniform. Chen Ye was not wearing heavy armor, but a piece of black armor. This is what Chen Ye requested. The defensive power of armor is indeed inferior to armor. However, if you choose armor, it will affect his actions. The next day, General Wu, good morning. Mr. Chen, early. The two greeted them, and Chen Ye took out a drawing and said, I heard that General Wu is a master forging. I wonder if I can ask you to help me build some gadgets. General Wu took the drawing and unfolded it, and found that it was a double-sided short blade. What kind of weapon is this? A hidden weapon? General Wu asked curiously. In Chen Ye's drawings, the short blade does not have a handle, that is to say, this weapon does not need to be held by hand. Generally, things like this are hidden weapons of darts and the like. General Wu has good eyesight. Chen Ye smiled. It is indeed a hidden weapon. I wonder if you can ask General Wu to help me build 20. General Wu thought of yesterday's martial arts contest. Chen Ye threw General Chen's arrow back with one hand, and with great precision, he knew that Mr. Chen in front of him should be a hidden weapon. At the moment, he slapped fiercely and said, No problem, wrap it on me, and I can help you build it in the morning. Thank you, General Wu. Chen Ye wanted to build a double-sided short blade, naturally to better match his mind. Using mind power to directly control large weapons is too much mental power. On the contrary, if you control a small hidden weapon, not only can the burden of mental power be greatly reduced, but the attack power will not be reduced much. After separating from General Wu, Chen Ye planned to stroll around the Great Wall. To tell the truth, 2 generations of people, Chen Ye is the first time to come to the Great Wall. At this time, it was still early morning. Many sergeants drilled on the wall. They are responsible for guarding the Great Wall, often fighting gluttony on the wall, and naturally they have to learn to adapt to the wall and fight. The first thing Chen Ye encountered was the Archer Eagle Army. The Eagle Army commanded General Chen. He was still a little bit worried about Chen Ye's defeating him yesterday with an arrow. When Chen Ye came, he did not say hello. Chen Ye smiled and shook his head, without stopping, passing through the Eagle Army training ground. The next one I met was a slender and vigorous figure. They are the Crane Army, all made up of women, and they are practicing the technique of zipline assassination. The so-called zipline assassination technique is to tie a rope to the body, jump off the wall with a spear, and fall from the sky. After completing the assassination of the enemy, the companions will pull it back. To be honest, everyone who has seen the movie knows that among the 5 armies of the shadowless Forbidden Army, the Crane Army is the most tragic, because the gluttonous bounce is very high. Every time they swoop down and assassinate the gluttonous food, there is a great possibility that they will be directly pounced on and bitten by the gluttonous food, and then other gluttonous gluttons will rush up and divide these women into pieces and eat them. General Lin, early. Seeing General Lin Mei, Chen Ye greeted with a smile. Mr. Chen early. When Lin Mei saw Chen Ye, her eyes lit up slightly. Today's Chen Ye, wearing a set of well-fitting armor, fully showed his perfect figure, and coupled with his powerful and meaningless temperament, he was full of aura. In a daze, Lin Mei felt that this is the true nature of a man. Mr. Chen, how did you rest yesterday? Lin Mei asked. Chen Ye nodded and said with a smile, It's not bad. I haven't slept for a long time, so at ease. Since participating in the reincarnation space, his daily sleep has not been enough, and he did sleep well last night. Does Mr. Chen also practice? No, I just look around at will. As Chen Ye said, he asked curiously, Ukraine Army, killing the enemy like this, and getting in front of the enemy, it should be very dangerous. Lin Mei nodded and sighed. This is the destiny of a soldier. Chapter 72. Chen Ye was silent. Sure enough, he was a qualified straight steel man. He came up to talk about such a heavy topic, and he almost killed God. After a while, Chen Ye asked, I heard that the gluttonous beast king will wake up every 60 years? It's true. Lin Mei nodded and said, When the time comes, it will be the time of the war. When will the gluttonous beast king wake up next time? Chen Ye asked knowingly. He who knew the plot, of course knew that the gluttonous beast king was about to be killed. All right. According to the palace commander's guess, it should be within this month. Lin Mei looked solemn. Is there a way to stop gluttonous food? Kill the beast master. Lin Mei said, as long as the beast master is killed, gluttony is not enough. The two chatted for a while. At this time, suddenly an exclamation came from the side. General, look at it. It's wolf smoke. Chen Ye heard the words and looked in the direction the female soldier was pointing, and he did see the thick smoke billowing in the distance. Wolf smoke. It is a method used in ancient times to convey enemy sentiment. When wolf smoke appears, there are naturally enemies. That direction. General Lin Mei's face changed. No, it's the gluttonous beast king who has awakened. Go and inform the commander of the palace. The third one, the fourth one later. Chapter 59 The war begins. For more, In the hall. All the high-ranking generals of the Wuying Forbidden Army are all gathered together and are discussing. Chen Ye was also present. Just now there was news from the spies ahead, and found that the Beast Master had awakened. As soon as Xiao Denshuai's voice fell, the atmosphere in the hall became serious. Everyone looked serious and was silent. Although the gluttonous Beast King has been in a deep sleep over the years, they have been fighting with gluttonous soldiers and beasts, and they all know the power of gluttonous. Now, the gluttonous Beast King is resurrected, and the next one must be a big battle. Xiao Denshuai spoke again. There is not much time. If you have any ideas, please bring them up as soon as possible. Still no one speaks. The Beast Master was the first time everyone faced him. Without the slightest experience, who would dare to talk nonsense? So, we will all settle their duties. Xiao Denshuai stood up, ready to fight. Compliance. The generals shouted together and began to slowly leave the hall. Chen Ye also left with everyone. Mr. Chen, wait a moment. General Wu suddenly caught up with Chen Ye and took out a cloth belt. Spread out the cloth belt, with 20 flying blades inserted into it, shining coldly. Mr. Chen, this is what you want. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he saw a flying blade. When he took the flying blade from General Wu, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Ding. Special items found. Chen Ye was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the flying blade that General Wu built for him was judged to be a special item. Although it was a special item of low value, it was a surprise to Chen Ye. After it becomes a special item, he can deposit it in his personal warehouse anytime, anywhere, which is very convenient. General Wu. Thank you. Chen Ye clasped his fist. General Wu grinned. Don't want to thank me. I really want to thank you. Just kill a few more gluttonous foods. That's natural. Chen Ye smiled and said, please create them for the purpose of killing gluttony. Okay, Mr. Chen, don't pass this time. Wait for the gluttonous food. I invite you to drink. A word is settled. General Wu turned and left and returned to his post. Chen Ye came to the commander of the palace. General Lan Mei and General Wang Junshi were here. They all went to the command attic together and looked far away towards a grand canyon. After a while, Xiao Jinshui suddenly spoke to Chen Ye. Mr. Chen, if the meeting is not good, you can leave by yourself and guard the Great Wall. It is my duty. You don't need to stay here. Jinshui, you don't need to say this. Chen Ye smiled and said, still think about it. More gluttonous things later. Xiao Jinshui also laughed. He was just tentative. As the commander of an army, he would not easily trust an outsider. I don't know, Mr. Chen. What's your opinion? Chen Yedao? I heard that as long as you kill the Beast Master, other gluttons will lose control. Isn't it true? Chapter 73. Xiao Jinshui nodded. It's true. That's good. Chen Yedao. In a moment, I will try to kill the Beast Master. Please take more cover. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. General Lan Mei was even more shocked and persuaded. Mr. Chen, there are a large number of gluttonous guards around the gourmet Beast King. It is very difficult and very dangerous to kill it. Please, Mr. Chen, to think twice. Upon hearing this, Master Wang looked at General Lan Mei thoughtfully. Chen Ye smiled and said, don't worry, I won't do things that are uncertain. If things are not possible, I will definitely not take risks. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of vibrations suddenly came from the ground. Even if everyone stood in the attic, they could feel the vibration. It's like an earthquake. But everyone knows that this is not an earthquake, but the sound of a lot of running feet. It didn't take long. At the end of the canyon in the distance, a large number of gluttons appeared, densely packed, almost endless. Seeing so much gluttonous food, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. If this is all killed by him alone, how many points will he get? Xiao Jinshui's face was solemn, and he ordered. Drumming, ready to fight. The messenger next to him immediately repeated loudly. Drumming, ready to fight. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic sound of drums means that war is about to start. General Lan Mei turned and left the attic and returned to her post. Chen Ye thought for a while, then went down to the attic and came to the edge of the city wall. He wanted to kill gluttonous. A large number of killing gluttonous naturally rushed to the forefront. Finally, the endless gluttonous army is getting close. The people on the wall can even see their mouths full of fangs, hideous and terrifying. Some recruits, seeing so many monsters, couldn't help but tremble nervously. Remote attack. Above the attic, Xiao Jinshui is giving orders. Yes. War drum team, Chuan Ling Yuan Gong. Chuan Lingbing shouted. Suddenly, the drums became rushing. Next moment, dozens of trebuchets threw the ignited boulders far away. Boom, boom. There was a huge boom in the distance. Countless gluttonous gluttons were killed by a boulder. Chen Ye was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. The wisdom of the ancients cannot be underestimated. This wave of megalithic attacks was very effective, and the gluttonous army suffered a lot. However, more gluttonous food rushed over. Come on, come on. While Chen Ye whispered, he took out the flying blade from his personal space and began to prepare for the harvest. The fourth one, the fifth one later. Chapter 60 The God of War Chen Ye. 5 more. Archer, let go. The drum sound changed again. The archer troops belonging to the Eagle Army immediately began to bend their bows and shoot arrows at the gluttonous army that was getting closer and closer. In the face of so many gluttonous troops, archers do not need to aim, and blind shots can hit the target. But, compared to the large amount of damage caused by the trebuchet, the archer has little effect. Because the gluttonous skin is thick, it is not afraid of bow and arrow attacks at all. Only by shooting them in the eyes under the armpits can it be effective. Tao Dai moves very fast. In a blink of an eye, they rushed to the root of the city wall. Chen Ye's cold light flashed, flying blades appeared in his hands, and he hurled towards the gluttonous food under the city. Under the force of mind, he can do it, shooting gluttonous eyes. Puff puff. The gluttonous gluttons that rushed over were immediately harvested by Chen Ye. Chapter 74. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. The prompt sound of the system sounded so pleasing to the ear, which made Chen Ye kill even more vigorous. Full of mind power, almost all the flying blades thrown by him hit the target. Moreover, under the control of Nian Li, Chen Ye was able to recover the flying blade. But Chen Ye couldn't do multitasking either. After his attempts, he can currently only control 5 flying blades at the same time to kill the gluttonous, and more can't be controlled. Even so, Chen Ye's harvesting speed is still extremely fast. After a few minutes, the gluttonous bodies piled up like a mountain at the foot of the city wall where he was. He also collected thousands of points. Cool. No wonder, online guides say that personal copies are extremely rare, and you are lucky if you encounter them. Personal copies are indeed very different from public copies. Just when Chen Ye was able to rise up, not far from the side, a scream suddenly came. It turned out that the Crane Army unit composed of women suffered casualties. The Crane Army used a zip-line attack and had to bring a gun and throw it down to assassinate the gluttonous food. However, as the number of gluttonous foods increased, they often killed a gluttonous food and were immediately thrown into the corpse by countless gluttonous foods. Died tragically. Chen Ye saw that General Lin Mei was also committing suicide by himself. And she was braver than her subordinates and was almost caught by gluttonous several times. Zipline attack. Every time, people dive and get pulled up again, just like bungee jumping. Extremely exhausting energy. After a few minutes, General Lin Mei was out of breath, and her white forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. That's it. She will continue to kill the enemy. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye frowned slightly. He feels that this girl is prone to accidents so hard. Therefore, when Chen Ye reaped the gluttonous food, he also divided his mind and paid attention to Lin Mei. It would be a shame if such a beautiful girl was bitten to death by gluttonous food. A few minutes later, Chen Ye found that his reincarnation points had finally accumulated 8,000 points. He immediately upgraded his domineering proficiency to the proficiency level without hesitation. Suddenly, Chen Ye felt that his legs had also undergone abnormal changes, and he could use his arms and domineering at any time. Just when Chen Ye was happy, an exclamation suddenly came next to him. General! Looking at it, it turned out that when General Lin Mei attacked again, the rope was suddenly snapped by a gluttonous food. General Lin Mei himself also fell under the city wall and fell into the siege of the gluttonous army. Fuck. It seems that there is no such thing in the original plot. Chen Ye was surprised. Could it be that I killed the 2 Westerners and caused the plot to change? Thinking of this, Chen Ye didn't say a word, jumped onto the wall, then jumped off. Under the city wall, after General Lin Mei landed, he instinctively swung his spear and swept away the gluttony. However, looking at the countless gluttons around her, her pretty face was extremely pale. Not surprisingly, I was dead this time. But General Lin Mei was not afraid, nor regretted. To die on the battlefield is the fate of soldiers. Just when General Lin Mei accepted her destiny frankly, suddenly, a tall figure fell from the sky and stopped in front of her. After Chen Ye landed, he immediately took out the black knife Qiu Shui. At the same time, throwing all the 20 flying blades out, the power of thought was also output to the maximum. 20 flying blades, under the action of powerful thought force, danced in the void, forming a meat grinder, strangling all the gluttonous invaders. Chen Ye held Qiu Shui with a black knife in his hand and stood upright with the horizontal knife. Chapter 75. If a fish that slipped through the net rushed over, he would chop them in half. Like the of war. Fifth more. Chapter 61 General Lin Go. 6 more collections, equals. Seeing Chen Ye come to rescue her, Lin Mei was shocked. She never expected that the man in front of her would be desperate and risk his life in order to save her. As a woman, it's all emotional. Even if Lin Mei grew up in the army, she had imagined a romantic scene where she was protected by a powerful knight. Eugene, the knight, suddenly appeared in front of her, protecting her from harm. Looking at Chen Ye's figure like of war, Lin Mei was stunned. Okay. If Chen Ye knew what Lin Mei was thinking, he would definitely want to laugh. It's true to save her. But Chen Ye did not risk his life. After upgrading his arrogance and domineering, Chen Ye had the idea to come down and fight. No matter how powerful Yu Tai is, it is not as powerful as his current hands and feet. Standing on the city wall, using his mind to control the flying blade to kill the gluttonous food, for Chen Ye, the efficiency is still a bit slow. Moreover, once the mental power is exhausted, it is very bad. Seeing that General Lin Mei was trapped, Chen Ye immediately jumped down, ready to fight the gluttonously, and rescued this beautiful girl by the way. General Lin, are you okay? Chen Ye asked in a deep voice. There are more and more gluttonous food around, and Lin Mei's presence makes him unable to let go of fighting. Mr. Chen, why do you risk your life for me? Lin Mei's voice trembled a little. Chen Ye didn't hear it. Don't say so much. I will send you up first. What about you? Lin Mei asked subconsciously. I have my own way. After you go up, find a place to rest. Don't come down. When the words fell, Chen Ye swung a knife and killed the 2 gluttonous gluttons who rushed forward. Then he immediately turned around and put his arms around Lin Mei's slender waist. The other hand was supporting her butt. Go. Before he could feel the amazing flexibility in his hands, Chen Ye threw General Lin Mei's entire body on the city wall with a strong throw. With Chen Ye's current strength, throwing a woman about 100 caddies is just like playing. Without General Lin Mei getting in the way, Chen Ye was finally able to let go of his hands and feet and do a great job. Above the city wall, General Lin Mei returned to the city wall with the help of his subordinates. General, are you okay? Several subordinates cried with joy. They did not expect that General Lin Mei could come back alive. I'm fine. Lin Mei said something casually, and then she immediately looked at Chen Ye below. Seeing Chen Ye rushing into the gluttonous encirclement, Lin Mei's pretty face was full of worry. Mr. Chen, be careful. Come on up. It's okay. These beasts can't hurt me. Below, Chen Ye's response came. Lin Mei stared at Chen Ye's mighty figure and suddenly remembered that Chen Ye had just sent her up just now, as if she had touched something she shouldn't touch. Although she was frivolous, Lin Mei didn't feel any anger in her heart. On the contrary, it is endless shyness. Within a moment, Lin Mei's pretty face turned blush. What's wrong with me? Lin Mei was taken aback by her state. At this time, above the attic, a new order came again. Lin Mei restrained her mind, took a deep look at Chen Ye, and then led her subordinates to kill the gluttonous gluttons who rushed to the city wall. At this time, if someone could observe Chen Ye carefully, he would definitely be able to see that Chen Ye's hands and feet were completely dark. Armed color domineering is opening. After not needing to take care of Lin Mei, Chen Ye was fully fired. The black sword Qiu Shui was in his hand, and it was almost a sword flower. Puff, puff. The gluttonous rushed up and was beheaded by Chen Ye. Chapter 76. Of course, Gluttonous also took the opportunity to bite him. However, as long as Chen Ye's body is not bitten, there is no big problem. As for the gluttony to bite his hands and feet, Chen Ye didn't shy away at all. With his strength, he is not afraid of being dragged away by gluttonous food, maybe whoever drags him away. After just a few breaths, Chen Ye's corpse is piled up like a mountain. It's all gluttonous. Above the city wall, everyone who observed this scene was shocked. In particular, the Eagle Army commanded General Chen, and saw Chen Ye who was like of war, and he no longer felt dissatisfied. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. The sixth step is to add more to the big rewards. The world is about to pass. Chapter 62 The man is here. You killed the gluttonous beast, and you got 100 points. Please note, you have repeatedly killed 200 gluttonous soldier beasts and reached the upper limit of gluttonous soldier beast rewards. If you continue to kill gluttonous soldier beasts, you will no longer get rewards. please choose another target. Chen Ye, who was on the rise, his face changed fiercely when he heard the system prompt. Then he slashed out, hacking to death the glutton who rushed over. Really? No reward tips. What the hell? If you kill more than 200 soldiers of the same type, there is no reward. Chen Ye was still thinking that he would have to earn at least 200,000 points today. Now that I have only brushed up to 20,000 points, there is no reward. Next moment, Chen Ye immediately retreated and jumped on the spot, and the ground was trampled by him. With the help of recoil, he jumped directly onto the city wall. Since continuing to kill the gluttonous soldiers, there is no reward anymore. Of course, he won't be so desperate anymore. Returning to the city wall, Chen Ye found that many soldiers looked at him with incomparable admiration. Dare to be alone, under the city wall, and fight with the powerful and cruel gluttonous food. Throughout the ages, Chen Ye was alone. With this move, it is no exaggeration to call Chen Ye the god of war. If it weren't for the battle at this time, many soldiers would want to shout Chen Ye's name loudly. After Chen Ye returned to the city wall, he found a lot of gluttonous food. They ran on the city wall and were ramming and attacking the soldiers. Many soldiers suffered heavy losses. Far away, General Lin Mei is leading his lieutenant to fight a gluttonous food. Without saying anything, Chen Ye rushed over. Although there are no points rewards for killing gluttonous food, Chen Ye is still willing to do the girl a favor. After a few jumps, Chen Ye approached Lin Mei. It just so happened that the gluttonous glutton was angered by Lin Mei and rushed towards Lin Mei. Lin Mei was trying to avoid, but found that there was a big hand on her thin waist. Let me do it. A low and steady voice rang in Lin Mei's ears. Lin Mei, who was just about to resist, immediately stopped all her movements, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. Although Tao was already in front of her, she felt that she was extremely safe. Because that man came to protect her. Puff. The glutton who rushed over was brutally divided by Chen Ye. Chen Ye kicked it out, and the gluttonous body rolled into the corner without even touching the corner of Lin Mei's clothes. Didn't I let you take a good rest after you come up? You were so tired. Why are you still brave? Standing in front of Lin Mei, Chen Ye frowned, his tone a little blamed. Facing Chen Ye's reprimand, General Lin Dang'ang lowered his head, just like the little girl who made a mistake, and whispered in defense. The gluttonous rushed up. The soldiers are very dangerous. The lieutenant next to him, seeing this scene, looked like hell. His eyes widened. She couldn't believe that her leader, General Lin, who could be called a strong woman, actually had such a small woman's side. Is this the General Lin who won't let the heroine be bearded? Well, you go to Xiaodianshui to rest, and the gluttonous rushing up will be handled by me. Chen Ye said. His tone couldn't be refuted. Lin Mei did feel very tired, so she nodded obediently. Then you should be careful. Well, go. I'll have something to find the commander in a while. When the voice fell, Chen Ye rushed towards the gluttonous glutton who was killing him in the distance. Lin Mei was still standing in place, staring at Chen Ye's mighty and extraordinary back like a little fan. General, Mr. Chen has already gone far. Chapter 77. The lieutenant next to him reminded him in a low voice, looking at Lin Mei strangely. Lin Mei Chiao blushed, pretending not to see it, and said, "Let's go to the commander's side and take a rest." There are many gluttons rushing up the city wall. However, they were unlucky when they met Chen Ye. When Chen Ye beheaded the last glutton that rushed to the city wall, a burst of cheers broke out on the city wall. Mr. Chen is mighty. Mr. Chen is mighty. Mr. Chen is mighty. Almost all the soldiers were shouting the honorific name of Chen Ye. In the command attic, Xiaodianshui, Wang Jushi, and others were all watching. This person is indeed incomparable, and he deserves the title of God of War, Xiaodianshui exclaimed. Jushi Wang nodded in agreement, and then said, "The black knife in his hand is also sharp and unstoppable, and even gluttonous can be slashed with a single blow." Xiaodianshui knew what Wang Jushi meant, smiled slightly, did not answer, but said, "Today's battle, fortunately Mr. Chen is here, otherwise the outcome is unpredictable." As a general, he certainly would not personally go to Chen Ye to borrow a knife for research. Lin Mei, who was next to him, heard the commander praise Chen Ye so much, and Xiao's face also showed a smile, as if she was praised. "General Lin, I have seen what happened just now. Mr. Chen can commit a dangerous life, save your life, and be of great kindness to you. After this battle, you have to thank others," Xiaodianshui said. Lin Mei naturally agreed and hurriedly clasped her fists. Yes, Dian Shui. The army master Wang next to him suddenly smiled and said, the commander of the palace, like Mr. Chen, such a talent is really rare. I think that if he can be included in the army, it will definitely be a great help to me. Confident. When Xiao Dianshui heard the words, he was a little moved. Although he still doesn't know Chen Ye's details, Chen Ye's combat power lies here. Today's performance has also greatly proved that Chen Ye is the top combat power they desperately need. I'm afraid he won't join the shadowless forbidden army. Hearing Xiao Dianshui's words, Wang Jusher smiled and said, that's not necessarily. Dianshui, invite Mr. Chen. It is better to let General Lin try. Lin Mei, who was next to her, blushed. There is something in the words of Army Master Wang. Fools can hear it. The first one. I mark the first change in each chapter because there are always malicious people with rhythms, saying that I change every day, sooner or later, eunuchs. After the shelves, of course I will not mark these again. The text will be very clean. After all, everyone bought it with money. Next, kill the Beast Master and brush a wave of points to end. Ask everyone, Sister Lin, do you want to bring it out? Please reply quickly. Chapter 63 accidentally became a hero. 2 more. Oh. Hearing what Wang Jusher said, Xiao Dianshui took a serious look at General Lin and found that General Lin was behaving abnormally, twisted, and lost the heroic spirit of the past. Xiao Dianshui was slightly surprised. Although he is also a straight man of steel, he is a wise man at such an old age. He can naturally see that General Lin has moved his heart. General Lin was actually trained by Xiao Dianshui. In the eyes of Xiao Dianshui, General Lin is simply his daughter and heir to his mantle. It wasn't until this moment that Xiao Dianshui suddenly realized that his daughter had grown up, and she had come out gracefully. If it was from a big family in Bianliang City, at this age, you would have been married to each other a long time ago, right? In Xiao Dianshui's original idea, General Lin was his successor. In the original plot, Xiao Dianshui was injured by gluttonous food. Before he died, General Lin was appointed as the next palace marshal. Now, he wondered if the route he arranged for General Lin was wrong. Looking at General Lin deeply, Xiao Dianshui asked calmly, General Lin, do you think you should leave Mr. Chen? Of course it should. General Lin definitely hoped that Chen Ye could stay. The commander of the palace, the general thinks that Mr. Chen is a rare talent. If the shadowless forbidden army has him, it will be even more powerful. When Xiao Dianshui heard the words, he smiled meaningfully. He understood what General Lin meant. I can't help but sigh in my heart. The women's college is not staying. Then, after this battle, the task of inviting Mr. Chen is left to you. Yes, the commander of the palace. Lin Mei agreed somewhat happily, but she was a little uneasy in her heart. She was thinking, what if Mr. Chen refuses me? At this time, Army Master Wang suddenly said, the commander of the palace, Mr. Chen, is here. Chen Ye is walking quickly towards the attic. He remembers the plot, and of course he knows that this wave of attacks launched by the gluttonous Beast King is actually secretive and another conspiracy. On the surface, he is attacking the defenders of the Great Wall. In fact, the Beast Master has sent a large number of gluttonous soldiers and beasts to dig the corner of the Great Wall, wanting to dig a hole directly through the blockade of the Great Wall. I have to say that the gluttonous Beast King can think of such a strategy, and its IQ is no longer weaker than that of humans. According to the plot, it should not be long before the Gourmet Beast King will evacuate here. Then recharge and organize the next wave of attacks. Chen Ye planned to leave the Gourmet Beast King here today. If you kill the gluttonous beast, you will always get points rewards. Chen Ye doesn't mind playing with the Beast Master for a few more days and earning more points. Chapter 78. But now that the system has restrictions, Chen Ye doesn't need to drag on. At present, the gluttonous army has suffered heavy casualties, and it is a good opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Mr. Chen. When Chen Ye went to the attic, Wang Junshi took the lead to say hello. Xiao Dianshui smiled and said, Mr. Chen, today you have contributed a lot, and you have worked hard. Right now the gluttonous defeat is imminent. You should be the first. General Lin didn't say a word, with a pair of beautiful eyes, but he looked at Chen Ye caringly and confirmed that Chen Ye was not injured. Then he was slightly relieved. The soldiers sacrificed a lot. I dare not take credit for it. Chen Ye said, and immediately continued. Dianshui, may I have a magnet here? Xiao Dianshui asked wonderingly, Mr. Chen, What do you want a magnet for? Chen Ye raised the knife in his hand and said, My knife is mixed with magnets. After the battle just now, I found that the magnets might restrain the gluttony, so I wanted to prove whether my thoughts were true. Of course, this is a lie. He knows the plot, and of course he knows that magnets can interfere with gluttony. In the original plot, the gluttonous Beast King was finally able to be blown to death, and the magnets interfered with the beast guards. However, Chen Ye has camouflage skills, clever acting skills, and lying just like the real one. When Xiao Dianshui and others heard this, their eyes lit up. Military division, can there be magnets in the barracks? Xiao Dianshui asked immediately. Master Wang Jun said unsure. There should be in the refining room. The refining room is the blacksmith shop. Inside is the place for forging weapons. There are various ores. Xiao Dianshui said in a convenient way. Thanks for the troubled military division to take a trip personally to get the magnet. Yes. Wang Jusher arched his hands and left quickly. Xiao Dianshui looked at Chen Ye with scorching eyes and suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, if the magnet is effective, what should I do? Chen Ye Dao. Of course it is to solve the Beastmaster once and for all. Oh? How to solve it? You let people cover me. I will kill the Beastmaster. In Chen Ye's eyes, the Beastmaster must have a lot of points. Of course he has to get the head. Before Xiao Dianshui spoke, General Lin was shocked and said, No. Mr. Chen, the Beastmaster is far from ordinary gluttonous, and besides the Beastmaster, there is a powerful beast guard to protect it. If you want to kill it, it is as difficult as it is to heaven. Please, Chen sir, think twice. Seeing General Lin's eager look, Xiao Dianshui sighed in his heart. Stonehammer. This girl is attracted to the kid surnamed Chen. Chen Ye smiled at General Lin. General Lin, don't worry, I won't do things that are uncertain. Seeing that General Lin still wanted to persuade, Chen Ye seriously said, If the gluttony is not eliminated for a day, the world will be uneasy for a day. As long as you can kill the Beastmaster, you have given up my life. What can you count? These words, Chen Ye said righteously. When the people around heard this, they were all moved and looked at Chen Ye with admiration. They all regard Chen Ye as a world-famous hero. Have to say, Chen Ye was shameless. He clearly wanted to earn points, but he said he was so lofty, and he succeeded in shaping the character of a great hero. General Lin finally stopped speaking and looked at Chen Ye deeply. With such a bold mind, this is the best man in the world. Not to mention her, even Xiao Dianshui, looking at Chen Ye, was full of appreciation. Soon, Wang Junsher brought 2 magnets. Chen Ye directly tied the 2 magnets to his body and said to Xiao Dianshui, Dianshui, if the magnets are effective, I will rush to the Beastmaster and ask Dianshui for cover. Xiao Dianshui nodded, patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, and said solemnly, Mr. Go here, be very careful. If nothing can be done, return immediately. I am waiting here, waiting for Mr. to return triumphantly. I was called Mr. Chen before, but now I have changed my name to Mr. The second is more. Chapter 64 Beastmaster. This guy is not a human. 3 more. In ancient times, the name Mr. was generally not barked. This is a respectful name for those great wise men or people who are worthy of respect. Obviously, at this moment, in the eyes of Xiao Dianshui, Chen Ye deserves his respect. In order to save the common people and kill the Beastmaster, Chen Ye didn't even care about his life. Such behavior is fully worthy of the title of Great Hero. If Xiao Dianshui knew, Chen Ye was actually trying to earn points and didn't know how to think. Without wasting time, Chen Ye turned and left the attic, rushing directly under the city wall. Everyone looked at Chen Ye's righteousness from the back with a lot of emotions. They suddenly felt that this figure is so great. Come to the city wall. Chapter 79. Chen Ye stepped out and jumped directly into the countless gluttony. Suddenly, the gluttonous gluttons, who were originally extremely cruel, suddenly became languid, seemed exhausted, and wanted to rest and sleep. This is because the thinking of the gluttonous beast soldiers has been linked with the Beastmaster, and the Beastmaster controls their actions. The magnetic force can interfere with this link. Once the link is interrupted, they will fall asleep. For this, Chen Ye, who had seen the original plot, knew it a long time ago. The reason why it was only put forward now is because there has been no suitable excuse. Puff. Chen Ye cut it out with a single knife, just like chopping melons and vegetables, killing 3 gluttons instantly. The gluttonous gluttons who were disturbed by the magnets had a drastically reduced mobility, and it was easier for Chen Ye to kill them. But now there is no point reward for killing these gluttonous soldiers. Chen Ye rushed towards the Beast Master in the distance. Above the attic, Xiao Dianshui and others had been observing Chen Ye. Seeing Chen Ye's momentum like a broken bamboo, rushing towards the Beast Master, everyone was overjoyed. Only General Lin Mei is slightly worried. The magnet is in effect. Xiao Jianshui came up with the case and immediately ordered loudly. All the soldiers listened to the order, and they tried their best to kill the gluttonous and cover Mr. Chen. Compliance. All the soldiers were shocked when they saw Chen Ye going to kill the Beast Master. While admiring Chen Ye's boldness, he also worked harder to punish gluttony, attract gluttony's attention, and relieve Chen Ye's pressure. Countless crossbow arrows and trebuchets have been fully fired to pave the way for Chen Ye. With the assistance of all the shadowless forbidden army, Chen Ye quickly approached the Beast Master. Above the city wall, everyone was watching Chen Ye. They know that the next battle will have a lot to do with it. The hopes of mankind are all pinned on that brave figure. Not only humans, but many gluttons, when they discovered that Chen Ye had actually approached their king, they all howled and rushed towards Chen Ye. For a time, Chen Ye attracted all the attention of the audience. Go away. Chen Ye slashed the gluttonous food in front of him. Finally, he saw the Beast Master under the heavy protection of the gluttonous Beast Guard. The huge Beast King also saw Chen Ye. The king of beasts and gluttonous beasts are connected, and they know exactly what Chen Ye did. It was the human being in front of him that killed a large number of its children. Roar. The Beast Master roared at Chen Ye and made no secret of his anger towards Chen Ye. Hearing the roar of the Beast Master, all the gluttons followed suit and roared at Chen Ye. Suddenly, Chen Ye was surrounded by a dense, tens of thousands of gluttony. Everyone on the city wall was sweating for Chen Ye. General Lin Mei was even more worried. Only Chen Ye was awe-inspiring. He had taken the heart of the brave, and this kind of scene could not scare him. Moreover, there is magnet interference. These gluttons are in front of him, their movements are severely restricted, and their strength has plummeted, almost like a chicken. Die. Chen Ye shouted and rushed towards the Beast Master. Under the influence of the magnet, none of the gluttonous beasts on the road could stop Chen Ye's footsteps. Soon, Chen Ye came to the gluttonous Beast Guard. The gluttonous Beast Guards are very large, and each one is like an elephant and looks very scary. However, Chen Ye knew that the gluttonous Beast Guard was not a fighting type. They are more like shields, protecting the safety of the gluttonous Beast King. In addition, magnets can also have a great influence on them. Therefore, facing the huge gluttonous Beast Guard, Chen Ye is still not afraid. Roar. A gluttonous Beast Guard yelled and violently charged Chen Ye, wanting to directly kill this human miner. Chapter 80. Chen Ye smiled coldly, jumped on the spot, jumped into the sky, easily escaped the collision of the gluttonous Beast Guard, and landed firmly on the back of the Beast Guard. Puff. The black knife Qiu Shui pierced deeply into the brain of Gourmet Beast Guard. Wow. The gluttonous animal guard let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. You killed Tao Dai, Beast Guard, and got 1,000 points. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Ye was overjoyed. A gluttonous Beast Guard has 1,000 points. So how many Beast Kings are there? Chen Ye carried the black knife Qiu Shui and continued forward, rushing towards the Beast Master. 2 more gluttonous Beast Guards rushed over, but they still couldn't stop Chen Ye and were mercilessly beheaded. Under the interference of the magnet, the Beast Guard was nothing more than a bigger fat pig to Chen Ye. Seeing Chen Ye, who was like a murderous god, approached him step by step, the gluttonous Beast King finally panicked. It makes a decision immediately. To all gluttons, issue an order to retreat. That's right. Seeing that the situation is not good, the Beast Master wants to run. The third one, the fourth one later. Chapter 65 Killing the Beast Master. The harvest is huge. For more, The commander of the palace, the Beast Master, is behaving abnormally and seems to want to escape. Above the city wall, Junshi Wang said loudly. Yes. Xiao Dianshui lifted up his spirits and ordered loudly. Pass the order, attack behind the Beast King. Don't let it run away. Yes. Attack behind the Beast King. The messenger shouted sternly, very excited. Everyone saw the hope of victory. Boom, Boom. A huge trebuchet, running at high speed, and countless flaming boulders fell from the sky, blocking the escape route of the Beastmaster. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye showed a grin on his face and strode towards the gluttonous Beast King. Roar! The Beastmaster has no choice but to fight with Chen Ye. Then, it's cold. The sharpness of the black knife Qiushui in Chen Ye's hand was too abnormal. Whether it was the Beast Guard or the Beast King, their defensive power was unable to withstand Chen Ye's knife. Moreover, Chen Ye also has armed color domineering and thought power. One defense force is extremely strong, and the other cooperates with assistance to make Chen Ye even more powerful. The most important is, Chen Ye has mastered the weakness of the gluttons, the magnet. Magnets are to gluttons like Superman who is afraid of kryptonite. Under the influence of the magnet, the strength of the Beastmaster can only play half of it. In the end, it died under Chen Ye's blade. Congratulations! You killed the Gourmet Beast King and earned 35,000 points. Please note, you have eliminated the hidden dangers of this world, and you are blessed by the will of the world. This world will no longer impose restrictions on you, and you can freely enter and leave this world. With the fall of the Beastmaster, the gluttonous army, like a powered-off robot, all lost their lives. The soldiers who were fighting the gluttonously discovered that all the gluttonous suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. Gourmet, what happened to Gourmet? We won. It's Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen killed the gluttonous Beast King, all gluttonous, self-defeating without attacking. Mr. Chen is mighty. Mr. Chen is mighty. Mr. Chen is mighty. Countless soldiers, enthusiastic cheers, huge shouts, went straight to the sky. Standing in the center of the gluttonous corpses, Chen Ye has undoubtedly become a hero in everyone's minds. Above the attic, Shui, who has always been happy and angered, couldn't help laughing when he saw all the gluttonous food fall down. Gluttonous is dead, good to die. Ha ha. Master Wang Jun smiled and said, "Congratulations to the commander of the palace for completing a feat that no one has ever accomplished before." Xiao Jinshui shook his head, unwilling to take credit. This is all the credit of Mr. Chen. Chapter 81. Beside, General Lin Mei looked at the figure standing proudly in the middle of the battlefield, crying with joy. Everyone is happy, and Chen Ye is happy too. Just killing the Beastmaster, he actually got 35,000 points of reincarnation, coupled with the reincarnation points contributed by a few gluttonous beast guards. Counting it all together, this time the personal copy, he won a total of about 60,000 reincarnation points. Cool. Chen Ye laughed. What surprised Chen Ye was that the last system prompt said that he has been blessed by the will of this world and will be able to enter and leave this world freely in the future. Next, it is cleaning the battlefield. Soldiers who died in battle need to be buried. Those gluttonous corpses, especially the corpses of the Beast King, need to be transported to Bianliang as soon as possible and presented to the current emperor. On the one hand, it is to ask for credit. On the other hand, it is also to tell the world that the gluttony is gone and the crisis no longer exists. That night, Xiao Dinshui personally ordered a celebration banquet to congratulate Chen Ye. Chen Ye became the protagonist of the banquet, and countless qualified people took turns to toast. Result: Chen Ye found out that he was not drunk for 1,000 cups. This is because the super soldier serum makes his body cells more active and decomposes alcohol extremely quickly. In addition, the degree of ancient drinks is also very touching, only better than beer. As a result, Chen Ye was not drunk no matter how he drank, except that he had a lot of urine. In the cottage, Chen Ye ran to the bathroom again. Suddenly, Master Wang Jun followed. "Hello, Master Wang. Are you coming to pee too?" "Yes." "Urine together." "Okay." Two big men untie their pants and pee together. Chen Ye is nothing short of fiction. The super soldier changed him not only muscles and figure, but also a lot stronger in other parts. After a while, Junshi Wang humbled himself and hid on the side to pee. After the incident, Chen Ye was about to leave, but Wang Jusher stopped Chen Ye. "Mr. Chen, wait a moment." Chen Ye stopped and looked at Wang Junshi suspiciously. "Mr. Chen, what do you think of General Lin?" Junshi Wang suddenly asked. Chen Ye subconsciously said, "Very good, beautiful, good personality, she is a good girl." Junshi Wang could only half understand this, but General Chen Ye Lin Mei still understood what General Wang Junshi meant. I wonder if Mr. Chen intends to become the uncle of the shadowless Forbidden Army? If Mr. Chen intends, I would like to be a matchmaker. Fourth, the next chapter ends this copy. Chapter 66 Make a confession privately. Return to reality. 5 more. Auntie? Uncle? Chen Ye, who was not drunk, instantly became more sober. Military strategist, what do you say? Who cares about me? Master Wang Jun was surprised when he heard this. What? Mr. Chen doesn't know yet. Is General Lin interested in you? Sister Lin Mei? Chen Ye thought about it carefully and found that this girl really cared about herself. Just rescued her, so I'm in love with it? Not to mention, Chen Ye's vanity is overwhelming to be admired by beauties like Lin Mei. Mr. Chen, General Lin was raised by the commander of the palace. She grew up in the army. She may not be as gentle as the ladies, but her character is very correct. Master Wang, let it go. Give General Lin Mei a compliment. Then he said, if Mr. Chen is also interested, even if he is the commander of the palace, I would like the beauty of an adult. This. Chen Ye said, military strategist, I want to ask General Lin what he means. Master Wang Jun smiled and nodded. All right. Chapter 82. Then, after the dinner, the generals were all preparing to return to their residences, but Chen Ye was one step ahead and blocked the way back by General Lin Mei. Who is sneaky? Come out. The girl was very alert, and Chen Ye was found hiding in the dark. General Lin, it's me. Chen Ye came out. Lin Mei saw that it was Chen Ye, and she stammered. Huh? Mr. Chen, why are you here? Long night, I don't want to sleep. Chen Ye looked at the beauty deeply and asked, General Lin, can you walk with me? Hearing such an invitation, Lin Mei's little heart suddenly thumped and throbbed, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Good. Of course she knew that the night was dark now, and it was not suitable to stay for long. But if she refused, she got stuck in her throat and couldn't tell. General Lin, please. Chen Ye made a please gesture. The two walked side by side on the wall of the Great Wall. The Great Wall under the dark night has a unique view. Under the shining of torches along the way, Chen Ye found that the female General Lin Mei beside her was really handsome. For a while, he couldn't help but feel a little stunned. General Lin Mei heard Chen Ye's call and immediately looked up at Chen Ye. However, after meeting Chen Ye's bright eyes, he couldn't help but lower his head. Perhaps because of nervousness, General Lin Mei at the moment looked a little cute. Chen Ye smiled, couldn't bear to deceive the innocent girl, and said, General Lin, in fact, about my life experience, I didn't tell the truth at first. I am not from this world. Hearing this, General Lin suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Chen Ye continued, I come from another world, and my purpose here is to come and destroy the gluttonous food by the order of God. You should have also discovered that I have some special abilities. For example, I can hide this knife at any time. My fist can become indestructible at any time. Also, I can control these flying blades. Chen Ye showed his special abilities, armed color domineering, and thought power one by one in front of General Lin Mei. Lin Mei watched Chen Ye show extraordinary things in front of her. Her heart was very complicated. She was surprised and at a loss, but more lost. Because in her opinion, since Mr. Chen is not from this world, he must go back. Yes, she believed what Chen Ye said. In the beginning, I didn't mean to lie to you. Chen Ye said, I was just afraid that if I told the truth at that time, you would treat me like a monster. General Lin Mei nodded, and finally said, Mr. Chen doesn't need to explain. I understand that if I were to change to me, I'm afraid that he would make a bad move. No surprise. Women treat the people they like with great generosity. Mr. Chen, are you here to say goodbye to me? Are you leaving? Chen Ye was taken aback, shook his head and said, Of course not. That's not right. I really need to go back to my life. But in this world, I can come in and see you anytime, anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Mei's beautiful eyes lit up. Mr. Chen, can you tell me what your world is like? Of course there is no problem. Chen Ye said with a smile, In my world, everyone is rich and has no worries about food and clothing, but there are more troubles and troubles. There are high-rise buildings everywhere, and people can also fly in the sky. When Lin Mei heard Chen Ye's introduction, she had a pair of beautiful eyes, and she was full of curiosity about the world, Chen Ye said. As Chen Ye was talking, he suddenly moved in his heart and said, "If there is a chance, I can take you to my world next time and have a fun." This is not Chen Ye's aimlessly. As far as he knows, those who have broken through the 99th floor of the Samsara Tower will become gods and have all the powers of the Samsara Tower. Certainly, they also have the function of bringing people to the real world. Maybe, without going to the 99th floor, the first person to break through the 33rd floor will have such authority. Certainly. This is Chen Ye's guess, and it is still uncertain for the time being. Okay, General Lin Mei smiled happily. Next, the two chatted as they walked, and they talked very happily. Although neither of them pierced the window paper, their friendship grew up with each other. Until midnight, Chen Ye sent General Lin Mei to her residence. "The women's house is in front, General Lin. I will send you here." Chen Ye smiled. Lin Mei nodded and suddenly asked, "Mr. Chen, when do you want to go back?" "Tomorrow, after I resign from the commander, I will go back and return to life." So anxious. Chapter 83. Well, my hometown is also experiencing danger. There are powerful enemies. I look forward to my hometown. I need to go back to fight. These remarks are half-truths, and it cannot be said that Chun Yechuan is lying to Lin Mei. The world of Samsara Tower is dangerous. Hearing this, Lin Mei suddenly became worried. "Mr. Chen, be careful of everything." "Well, General Lin, I will visit you often." Okay, Lin Mei said shyly. "Then, good night." "What is good night?" This is a slang term from my hometown, which means I wish you a good dream at night and a good sleep." "That's it." "Mr. Chen, good night to you too." After the two said goodbye to each other, they reluctantly separated. The next day, Chen Ye told Xiao Dianshui and others what Lin Mei had said last night. Many generals were surprised and then curiously asked, "Is Chen Ye's hometown a fairyland?" Because Chen Ye's combat power is like a descending to the earth. That General Wu even asked Chen Ye to bring him. Chen Ye gave a dumbfounded explanation, claiming that he could not lead others, so he fooled him over. Knowing that Chen Ye was going to return to life, Xiao Dianshui and his party sent them off one after another. The city wall. "Dianshui, don't give it away. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow." Haha. Xiao Dianshui laughed and said, "Mr. Welcome back anytime." Chen Ye nodded, his eyes turned to General Lin Mei. It just so happened that General Lin Mei had been watching him. The two looked at each other, and in the words of Dog Blood, they almost wiped out the spark of love. Seeing the two men were flirting with each other, a group of single dog generals nearby, all of them suffered 10,000 critical strikes. "Everyone, goodbye." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Ye disappeared from everyone. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. "It's really Ayan man." Xiao Dianshui sighed. Many people nodded one after another. Fifth, this chapter has a lot of words, and it was posted in one breath. Regarding the arrangement of Sister Lin Mei, it is really not suitable to bring it out for the time being. The protagonist's own safety cannot be guaranteed. Wait for the protagonist to break through the 33rd floor first and get the permission to lead someone. Anyway, the protagonist enters and exits this world without the slightest restriction, and he must come in often. I will write this book for a long time, and the fans can't affect me. Many readers don't like the selection of the Great Wall as the copy. The author will learn from experience and choose the theme of the copy in the future and try to find well-known and classic themes. By the way, the editor informed me that it will be on the shelves tomorrow at noon. It could be on the shelves today. I wanted to write more free words. I will give away a free chapter later. After it is on the shelves tomorrow, the 10 more exploded. Those who like the book still hope to be able to subscribe to support it. Chapter 67 Show off in front of Shurigod? 6 more. Reincarnation space. Chen Ye appeared directly in Reincarnation Square. Looking up at the clock on the square, the actual time is still only 1 hour past. Obviously, he spent 3 days in the copy of the Great Wall. It's amazing. Subsequently, Chen Ye began to process the personal copy of the proceeds. In this personal copy, Chen Ye received a total of 60,200 reincarnation points. In the world of the Great Wall, Chen Ye upgraded his arrogance and spent 8,000 reincarnation points. Now Chen Ye has 52,372 points in his points account. He intends to upgrade his armed color domineering again and upgrade his proficiency to the Grandmaster level. However, Waiting for him to check the reincarnation points required for the upgrade, he couldn't help but yell. If you want to upgrade from Mastery to Master, you need 40,000 reincarnation points. It's 5 times as much as before. Too dark. But the armed color is very easy to use, and the defense is extremely powerful. After struggling for a while, Chen Ye chose to upgrade. Then, the remaining reincarnation points were used by Chen Ye to redeem potential points and add his own attributes. He is preparing for the next copy. The female ghost in The Old Corpse of the Mountain Village is beautiful and beautiful. In addition to using hallucinations to kill people, it can also control other objects and launch attacks directly. Chen Ye upgraded his armed look and domineering, just to guard against this. After Chen Ye chose to upgrade his proficiency, he instantly felt the difference in his body. Now, as long as he wants to, he can always cover the whole body with the armed color domineering. Chapter 84. The real King Kong is not bad, invulnerable. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90086. Physique, 60. Spirit, 122. Strength, 100. Agility, 52. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient, driving, beginner, shooting, proficient, camouflage, proficient, basic knife technique, proficient. Special skills, armed color domineering, grandmaster. Fighting skills, none. Ability, thought power. Reincarnation points, 372. Comprehensive evaluation, C. This is Chen Ye's current attributes. The mental power cannot be increased temporarily, and other attributes are needed to keep up. The strength attribute can reach 100 points. It is he who has spent all the reincarnation points. What surprised Chen Ye was that with his current attributes and overall strength evaluation, he was still in the C-level range. It seems that the higher the comprehensive evaluation level, the greater the strength span. For example, Murong Chuksu, who is also rated A, can crush a leaf to no autumn. Comprehensive evaluation can only be used as a reference. Next, Chen Ye didn't stay longer in the reincarnation space and returned to the real world. Now, it was already past 4 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ye thought for a while, but did not choose to sleep, turned on the computer and started surfing the internet. On the internet, it is still a topic about him. Whether it's Shura and Ye Zhiqiu's grudge, or Shura and Murong Fushue's successful transaction, they all aroused heated discussions on the internet. Great, got Shura and Ye Zhiqiu have gotten into trouble. I was in the bar at the time, and the two big guys were tit for tat, not giving way. Two tigers fight. There must be one injury. But I am more optimistic about the Azura God. With the Azura God's talent, as long as he grows up, he will definitely be better than Ye Zhiqiu. Oh, they are all compatriots. How bad it is. We don't want to worry about the personal affairs of the two big bosses. Let's think about the impact of the strategy of the Azura. What's the impact? Do you think the government will contribute free strategies for you to use? Want to eat it? That is, if the government can mobilize Mr. Murong to find Shura himself, it will definitely attach great importance to this strategy and will definitely not make it lightly public. It's getting late. Let's wash and sleep. It's so late, and there are so many people discussing. It is estimated that by tomorrow morning, the name Sura will sweep the entire network again. Chen Ye went online like this, while waiting for dawn. A few hours later, the sky finally dawned, but Chen Ye waited until 8 o'clock and didn't wait until Father Chen came home from get-off work. Chen Ye frowned. He didn't see Father Chen for a day yesterday. Is this true again today? He went straight out and went to the factory where Chen's father worked. When I arrived at the factory, no one was found. From the factory security, I learned that Father Chen had already left work. The reason for not going home is because Father Chen is doing his second job, scraping the construction site. From the security guard's mouth, Chen Ye knew everything. Scratching white is to flatten and whiten the interior walls of the building. This is a physical job, and most people can't do it. And Father Chen worked so hard to save his son for college tuition. After the security guard finished speaking, he said to Chen Ye earnestly, "Young man, you have to go to school. Don't let down your father's hard work." Chen Ye thanked him and left the factory. Finally, on a construction site, he saw the busy figure of Father Chen. Looking at Father Chen deeply, Chen Ye's eyes were complicated. This ordinary man didn't cherish his body at all for the sake of his son. Father as a mountain. Dad. Chen Ye walked over and shouted. He thought that he would be very awkward to shout out these two words. Chapter 85. But after shouting, I discovered that it was very natural and did not resist at all. Father Chen, who was scratching his face, turned his head in astonishment when he heard the sound. Xiao Ye, why are you here? Not going to school today. If I don't come again, I guess I will have to see you in the hospital next time I see you. Chen Ye scolded angrily. You just came to do this kind of work after the night shift? Don't you want to die? Father Chen smiled honestly. How can you say it is so serious? Chen Ye sighed. Dad, come home with me. I have something to tell you. Wait, I'll finish my work. No. Chen Ye was very domineering. He directly grabbed the shovel in Father Chen's hand and said, You want to work so much. Why don't you come here? Boy, what are you doing? How can you do this kind of work? Father Chen said anxiously. You can do it. Why can't I do it? Father Chen was speechless, but he was very pleased. He knew that his son was caring for him. A worker next to me persuaded. Old Chen, the child loves you very much. I really envy you for having a filial son. Unlike my stinky boy, he knows to reach out and ask me for money. Don't worry about your child. Go back first. Father Chen had no choice but to follow Chen Ye back. After arriving home, Chen Ye didn't say a word and transferred 1 million to Chen's father's mobile phone. He didn't turn much because he was afraid of scaring him. Looking at the string of numbers in the mobile phone text message, Father Chen was shocked. Where did this money come from? I transferred it to you. Without waiting for Father Chen to ask, Chen Ye said, Don't worry about the money coming from. It's very clean. I got special items in the space of reincarnation and sold them to others. In the future, don't go out to do this kind of work. I don't want to take you to the hospital often. Don't take my words as a joke. If I find out again, if you continue to do this kind of work, I will quit school and stay with you. Chen Ye's tone was very hard. Father Chen laughed. Smelly boy. He is not a fool, and he can naturally understand that Chen Ye is caring for him. Okay, I promise you. Also, if you work on the night shift, quit as soon as possible. It doesn't matter how old you are. How can you stay up late? Well, I'll listen to you. However, you must also pay attention to safety in the reincarnation space. Do not go to the reincarnation tower. I heard that it is particularly dangerous. I know. You go to bed. I'm going to school. Farewell to Father Chen and come to school. Chen Ye found that today's school seems to be very lively. There are many strange faces. The students are also more interested. Coming to his seat in the classroom, Chen Ye asked Jiang Tao behind, What's the matter? Why are so many people here in the school? Jiang Tao said excitedly, They are all from the admissions office of major colleges and universities. I heard that this year we will expand the scope of admissions, especially the supernatural schools. Several schools have lowered their standards. As long as the comprehensive strength reaches E, it can be direct move. Having said that, Jiang Tao smiled and flaunted. Old Chen, I brushed the copy of Charlotte Annoyance last time and got a good evaluation. Now the comprehensive strength evaluation has just reached E. Don't believe me? When the voice fell, Jiang Tao rolled up his sleeve and showed the full moon tattoo on his arm. In the center of the full moon tattoo, there is an E symbol. Sixth, a free chapter, more than 3,000 words, full of sincerity, right? The book will be on the shelves at 12 noon on the 17th. At that time, 5 chapters will be published first, and then 5 chapters will be published slowly, for a total of 10 more. I hope everyone can subscribe to support a wave. The grades are good. The 15th more is also possible. The author still has some deposits on hand. I won't write the testimonials on the shelves. The author likes to speak with actions and doesn't like to pretend to be miserable and deceive readers' sympathy. I hope that capable readers can subscribe for support. Chapter 68 The real boss is going to be salted fish, 1/10 ===. The showdown, I won't pretend, I'm actually an E-class boss. Jiang Tao said triumphantly. He deliberately said loudly, causing many students next to him to look at him. Several girls gave Jiang Tao a surprised look. It is not easy to be able to mix up an E-level strength evaluation in the safe zone. For a time, Jiang Tao's vanity was greatly satisfied. By the way, old Chen, are you at E? Jiang Tao asked. Chen Yu shook his head very cooperatively and said, You kid can do it. I'll take it. Hey. Jiang Tao first gave a low laugh, then patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged, old Chen. Although you can't go to the Ability Academy, with your grades, going to a junior college will definitely be fine. Speaking of which, how do I feel? Did you change a bit today? It seems to be a lot taller and stronger. Is my illusion? Not only Jiang Tao thought so, other students had already noticed Chen Ye's changes today. Some girls looked at Chen Ye questioningly. Chapter 86. In their eyes, Chen Ye is usually ordinary, but today it seems to be very attractive. Not only has his head been much taller, but his body is even better and exploding. Chen Ye gently lifted Jiang Tao's palm and said, I'm growing up recently. Isn't it normal to grow faster? But you have changed too much, right? Have you eaten feed? I'm too lazy to explain to you. Chen Ye brought the topic back again. Congratulations, I won't be able to be classmates with you in the future. Don't forget me when you're developed. Old Chen, look what you said. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Tao pretended to be very upset. At this time, the school broadcast suddenly rang. Attention everyone. All the students in the third year of high school have come to the playground. Hearing this, many students got up one after another and walked towards the playground. The expressions of these students were very distinct. The comprehensive strength reached the E level. All of them looked excited. Those who haven't reached it are expressionless, with a bit of jealousy. Go, old Chen. Jiang Tao hurriedly pulled Chen Ye towards the playground and said excitedly, it must be the start of enrollment. Chen Ye shook his head, followed Jiang Tao out of the classroom, joined other classes, and came to the huge playground. Everyone should stand in teams according to their own class. Boys and girls, don't mess up. The instructor loudly maintained order on the playground. The students are also very obedient and queue up as required. On the left of Chen Ye is the team of girls from the next class. Hi, old Chen, look at the left, it's Wen Xiaohua. Jiang Tao hurriedly reminded in a low voice behind Chen Ye. Chen Ye turned his head to look subconsciously, and he saw a delicate and pretty face as expected. But Chen Ye didn't feel much. After all, the mental age is very mature and has passed the age of impulse. Jiang Tao whispered behind Chen Ye. I heard that when Xiaohua's comprehensive strength has already reached the E level. I don't know which school she chooses later. Maybe I will still be classmates with her in the future. Old Chen, if so I really became classmates with her. So you often come to my school to see me and meet your dream girl, by the way. Chen Ye was speechless and whispered, hurry up and shut your mouth. When all the students arrived, the school principal and a few strange faces came to the podium in front of the playground and looked at the students condescendingly. The principal first said something nonsense, and then he moved on to the topic. Today, letting everyone gather here is good news. I want to tell everyone, the major colleges of abilities need to expand the scope of enrollment. There are special recruits, you all have to work hard to show. Have you heard? Heard it. Hundreds of students shouted, and the scene was quite spectacular. Next, all the students who have reached the E level in their comprehensive strength evaluation, please step out and come to the stage. As soon as the principal's voice fell, many students stepped forward, including Wen Xingyi and Jiang Tao behind Chen Ye. Chen Ye was indifferent. If he is willing to stand up, with his current comprehensive strength, the major power academies will definitely break their heads in order to compete for him. But Chen Ye had already made up his mind to make a salted fish. At least, he just wants to keep a low profile before his strength reaches a level. Among the hundreds of students, less than 1/10 of those who have come out. After visual inspection, there were only about 20 people in total. The principal nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, other students, you can go back first, review hard, and sprint for the college entrance examination. Chen Yabin and other students returned to the classroom. Before the teacher came for a while, various voices of envy, jealousy, and hatred sounded in the classroom. Damn, I didn't expect that Wang Chao's Dogecoin secretly concealed it from me. So silently, it reached the level evaluation. Yes, I must let this guy treat me when I look back. And Li Bin, even this guy has reached E. With his academic performance, it's difficult to take a college entrance exam. I didn't expect it. From the words of these students, Chen Ye heard a strong sour taste. Subsequently, Chen Ye stopped paying attention and began to think about himself. According to his idea, after graduating from high school, he didn't plan to go to school anymore, even if he was admitted to a good school. However, Chen Ye got a headache when he thought of Father Chen's expectant eyes. That man is eager to look forward to his son Jackie Chan. If he didn't enter the university, I am afraid he would be very sad, right? Chen Ye sighed, took out the books silently, and began to review. One morning passed quickly. After school is over at noon, those students who were specially recruited by the Ability Academy are surrounded by friends, asking them to come to eat quietly, to have dinner. Chen Ye did not join in the excitement, but Jiang Tao took the initiative to find him. Old Chun, Delhi's restaurant walk up. At this moment, Jiang Tao, with a red face, laughed and said, "My old man knew that I was specially recruited by the Ability Academy. When he was happy, he gave me 5,000 yuan on the card. I have a treat at noon today." Chen Ye didn't disappoint, and he smiled and agreed. "Congratulations, you kid. You really deserve a sweat." In the whole class, the relationship between the two is the best, the kind who often go to the internet cafes to book the night together. Chapter 87. Although Jiang Tao is a little bragging about showing off, he is still very good to Chen Ye, and he will never forget him for any benefits. Afterwards, the two traveled together and went to Delhi's restaurant. When I arrived at the restaurant, I realized that today's restaurant is very lively, and many students come here to entertain guests for dinner. Seeing them smiling happily, they are obviously special enrollment students. Coincidentally, Chen Ye also saw when Xingyi == Chapter 69 How Hangs Ant 2/10 == When Xingyi also came here for dinner with a few girlfriends. She is also a special enrollment and invites her friends and classmates to dinner, presumably to celebrate. School flower one is indeed here, Jiang Tao said beside. Chen Ye asked, "Didn't you say you want to be classmates with Wen Xiaohua? How about going to say hello together?" "Do not," Jiang Tao said embarrassedly. "I wanted to be a classmate, but unfortunately, I didn't make it. Although the comprehensive evaluation is also E, her basic attributes are a lot higher than me. The instructor of the test said that her comprehensive strength will soon reach the level. So, she was specially recruited by the Best Ability Academy, and I, mixed with a relatively poor one. It turned out to be like this." Chen Ye smiled and patted Jiang Tao on the shoulder and comforted. "It doesn't matter. You are also very good, at least much better than me." Hearing this, Jiang Tao laughed. "I am very satisfied to be able to join the Ability Academy." Maybe he was aware of this topic, and it hurt his friends too much. Jiang Tao took the initiative to take out the menu and said, "Don't talk about this. Come, Lao Chen, today you order. Don't be polite to me." Had lunch. The students began to leave together. "Old Chen, are you full?" Jiang Tao asked as he flicked his teeth with a toothpick. "Chen Yedo, for 177, I stopped my chopsticks a long time ago and have been waiting for you, okay?" Jiang Tao smiled. "Let's withdraw." Chen Ye nodded. After Jiang Tao settled the bill, the two walked out of the restaurant together. Then, the two came to the bus station together, ready to take the bus and return to school. Delhi's restaurant is almost 3 stops away from the school. It's okay to walk there, but it takes a lot of time. The key is the fat Jiang Tao. After he was full, he didn't want to move, so he asked to take the bus back to school. As for taking a taxi, for students, this behavior is a bit extravagant. After waiting for a while at the bus station, Jiang Tao suddenly brightened his eyes and said, "Old Shin, pay attention to the 10 o'clock direction. When Xiaohua and the others are also here to take the bus." Xingyi turned to look, and indeed saw Wen Xingyi talking and laughing, and stopped by the bus stop. Chen Ye, who is a perfect figure, attracted the attention of these girls. "Wow, this little guy is so handsome. He has a great body. It seems to be from our school, right? Really? Why didn't I realize that our school still has such potential stocks? Xingyi, how do you feel?" "Okay." "How high-sided is Xingyi? Didn't you ask her for nothing? Anyway, this little brother is my food. I really want to see if he has abdominal muscles." Chen Ye. "He is now very mentally powerful, and his hearing is also very amazing. He can hear the conversations of several girls clearly." Jiang Tao next to him. Although he couldn't hear the murmurs of a few girls, he knew that these girls were discussing Chen Ye. As for him, he was completely ignored. "Damn. Old Chen, you must tell me when you go back. What do you eat every day? Why is your body so good?" Jiang Tao whispered. At this time, when the bus approached, everyone got on. There are not many people in the car, just a few grandparents, and many seats are vacated. After getting in the car, a few girls went straight to the back seat, got together and kept twittering. Jiang Tao wanted to be closer to the beauty. Seeing Chen Ye casually find a place to sit down, he was too cheeky to go by alone, so he had no choice but to sit down next to Chen Ye. Old Chen, why sit here? What a rare opportunity to have close contact with Wen Xiaohua. What a pity, Jiang Tao whispered. Chen Ye glanced at Jiang Tao speechlessly and felt more and more that he should leave the campus environment sooner. Now he, whether in thinking or habit, is incompatible with naive students. Subsequently, the bus started slowly and drove onto a bridge. Under the bridge, there is a big river with rushing water. Suddenly, an ant in front exclaimed and said, "Oh, master, stop now. I just forgot to get off." Of course the bus driver is not happy. How do I stop on the bridge now? Wait for the next stop and get off. This ant has a violent temper. She is usually arrogant, and she gets angry and said, "Why can't you stop? You will die if you pull over for a while. Stop now and let me go down." The driver was scolded and his anger was suppressed. But he also knows that these old ants are very difficult to provoke, so they endured their anger and said patiently, "Madam, we have rules and regulations for buses. Except for the station, we can't park anywhere else, otherwise we will be detained for a month's salary. The next stop will be coming soon, so please bear with me." Chapter 88. What kind of rules and regulations? I don't care. I have to get off the car, wait for the next stop, and have you walk back again? No, stop. As the ant said, she went up and dragged the driver's clothes. The driver suddenly became angry and said loudly, "I warned you. Don't move with me." The ant is even more arrogant. "Yo, you warned me? Why do you want to hit me? Stop and stop now." Seeing the driver refuse to stop, the ant robbed the steering wheel. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye's expression changed. He remembered that before the crossing, there were many such things on the earth, but he didn't expect that there were also in this world. In order to avoid mishaps, Chen Ye immediately stepped forward and prepared to stop the ant. Unexpectedly, the driver's master seemed to be completely irritated by the ant, but he didn't stop the ant's behavior and took the initiative to let her cause the accident. Crunch. With a swing of the steering wheel, the bus immediately turned to change lanes, crashed into a private car, and rushed directly out of the bridge towards the river. What? Everyone in the car let out an exclamation. Boom. The bus smashed into the river heavily and sank quickly. All the passengers on the bus, except Chen Ye, were all dizzy. The young man was better, grabbed the handrail in time, and didn't fall too hard. However, those grandpas and aunts are in a miserable situation. All of them are bleeding, and some of them are directly unconscious. As for Chen Ye, his attributes are so strong that it would be abnormal if he was injured by a fall. Ouch! Ouch! The ant who grabbed the steering wheel held her shoulder and let out a burst of pain. When she discovered that the surrounding glass was completely flooded by river water, her old face suddenly became pale. She finally realized that she was in trouble. Emergency notice. Free for this paragraph, it's good to have 5 consecutive changes, but the editor just told me that Fei Lu is now cracking down on the update behavior. You can't update the chapter multiple times during the same period of time, otherwise it's easy to be regarded as I am penalized for updating. So I will update a chapter every hour. Please forgive me, the next chapter is more than a little. Chapter 70 Strength is not allowed to be low-key, 3/10 ===. At this time, there was chaos in the carriage. Everyone recovered and screamed. "Ah, I fell into the river, the car fell into the river. It's over. Help, I don't want to die yet, whoa. Master driver, open the door quickly and quickly, let us swim out." The driver's master was sitting at the front, and he was fainted by the force of the countershock a long time ago. Others wanted to open the door, and found that both the front door and the back door were stuck so hard that they couldn't open it at all. This is because when the car falls into the water, huge water pressure will be generated, and there is air in the compartment, and the pressure difference between the inside and outside causes the force of the water to exert on the door to an amazing degree. So it is impossible to open the door. There are many high school students in the carriage who understand this truth, and plan to destroy the windows first, let the water flow into the carriage, relieve the internal pressure, they can open the door. But the windows of the car are all tempered glass, and the window opener is still missing. I don't know where it fell in the impact just now. It's over, we are going to be trapped here to die. Next to when Ye, a girl panicked. Many people who can't swim are even more pale. The culprit ant suddenly screamed, "You young people, hurry up and think of a solution." Hearing this, almost everyone looked at the ant with an angry expression. If it weren't for her, how could everyone be in such a dangerous situation? Being old and not dying is a thief. Everyone can't wait to beat this person to death. No one paid attention to her. Chen Ye looked at the ant with cold eyes. He can swim, and his attributes are so strong, it is not difficult at all to break out and return to the shore. However, next, whoever can't be saved depends on his mood. Seeing the car sinking more and more, everyone else was helpless. Chen Ye sighed and stood up. Low-key can no longer be low-key. In this situation, no matter how low-key he is just joking about his life. You get out of the way and go back. Chen Ye came to the front door of the bus. Old Chen, what are you going to do? Jiang Tao asked. Open the door. Save you guys out. Chen Ye solemnly said. After the door opens for a while, a lot of water will flood in. You must hold on to the handrails. Those who can't swim, remember to close your eyes and hold your breath. I will try to take you out. When the voice fell, Chen Ye came to the front door. Old Chen, don't be kidding. The door is blocked by pressure. You can't open it. Jiang Tao said, even if you can open it and the water rushes in, you will be the first to get hurt. The ant suddenly screamed. No way, no way. I can't swim. You can't open the door. Wait for the police to rescue us. Chapter 89. While talking, the ant still stepped forward, trying to pull Chen Ye. Roll. Chen Ye was not used to this kind of old and immortal thing, so he gave her a kick and kicked her upside down. A normal person who suffers Chen Ye's kick has a high chance of passing out directly. Unexpectedly, this ant, regardless of her age, danced square dances every day. She was in good health. She was beaten by Chen Ye, but she just said, ouch, and was not unconscious. Of course, he can't get up and harm others. No one objected to Chen Ye's behavior and even wanted to applaud. All fools know that if you don't escape, you won't be able to wait for the police to come to the rescue. Everyone will die here. Subsequently, Chen Ye no longer wasted time, clenched his fists, and bombarded the door of the car with one punch. Boom. In the carriage, there seemed to be a thunder and explosion, and everyone was shocked to their ears. The door of the car that everyone could do nothing was blown away directly by Chen Ye's punch. Everyone was shocked. Next moment, a large amount of river water poured turbulently into the carriage. Chen Ye was agile, and after punching, he moved to the side instantly to avoid being hit by the backflow of water. Pay close attention. Hearing Chen Ye's reminder, everyone grabbed the handrails around them and closed their eyes to meet the water flow. The current is turbulent. After just a few breaths, the entire carriage was flooded. Those girls who can't swim are all in a hurry, struggling desperately in the water. This is the instinctive reaction of people who can't swim after encountering flooding. Ask for flowers 0. Chen Ye took a deep breath and opened his eyes. You can open your eyes underwater. That is, your vision will be blocked and you can't see far. Then, Chen Ye was depressed to find that when Xingyi's sisters and the fat Jiang Tao didn't even know how to swim, he was helpless, so he had to rush over, grabbing the collar of the fat man's neck with one hand and hugging when Xingyi's soft body with the other. That's how it is treated differently. Certainly. Another reason for doing this is to prevent the fat man from clinging to Chen Ye in a panic and affecting his actions. Almost everyone who has real experience in saving people knows that saving people underwater is actually very dangerous. Because people who can't swim will struggle desperately in the water, holding on to everything they can catch. Once caught with both hands, even those who know how to swim will have to be unlucky and sink with them. When the author was a child, he once rescued his classmates and was almost drowned by a drowning person. Please remember that the strength is not strong enough. Don't go into the water to save people easily. The moment she hugged Wen Xingyi, the girl hugged Chen Ye tightly. Her feet were still moving, struggling to survive. Fortunately, Chen Ye was powerful enough to not be affected by her. Grab these two. There are 3 other girls. They are all Wen Xingyi's classmates. Chen Ye thought for a while, then used his mind to hold them. Then, Chen Ye led these people and quickly got out of the carriage from the front door. He can't swim with his hands, but his thought power is very effective, and he can also act as a driving force underwater, pushing Chen Ye forward quickly. As for others, feel sorry. Chen Ye didn't have 8 hands. The ability is limited, only spiritually. I wish them good luck. After a while, with Chen Ye's help, these young people all came to the shore. In addition to Chen Ye and others were rescued. An old man who can swim, with a driver in a coma, also swam to the shore alive. Your uncle is still your uncle. And that arrogant aunt. I hope she can be so arrogant in the Yin Chao Jifu. And Chapter 71 Stop pretending. You are the real boss. For tense, Look, someone has swam out. That young man is so powerful, he saved several people. Good job. Is anyone calling the police? Why haven't the police come? It's only a few minutes. Did the police fly over? Chapter 90. An old man also came out and saved a man. Uncle is also very good. I don't know how many people are still in the car. There have long been countless pedestrians on the bridge, watching. After all, it is impossible not to attract the attention of others after such a big event has happened. Now, Chen Ye can no longer care what others think. Because Jiang Tao, when Chen Ye and other girls are staring at him with blazing eyes. They were flooded in just tens of seconds. In such a short period of time, at most, I drank a few sips of water, which could not cause a coma. Therefore, these people know exactly who saved them. Ahem. Chen Ye pretended to cough, bit his scalp and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Jiang Tao was the first to speak, looking at Chen Ye leisurely. Old Chen, just now I seemed to see you. I punched the door and knocked the door away. When Chen Ye continued, such strength, at least D-level evaluation, this morning, at the admissions conference, I did not see you. A girl answered, moreover, you just saved us. It seems you have no hands. Another girl continued to connect. I have seen it all. When you rescued Chen Ye, you hugged her so tightly. Why didn't you even touch her when it was our turn? When Chen Ye blushed. The last girl continued, that is, even if we are not as beautiful as Chen Ye, don't you need to treat it so differently? Speaking of different treatment, Jiang Tao said bitterly again, I think I was the one who was maliciously targeted. Old Chen, our brother for so many years, when you saved me, you actually pinched the back of my head. Chen Ye's scalp was numb, and he was embarrassed by these people. He became angry and said, did you focus on the wrong point? I was saving you just now, okay? How could I think so much? And, at this time, shouldn't you be left behind and celebrate your being alive? Speaking of which, I am still your savior. Shouldn't you thank me? See, Chen Ye finished. A girl looked at Chen Ye. Her eyes were shining, and she seemed to have a kind of desire gleaming. I know. Brother Chen, for saving his life, there is no retribution. The little girl is willing to give her a promise. Chen Ye. Another girl disdainfully said, come on, Xiaolango. What people want to agree with is Chen Ye. You should just go wherever you go and stay cool. Chen Ye. When Chen Ye. Are the girls now so bold and unrestrained? However, these young people are really fearless, ignorant, and have a good mentality. It was clearly on the verge of life and death just now. Without Chen Ye, the consequences would be unpredictable. That's it now, as if I have forgotten the experience just now. Jiang Tao looked enviously beside him. What he was even more curious about was Chen Ye's strength. Old Chen, roll up your sleeves and let me see your evaluation of your strength. Hearing Jiang Tao's words, all the girls calmed down and stared at Chen Ye with scorching eyes. They are all very curious about how strong Chen Ye is. The door of the car that everyone couldn't open together was actually blown away by his punch. Enough of you guys. I just want to keep a low profile and live an ordinary life. Of course, it is impossible for Chen Ye to show the C-grade evaluation mark on his wrist. If it is passed out, a high school student's overall strength will reach the C grade, which may cause an uproar and be regarded as a peerless genius. If you think about it a little bit, you can think about it. There is only one genius in the space of reincarnation, and that is Sura. Seeing that Chen Ye didn't want to show it, everyone didn't force it. Everyone is not a senseless person. This is Chen Ye's privacy after all. Since Chen Ye doesn't want to say more, there must be his reason. Well, since you want to keep a low profile, I won't force you. But, you brat, you are so much stronger than me, and you deliberately cooperate with me to pretend? I feel like you're watching me jokes. Jiang Tao was furious. Chen Ye shrugged. You like to pretend? Can you blame me? No. You have to vomit the money for lunch today, and please come back tomorrow for me. Jiang Tao said viciously. The girl who just wanted to show her body suddenly said, please have dinner? Can you bring us? This remark aroused the approval of other girls. Yeah, take us too. Chen Ye, are you going? Go. When Chen Ye said decisively. Actually, even the dignified school flowers, followed by fooling around. After hearing this, the girl who wanted to show her body was immediately lost and said, It's over. Chen Ye makes a move. I must have no chance. Chen Ye. At this moment, Chen Ye felt more tired than brushing a copy. Jiang Tao suddenly asked, Old Chun, tell me the truth. Have you rushed to the Samsara Tower? Chapter 91. Yes. Chen Ye nodded. His strength is almost impossible to use in the safe zone. What floor is it? 4th floor. Chen Ye falsely reported a number. Hiss. When Jiang Tao heard the words, he took a breath and said in surprise, Good boy, your talent is stronger than Tang Yuding in number 1. It seems that in the space of reincarnation, the talent of the Azura god can overwhelm you. NS. Hearing the words Sura, when Chen Ye's body shook next to her, her beautiful eyes staring at Chen Ye instantly. Chen Ye was stared stiffly, and he secretly cursed Jiang Tao for being too much. Fortunately, he has camouflage skills, pretended to be humble, waved his hand and said, How can I compare to the Azura god? Seeing that Chen Ye didn't look like a fake, when Chen Ye looked suspicious, her face was thoughtful, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, at 5.0 on the road on the shore, there was the sound of police sirens. Chen Ye then said, The police are here. I hope everyone will not talk nonsense later. Especially the 3 of you. It's best to help me conceal it. He was referring to the 3 who were saved with the power of mind. Actually, it's not a big problem if he leaked it out. You can't just connect him to Shura because he knows how to think. There is no such reason. It really leaked. At most, he was regarded as a genius. Those top universities with supernatural powers would come to compete for him. In the space of reincarnation, powerful characters abound. If every genius was treated as Shura, it would have been a mess. No problem. I just said I was fainted and didn't know how to get up. Yes, that's a good idea. The 3 sisters promised. Chapter 72 Sister. Do you still want to play routines? 5/10. Next. The police launched a rescue operation. Chen Ye and others were all victims and did not suffer the slightest embarrassment. The questions the police asked them were more about the content of the car accident. As for how they were rescued, the police tried their best to avoid asking questions. This is because in the eyes of normal people, these few young people who have survived the catastrophe are fragile in their hearts, and it is not appropriate to mention the struggles, so as not to cause spiritual shadows. Soon, the black clip in the bus was found, recording the accident in detail. Everyone knew that the culprit was the ant. The black clip only records the driver's seat and cannot see other places. When the in-car monitoring was posted on the internet, countless netizens criticized the arrogant ant. Knowing that the ant did not come up, many netizens even directly posted to celebrate. Deserve it. Seeing that the ant didn't come up, I was relieved. It's a pity other innocent people. I don't know how the ant's children feel when they see the comments on the internet. The dead are the greatest. You are almost done. Chen Ye and others checked 29 in the hospital, confirmed that there was nothing serious, and went home separately. They are still wearing soaked clothes. Need to go home and change clothes. At the school, they heard about it and gave them a day off. When he returned home, Father Chen was still sleeping. Chen Ye stepped lightly, found a change of clothes, shut himself in the bathroom, and took a shower. However, after washing, Chen Ye found that his clothes were quite small on his body. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Ye went out lightly, then went to the mall and bought some new clothes for himself. He still has more than 10 million in his card, almost buying whatever he wants. In the process of buying clothes, because of his very good figure, he actually received a request from the shopping guide for the contact information. On the surface, Chen Ye calmly refused, but his heart was darkened. Not wanting to go back to disturb Father Chen Ye went shopping outside for a while. It is said that people rely on clothes, horses, and saddles. Chen Ye, who put on a new set of clothes, looked even more model than a model, because the model does not have this powerful temperament in him. Walking on the road, the rate of turning around is super high. Chapter 92. All day long. Just spend it like this. At 12 o'clock that evening, Chen Ye appeared on time in the space of reincarnation. Actually, he came to the space of reincarnation and nothing happened. Now he can't brush a copy. Entering the reincarnation space is just his subconscious habit. You have a new communication message. Your friend, Aik, has invited you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Not long after it went online, Chen Ye received a communication prompt from the system. Chen Ye's heart jumped when he heard Aka's call. After connecting, Chen Ye pretended to be nonchalant. Little Aik, what's the matter with me? Akko said, it's okay, Shura. I just want to say thank you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye smiled inwardly. This girl still wants to deceive him with such a simple method? Thank me? No need. Our transaction has been paid off, and we don't owe each other anyone. While Chen Ye was talking, he was also a little puzzled. This girl doesn't really treat Jiang Tao as Shura just because of what Jiang Tao said. Oh, Akko was silent for a moment, and then asked, Sura, when will you go to the dungeon next time? There are still 5 days. What's the matter with Xiaoake? Want me to take you to a copy? Will you wait for me to come up? Of course. I don't want to. Aik. It's okay. Just last night, I heard that some people wanted to deal with you in the dungeon world and got a reward from a Jiqiu. You have to be careful. When Chen Ye heard the words, his eyes flashed, and he sneered. Very well. I'm afraid no one will come. Then I will be too boring. Chen Ye is not bragging. Of all the reincarnations of the same level, one is counted as one, and no one is his opponent. With Chen Ye's current strength, he is a top expert in the 10 floors in front of the Samsara Tower. Little Akko, thank you for your reminder. Can you not bring a small character when you call my name? Okay, little Akko. Forget it. Aku said suddenly, don't forget that you are going to have dinner tomorrow. Remember to call me. Here again. Chen Ye smiled secretly. When Chen Ye played this with him, and it was still tender. Please eat. Chen Ye pretended to be surprised. Do you want me to invite you to dinner tomorrow? All right. I'm in XX City. When you come, I will definitely invite you to dinner. Apart from eating, you can do other things, such as, we can have an in-death exchange. Goodbye. Xiaoake's plan was unsuccessful, and she turned off the communication in anger. Chen Ye laughed secretly. That's it. Subsequently, Chen Ye ordered, System, send me to the personal world. Personal world. It's the Great Wall world. After Chen Ye conquered this dungeon world, it became Chen Ye's personal world, and he can now come and go freely. All other reincarnations cannot enter. Please note, it is recommended that the reincarnation Sura does not stay in the personal world for more than 24 hours. After 24 hours, the time in the personal world will be synchronized with reality. Great Wall. Chen Ye suddenly appeared out of thin air and shocked the 477 guards standing next to him. After seeing that it was Chen Ye, he was relieved. Mr. Chen, it's Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is back. Hello, Mr. Chen. Many soldiers nearby saluted Chen Ye one after another, with a look of worship, as if they had seen a spiritual idol. No need to be polite. Where's the commander? In the chamber, the soldier replied. Chen Ye nodded, but did not move. He didn't come here to find Xiao Dianshui for fun. Chapter 93. Thinking of the prompt from the system just now, Chen Ye asked, how long have I been away? The soldier replied, Mr. Chen, you left yesterday morning, and it is also morning, almost 1 day. 1 day? Isn't that just in sync with the real-world time? Chen Ye frowned and thought for a while, and finally figured out the time relationship between the personal copy world and the real world. As long as he appears in the personal world, as long as it does not exceed 24 hours. In the real world, time is only 1 hour. After he left, he immediately synchronized twice. To figure this out, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Where is General Lin Mei? Hearing this question, the soldier's eyes clearly showed a slight smile, and he said, it's also in the chamber. Chapter 73 can't hide the meal. 6/10 ===. Knowing that Chen Ye was here, Xiao Dianshui and others were very surprised. The most pleasant surprise was General Lin Mei. Since Chen Ye left, she has suffered from gains and losses, and she has been listless all day long. She didn't even know that Chen Ye had such a great influence on her. Sir, will it go smoothly? Xiao Dianshui asked. All the best. Chen Ye answered politely, and then his eyes fell on General Lin Mei, no one else. Xiao Dianshui and Wang Junshi looked at each other, and both saw a smile in each other's eyes. Afterwards, Xiao Dianshui smiled and said, General Lin, it is up to you to entertain Mr. Lin. Lin Mei Chao flushed, but did not refuse, and said, I will follow the order at last. Next, the two of them were traveling around the mountains and water. They were tired of being together for a whole day, and they walked around the entire Great Wall, looking at the shy and infinitely shy girl around him. Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh that she was still an ancient woman. Even a strong woman like Lin Mei is gentle and graceful in the face of her beloved. Unlike the modern girls, they are worse than men. In the world of the Great Wall, a whole day passed quickly. At this time, it's already night. Chen Ye sent Lin Mei to the door of the women's house. Xiao Mei, I'm leaving. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Well, Brother Chen, you must pay attention to your safety. After this day of getting along, the relationship between the two has heated up a lot. Although I still haven't pierced that layer of window paper, it's better than a couple. The names of each other have become a lot more intimate. After agreeing to meet the day after tomorrow, Chen Ye disappeared from his place and left his personal world. Reincarnation space. Chen Ye Gong appeared on the square and immediately went to the inquiry hall. The inquiry hall is also called the novice guide room. There are many elves in it, which can answer all the reincarnation questions about the space of reincarnation. When Chen Ye walked in, an elf came forward immediately. Dear Samsara, Sura, welcome to the inquiry hall. What can you do for help? Little elf, I want to inquire. Can I bring my belongings into my personal world? Chen Ye asked. Sure. The elf gave an affirmative answer. The personal world belongs to the world unique to the reincarnation, and it is not subject to the rules of reincarnation space item management. However, after non-special items are brought into the reincarnation space, they must be cleaned up within 3 hours. If they exceed 3 hours, they will be confiscated by the reincarnation space. Please pay attention to the reincarnation Sura. After getting a positive answer from the elf, Chen Ye's eyes lit up. He came to inquire about this, just to bring some modern gifts with him next time he went to see Lin Mei. In other words, bring the bride price directly and set down Sister Lin Mei? Otherwise, you always take other girls out to go out and mess around. What do others think? The world of the Great Wall is the antiquity of men and women, but not an open modern society. In ancient times, an unmarried woman lingered with a man all day unclearly, and her reputation was ruined. If a marriage contract is made, it will be different. Go buy the dowry tomorrow. Okay, deal. Subsequently, Chapter 94. Chen Ye left the space of reincarnation and returned to the real world. In the real world, the time is more than 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ye fell into the bed and fell asleep beautifully. The other side, when Chen Ye, who just went offline, couldn't sleep at all. It is said that women have a sixth sense. Now, her sixth sense secretly told her that Chen Ye, who saved her today, might have something to do with Shura in the reincarnation space. Only, Shura didn't admit it, and Chen Ye wouldn't admit it. She didn't have the slightest evidence. When Chen Ye could understand Shura's refusal to reveal his true identity. After all, the name Shura is famous in the reincarnation space, and many people are looking for him. Moreover, Shura has powerful enemies. When Chen Ye knew that even she would never talk nonsense, so as not to cause trouble to Shura. Chen Ye slept very comfortably this time, and was awakened by the alarm clock. After getting up and washing, Father Chen came back from get off work. Seeing Father Chen, Chen Ye asked, "Didn't you let you resign? Why did you go to the night shift?" Father Chen smiled honestly. "Boss Wang usually takes good care of me. He is short of people now. Let me work for him for a few more days. I will leave when someone is hired." Chen Ye frowned. "I don't object to working for a few days. If he hasn't been able to recruit people, he will have to keep you behind." No, Boss Wang said. "No more than a month at the latest." Father Chen waved his hand, and then looked at Chen Ye seriously, and said in surprise, "Xiaoye, why did you grow so tall suddenly? I remember you used to be only half a head taller than me, but now you are almost a head taller." NS. Yesterday he felt that his son has changed a little bit. It's not just about height, but the temperament has changed even more. When the son loses his temper, even the old man, he is a little bit horrified. This is because Chen Ye has a strong strength, which naturally adds a strong self-confidence aura to Chen Ye. What's so surprising about growing up fast at my age? You think it's suddenly because the two of us often don't meet each other. At first glance, I think I have changed a lot. Chen Ye lied without changing his face. You can't tell a lie. Is that right? Father Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then a little guilty said, I am not good. Usually let you take care of yourself. I didn't mean that. Chen Ye said helplessly, I just hope that you can change to a normal job. After all, you are not young. So how can you stay up all night? Well, what you said is right. I will listen to you. Father Chen nodded. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye couldn't force him too much. You have a good rest. I'm going to school. Abandoning these words, Chen Ye turned and left. When I arrived at school, Chen Ye didn't hear it for the first time. Someone discussed Shura. On the internet, it is finally not the name of Zura, and it has swept the entire internet. Everything returned to normal sweat. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Tao behind him excitedly said, Old Shun, the girl from the next class just came and asked if you would like to have dinner at noon. If you do, they will all go, even the one school flower. Lao Chen, do you have enough money? With so many people eating, it costs 600 to 700 less to talk. If it is not enough, I have it here. Chen Ye was helpless. It seemed that this meal really couldn't be avoided. I have. By the way, how do we get there at noon? Shall we take the bus? Jiang Tao's face paled, and he shook his head quickly and said, Don't take a ride, or take a bus to kill you. Chen Ye laughed. Chapter 74. What spell is this? 7/10 ===. Noon. The crowd gathered in the restaurant again. Chen Ye treats guests. Jiang Tao looked very excited and couldn't hold his chopsticks firmly. Being able to eat at the same table with school flowers was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Chen Ye seemed very natural. In his eyes, when Chen Ye is indeed very beautiful, not inferior to General Lin Mei in terms of appearance. However, after all, she was still a little girl who hadn't grown up. The status of the two fell in the eyes of the girls, and everyone felt that Chen Ye was more attractive. I had a great time for this meal. At least Jiang Tao is very happy. After eating, a few girls want to stroll around before going back. I am about to face the college entrance examination, and it is now in the review stage. The teacher has actually relaxed the management of these high school students. Chapter 95. Seeing that the girl was going shopping, Jiang Tao still wanted to keep up. Seeing Chen Ye left, he reluctantly followed Chen Ye away. Old Chen, why don't you accompany them to stroll around? Not interested in. Damn, I now finally know the reason why you're single. Speaking as if you have an object? Back to school. Chen Ye didn't go to the classroom, but walked directly towards the teacher's building. Old Chen, what are you doing? Ask for leave. He is going to take time off to buy some gold and silver jewelry, and then buy some other dowry gifts to give Sister Lin Mei down tonight. Don't make it difficult for girls. Asking for leave went smoothly. Chen Ye's excuse was that after falling into the water yesterday, he seemed to hit his head and was dizzy and wanted to rest. As soon as the head teacher heard it, he immediately approved it. Then, Chen Ye left school and bought all kinds of things in the mall. In addition to gold and silver jewelry, Chen Ye also bought a lot of modern craftsmanship products, large bags and small bags, and bought a lot. Even Xiao Dianshui and Chen Ye bought a watch as a small gift. Speaking of it, I really want to be engaged to Lin Mei. Xiao Dianshui is his old man. It is also right to buy 477 small gifts for Lao Zhangren. This trip cost Chen Ye more than 200,000 yuan. That night, before 12 o'clock, Chen Ye put all the things he bought into his personal warehouse. Then, when 12 o'clock arrived, Chen Ye entered the space of reincarnation and directly let the system send him to the personal world. The Great Wall world. When Chen Ye appeared out of thin air again, the soldiers standing guard were no longer so surprised. Mr. Chen, you are here. Before Chen Ye asked, the soldiers took the initiative to report, General Lin is on the playground, training the Crane Army. Chen Ye couldn't help knocking on the soldier, and said silently, I didn't ask you where General Lin is. Where is Xiao Dianshui? The soldier touched his painless head, and said with a smile, the commander of the palace is in the chamber, and the court has sent angels to announce the imperial decree. Oh. Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment. Then after thinking about it, he also felt that the court's reward should have arrived. Subsequently, Chen Ye went to the chamber. In the chamber, Chen Ye saw the beaming Xiao Dianshui and others, and there was an additional young man in official uniform. Mr. Chen came just right. Seeing Chen Ye, Xiao Dianshui smiled and said, Come on, Mr. Chen, this is Lord Shen, the special envoy of the Privy Council. Master Shen, this is the great hero who saved the world, Mr. Chen Ye, the gluttonous beast king. He alone sacked and killed. Oh. Master Shen was shocked and said politely, So you are Mr. Chen, you are indeed a rare young talent. The Emperor has always wanted to see you. This guy was very arrogant in the original plot. The reason why he is so polite to Chen Ye is because he has heard that Chen Ye may come from the fairy world. Chen Ye smiled and said, I came here this time and brought some special products from my hometown. I want to give them to everyone. Lord Shen is right here, and you have a share. Subsequently, Chen Ye directly took out some of the items he bought from his personal warehouse in front of everyone. On the surface, it looked like Chen Ye had changed it out of thin air. With this incredible method, the Lord Shen was stunned and almost knelt down. Fairy. Seeing Master Shen's shocked look, Chen Ye smiled secretly in his heart. He deliberately showed this hand to shock Master Shen. Because in the original plot, this Lord Shen was not easy to serve, and he was arrogant and defiant when he came to the Great Wall. General Lin Mei Chun Yi cannot be taken away for the time being. He needs to continue to live here. Chen Ye does not hope that someone will bully her. Then, Chen Ye took out the beautifully wrapped gift box and gave one to each person. The products of modern craftsmanship have been spent on packaging by merchants. This packaging box is extremely tall at first glance. For ancient people like Xiao Dinshui, it is definitely a treasure. Come on, one person. Everyone has a share. Please don't refuse, and please don't dislike it. Chapter 96. Chen Ye smiled and distributed gifts. The Lord Shen wiped his hands first, and then took the gift box carefully and exclaimed, Mr. Chen has filtered, such a rare treasure. How dare you dislike it? Subsequently, under Chen Ye's guidance, everyone opened the gift box. In the box, it is a watch. Not expensive. It's only a few $100s a piece. But Shenzai watches are very beautiful. The most commendable thing is that the timekeeping numbers on the watch are not Arabic numerals, but are based on ancient times, namely Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Noon, Wei, Shin, Yu, Su, Hai. Time system. Chen Ye saw such a watch in a shopping mall at the time and felt that it was very suitable for gifting in ancient times. What is this? Xiao Dinshui couldn't help asking. As a big boss, he has never seen such a beautiful thing. Everyone also looked at Chen Ye one after another. This is a watch, used to record the time. Chen Ye smiled and showed everyone how to use it. Look at the middle of the dial. The word on it stands for 12 o'clock. As long as you calibrate the time, it will follow the sunrise and keep rotating so that everyone can check the time. All the people present are smart people. After hearing Chen Ye's explanation, he immediately understood how to use the watch and also understood the great role of the watch. Lord Shen put the watch on his wrist and couldn't help but exclaimed, This thing is really amazing. Xiao Dinshui and others nodded one after another. Looking at the watch on the wrist, everyone loves it. Many people even plan to use this watch as a family heirloom and pass it on. Chen Ye smiled, suddenly seemed to remember something, and took out a watch gift box from his personal warehouse and handed it to the Lord Shen. Master Shen, this is for the Emperor. Please pass it on to Master Shen. When he came, he deliberately bought a few more, which just came in handy at the moment. Lord Shen took the gift box with both hands and asked, Why didn't Mr. Chen hand it over to the Emperor himself? If you go to give it to the Emperor will definitely be happy and rewarding. Chen Ye waved his hand, interrupting Master Shen, and said, I can't stay in this world, so I won't be able to get there anymore. Is there anything else? Lord Shen looked at Xiao Dinshui and others, and saw that both Xiao Dinshui and Wang Junshi nodded and closed their mouths. Subsequently, Chen Ye took out several gifts again and handed them to everyone. This time the gift is a cheaper telescope. In order to satisfy the old husband, Chen Ye really gave up a lot of thoughts. Seeing that there are gifts, Mr. Shen was overjoyed and couldn't help asking in an inquiring tone, What is this again? This thing is called a telescope. It can help you adults to see farther places. Chen Ye smiled. Everyone tried the telescope. When they looked through the telescope to see the distant scenery clearly, all of them were shocked. Especially Xiao Dinshui and others. All of a sudden understood the huge role of the telescope. This thing has clairvoyance. You can predict the enemy's profit, check the enemy's deployment. If the two armies are at war, if you have this thing, you can see the battlefield. It's really rare. In the eyes of soldiers like Xiao Dinshui, telescopes are simply more precious than watches. Xiao Dinshui was also a sophisticated man. Seeing that Chen Ye was so expensive, he smiled and asked, Mr. is so troublesome. I'm afraid there is something to ask for? Exactly. Chen Ye directly took out all the wedding gifts from his personal warehouse, and then he said, I and General Lin have seen each other at first sight, so I want to marry General Lin. Please make it perfect. What he said was weird and did not conform to the courtesy system of the ancients. But Xiao Dianshui didn't mind, because he knew that Chen Ye was not familiar with the etiquette here. Xiao Dianshui and Wang Jusher looked at each other, smiled, and said, Since Mr. speaks, I take it as it is. The Lord Shen next to him was very knowledgeable and immediately laughed and said, Oh, I never thought. I can still have a wedding wine next time? It's really gratifying. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Chen Ye was also very happy, smiling and arching his hands. Thank you, Lord Shen. Xiao Dianshui ordered, Come here, go and pass on General Lin. Yes. Soldiers went down to send orders. Chen Ye took out his digital camera and smiled and said to the people, It's rare for everyone to get together and take a picture. After hearing this, everyone did not know why. What is taking a picture? Master Shen was like a curious baby at the moment. The commander of the palace, Lord Shen, as well as the generals and generals, everyone is closer. I will take a photo with you. Everyone was a little inexplicable, but they still obeyed the command and stood together. Chen Ye set the time for the photo and then walked over immediately. He is tall and chooses to stand behind everyone. Crack. Chapter 97. A group photo of everyone took shape very quickly. When Chen Ye circulated the photos to everyone was shocked. The Lord Shun even screamed again and again. Oh, what kind of spell is this? Has the official soul been hooked away? A big chapter with more than 3,000 words, saying that I am water. Don't you want to watch the urban plot? The next chapter starts a new copy. Chapter 75 second tier copy of the Reincarnation Tower 8/10 ===. Everyone who had never seen a camera was stunned by the effect of the photo. Hearing Lord Shen's words, everyone was shocked. In ancient times, superstition was very marketable. They originally suspected that Chen Ye was a member of the immortal world, but they were really afraid that the camera was some kind of magic weapon that could restrain the soul of a person. Seeing everyone panicked, Chen Ye laughed and quickly explained, Everyone, don't be afraid, your soul is on your own body. This is a camera, a kind of technology product in my hometown, especially for taking pictures of people. It's also a pleasure to be able to keep people as they were when they were young, to look through the photos when they are old, and to miss those years, right? This is really not a magic weapon. The Lord Shen asked in shock. Of course not. Chen Yu asked with a smile, Master Shen, do you feel any discomfort? Master Shen was taken aback when he heard the words, felt it carefully, and shook his head. That's it. Chen Yi smiled. If you hook your soul, can you still be so normal? This is reasonable. Xiao Dianshui nodded beside him. He didn't believe that Chen Yi would harm people. Because Chen Yi single-handedly killed the gluttonous beast king in order to save the world, and he didn't even care about his own safety. How could such a heroic person do such a harmful thing? Xiao Dianshui agrees so happily with Chen Ye's request to be hired. He is optimistic about Chen Ye's character. Seeing that Mr. Shen was still a little surprised, Chen Yu simply handed the camera to Mr. Shen. Master Shen, this is the lens. This is the camera button. Just point the lens at any scenery and press the camera button to take a picture. You can try to take another scenery. After Chen Ye's guidance, Master Shen finally knew how to use the camera. After thinking about it, he turned the camera outside and took a picture. Crack. Another photo takes shape. When Master Shen looked at the scenery in the photo in his hand, and the scenery outside was generally the same, he suddenly exclaimed, This thing is really a divine tool. Chen Yi smiled next to him. Master Shen likes it. This camera will be given to you. Afterwards, Chen Yi said to everyone, Cameras are relatively rare, and I don't have much, so I won't give it to you. Actually, there are 2 more in his personal warehouse. In this way, the camera is deliberately precious. Upon hearing this, Master Shen's eyes suddenly gleamed, and he was obviously overjoyed in his heart, but he still said embarrassedly, If you have no merit, you won't be rewarded. How dare you accept this kind of artifact? Mr. Chen, let's return it to you. Chen Yi smiled and said, Master Shen is not welcome. After Master Shen returns, Master Shen is also asked to say something to the Emperor. Don't let the Koreans and the Chinese people make things difficult for the soldiers of the shadowless Imperial Army. Hearing this, Xiao Dianshui, Wang Jusher, and others were very emotional, Looking at Chen Ye's gaze, they were more satisfied. Sure. Lord Chen promised again and again, and then smiled and put the camera into his sleeve. Chen Ye reminded, Master Shen, the number of times the camera is used is limited. One camera can only take 10 photos, and there are still 8 pictures left. Please use Master Shen with caution. The camera Chen Ye brought this time was a Polaroid camera. It's a camera that can get the photo immediately after taking it. Polaroid is also called a primary imaging camera, and its practical use is a special photo paper that combines a film and photo paper developer. In general, a Polaroid camera can take 10 shots. Of course, once the photo paper is taken, it can be reused as long as a box of photo paper is replaced. Chen Ye didn't bother to tell Master Shen this, so he just reminded the dosage and didn't say anything else. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for reminding. Lord Shen bowed his hands very politely and checked to the end. At this moment, Lord Shen truly believed that Chen Ye was a member of the immortal world. Otherwise, how could Chen Ye have so many treasures? And every treasure has a magical function, just like a legendary fairy. After a while, General Lin Mei finally arrived. It can be seen that General Lin Mei's breath is a bit uneven. He should have been running all the way. As soon as he entered the hall, Lin Mei saw Chen Ye's figure, and she felt a little sweet in her heart. See the palace commander at the end. Xiao Dinshui looked at Lin Mei, who was like a girl in front of him, and sighed in his heart, I don't want to stay in the female university, but he smiled and said, General Lin, let you come this time. It is Mr. Chen who wants to propose to you. I don't know you. How about? As soon as I heard this, I knew that Xiao Dinshui was also a straight steel man. How can the question be so direct? Lin Mei heard this. Her pretty face turned red like an apple in an instant. Fortunately, I came from the door, and my personality is more hardline. If I change to other ladies, in front of so many people, I am afraid that it is not going to get into the ground at this moment. Chapter 98. Ask for flowers, 0. At the end, willing. Lin Mei said those 2 words with great difficulty. After speaking, she lowered her head and began to play dead. It's really hard for a girl to say such a thing in the crowd. Chen Ye suddenly laughed when he heard the words, and laughed very happily. Mr. Chen and General Lin, they are really talented and beautiful, a match made in heaven. The Lord Shen next to him immediately began to flatter and say auspicious words. Suddenly, the Lord Shen's heart moved, and he said, Mr. Chen, General Lin, if the wedding date of the 2 is undecided, it is better to wait for the official to return to Bianliang and play the emperor. Ask the adult of Sixianjian to calculate one for the 2. Good day. How about getting married again by the emperor? The ancients were very superstitious and respected imperial power. Generally, the marriage contract given by the emperor was regarded as a great honor by the ancients. Lord Shen put forward this suggestion as a reward and wanted to flatter Chen Ye. Chen Ye is only engaged for the time being, and the specific wedding date has not yet been determined. I think it's not bad that the emperor gave him the marriage. At least after the emperor gave the marriage, everyone should know that General Lin Mei is his fairy, woman, and can't bully. Thinking of this, Chen Ye immediately smiled and said, Then trouble, Master Shen. No trouble, no trouble. Mrs. Shen laughed and spoke very well. It is the good fortune of this official to contribute to Mr. Chen's marriage, and this official can also be touched by Mr. Chen's joy. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere in the hall is very harmonious. And Lin Mei, even though her neck is red, but her heart is extremely happy and sweet. Next, it's the engagement banquet. Lord Shen stayed here specially, drank the wedding wine of engagement, and set off to return to Bianliang City. After the engagement ceremony is over, Chen Ye and Lin Mei formally have a marriage contract. Since then, General Lin Meilin is Chen Ye's woman. In the following days, Chen Ye attended class honestly during the day and secretly went to the personal world at night to have private meetings with Sister Lin Mei. The relationship between the 2 of them developed very quickly. If it weren't for the defense of men and women, they almost broke through the last step. In this way, a few days passed quickly. Finally, Chen Ye waited for the day when the copy was cooled. And Chapter 76 The Nightmare World, September 10th, Tonight, Chen Ye can continue to brush the copy. Chen Ye stayed in school all day and seemed a little absent-minded. Finally, he made it to the last class of the afternoon. Jingle bell. As the school bell rang, all the students moved with the wind and prepared to flash people. Chen Ye also stood up, began to pack his belongings, locked the books into the table, and then prepared to leave. At this time, there was a commotion at the door of the classroom. "It's Wen Xiaohua. Why did she come to our classroom?" Everyone exclaimed. It turned out that it was Wen Xingyi, who did not leave after school, but came to the classroom next door. As a recognized school flower, Wen Xingyi is an eye-catching presence wherever he goes. Especially high school students with strong hormones are even more obsessed with beautiful girls like Wen Xingyi. So, when Wen Xingyi appeared in the next class, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Then, in countless eyes, Wen Xingyi came directly to Chen Ye and handed an invitation. "Chen Ye, tomorrow is my birthday. I want to invite you to my birthday party. Can you come?" After Wen Xingyi finished speaking, she looked at Chen Ye expectantly. Actually, she didn't like Chen Ye either. Chapter 99. She just felt that the big boy in front of her was probably Shura, who was just curious about Chen Ye. Looking at the invitation letter handed over by Sister Wen, Chen Ye was stunned. Everyone around was also stunned. Then, everyone seemed to hear a crisp cracking sound. That was the glass hearts of countless boys. All of them shattered at this moment because of Wen Xingyi's actions. The dignified school flower actually blocked a boy in front of so many people and invited that boy to her birthday party tomorrow night. When everyone came back to their senses, their faces were all in disbelief. In the past 3 years of high school, Wen Xingyi has been a true expression of all the boys who approached her. Once the rich and handsome Zhang Tao drove a row of sports cars to confess to Wen Xingyi, but Wen Xingyi didn't even care. After this incident, there were even rumors in the school that Wen Xiaohua could not be chased. However, today, this high-cold Wen Xiaohua actively invited a boy to her birthday party. Many boys who have a crush on Wen Xingyi feel that their 3 views, along with their hearts, are all broken together. Countless pairs of envious and hateful eyes all looked at Chen Ye, wanting to see where Chen Ye is good. If the expression in his eyes could kill people, Chen Ye would be riddled with holes. Finally, Chen Ye moved. Under everyone's jealous eyes, Chen Ye accepted the invitation and smiled and said, "If I have time tomorrow, I will participate." Hearing this, many people wanted to vomit blood and wanted to punch Chen Ye in the face. "Tang Wen Xiaohua personally invited you, so you still have to see if you have time?" To pretending. If they were replaced by them, they would have to attend an appointment in a car accident. However, what they didn't know was that Chen Ye originally wanted to reject Wen Xingyi. It's really not that Chen Ye wanted to pretend. He is currently in love with Sister Lin Mei, and all he thinks about is Lin Mei. For the time being, he has no idea about other sisters. Moreover, for a girl like Wen Xingyi, approaching her is often equivalent to approaching trouble. Chen Ye only wants to develop in a low-key manner and does not want to get into trouble. There was no direct rejection, it was entirely to save Wen Xingyi's face. Because in front of so many people, rejecting a girl's invitation would definitely make the girl very embarrassed. Chen Yexin is an adult. Even though he doesn't want to go to Wen Xingyi's birthday party, he doesn't directly do things without emotional intelligence. Please post my home address and my mobile phone number. If you have time, you must come. If you can't come, text me in advance. After Wen Xingyi finished speaking, she turned and left the classroom. Chen Ye shook his head helplessly, put the invitation in his pocket, and then left the classroom. He knows this girl and is still wondering if he is Shura. What a stubborn little girl. Back home, Father Chun is still not at home and has gone to work. Chen Ye got some food for himself, and he began to write a suicide note. The copy world of Old Corpse and Mountain Village is full of dangers. Chen Ye is not 100% sure that he will be able to come back alive when he is gone. So he is now writing a suicide note, which marked his bank card password. If I had an accident and couldn't come back, Father Chen should not have a bad life with this money. Certainly. This is his plan just in case. Chen Ye is still very confident about the plan to refresh the copy tonight. The female ghost Chu Rinmei is indeed very powerful. But he is not weak now. With his current strength, Chu Rinmei wanted to kill him, but it was not easy. The most important thing is that he also knows the plot and how to subdue the beauty of Chu people. After writing the suicide note, Chen Ye lay on the bed and kept in good health behind closed doors. He must face the female ghost Chu Rinmei in the best state. 12 o'clock in the evening. The alarm bell rings. Chen Ye opened his eyes, and immediately pressed the tattoo on his wrist. After a few seconds, Chapter 100, he disappeared into the room and came to the space of reincarnation. System, send me to the Samsara Tower. The order was given, and Chen Ye appeared in the Samsara Tower instantly. Looking up at the top 100 master list next to him, Chen Ye didn't know how to walk into the reincarnation tower. This time, he came directly to the second floor. He had already broken through the first floor and could no longer enter. The elf appeared out of thin air and came to him. Hello, dear Samsara Sura. What kind of help do you need? I'll make a copy. Chen Ye. Okay, please choose the copy world you want to go to. With a wave of the elf's hand, a holographic projection screen appeared in front of Chen Ye. On the screen, there are 2 duplicate worlds. A martial arts of 5.0 people simple. Mountain Village Corpse Nightmare. Chen Ye did not hesitate to choose the nightmare level Mountain Village Old Corpse. When Chen Ye made a choice, he was immediately sent into a white room. The room was empty. He is the only one in existence at the moment. On the surrounding walls, the countdown is passing. There are 56 minutes left, and this dungeon world is about to open. Chen Ye sat down and waited comfortably. About 10 minutes later, the second person teleported in. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. After half an hour, there are more than a dozen people in the room. A nightmare-level copy, it is impossible for so many people to be bold enough to come. Chen Ye opened his eyes and showed a sneer. Come for me. Interesting. Chapter 77, start with a glass of cursed water. 10/10. Attention everyone, reincarnations, after 10 minutes, start to teleport the mission world. With the prompt of the system, it means that no new people will enter the white room. That is, to prepare the room. At this time, with Chen Ye in the room, almost 20 people have gathered. Although these people didn't speak, they stood far apart from each other and looked like strangers. But, through the facial expressions of these people and the glances at him from time to time, Chen Ye could still see that these people were all coming towards him. With a slight smile, Chen Ye didn't say anything either. Time passed by every minute. 10 minutes passed quickly. The system prompt sounded again. Start teleporting countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown is over, everyone in the white room was shrouded in red light and disappeared in the room. Port City, in a private house. Sudden. With a flash of red light, about 20 people suddenly appeared out of thin air. All the reincarnations, including Chen Ye 29, appeared in the living room of the residence at the same time. In the center of the living room, there is a long table. There are 20 glasses of water on it. Immediately afterwards, a cold reminder sounded. Please drink a glass of water within 30 seconds, and the offender will be wiped out. At the end of the prompt, everyone was taken aback, their eyes all nailing the water glass on the table, not knowing what they were thinking. No one acts. Chen Ye suddenly smiled and said, It's only 30 seconds. When are you going to do it? When the voice fell, everyone was shocked. Next moment, all those people rushed to the table. One person grabbed a glass of water.